Hello guys, welcome to complete ethical hacking course from beginner to advanced level on ethical hacking where you will master system hacking, website hacking, Wi-Fi hacking, computer hacking and many more things. So everything should be started by asking a question. Why learn ethical hacking? Today cybersecurity ventures predicts that the global spend on cybersecurity to increase to $1 trillion in 2021. At the same time, it also predicts that the cost of cybercrime will also rise to $6 trillion. So is this the right time to learn hacking? Yes, of course. Major companies like Facebook, Microsoft, Google, Netflix, Snapchat, Cisco and many more have bug bounty program that rewards anyone who identifies security vulnerability or flaw within of their any platforms. People who identify and report their threats without causing any harm to their platforms with a genuine intention to improve the platforms are rewarded. By learning ethical hacking, you can play a vital role in securing the system and data from the threat and attacks. So guys, why should you take this course? This course is complete roadmap to beginner to advanced level. If you are a beginner or at the intermediate level, yes, of course this course for you. There is no previous knowledge required for taking this particular course. So now let's see what we are going to cover throughout this course. First, we will learn to create our own hacking environment where you can perform hacking attacks without worrying. Then we will move to next section where we will learn hackers' most favorite operating system, Kali Linux. Then we will also see how to hide yourself on internet. Then we will see some networking basic concepts required for hacking. Now we have arrived inside the hacking sections where we will see how to capture data packets, crack Wi-Fi encryption keys, perform network penetration testing and many more things. After that, we will learn to hack web application as black hat hackers too. Then we will also learn how to attack server side and client side. And we will also learn how to create backdoors and malwares and many more things we are going to cover inside this particular course. So guys, please enroll into this course and start your journey as an ethical hacker. Hi everyone, welcome to this first section. In this section, we are going to learn about how to set up your own environment so that you can practice your hacking attacks into them. So ethical hacking is a skill that is learned over time. It requires practice, patience to get to a decent skill level in this field. Having a lab setup handy can help you a lot in your learning. So a lab lets you practice your skill in a controlled environment, reducing the risk that arises from practicing on real system. So having your virtual lab will help you in many ways, like you can practice anytime as per your convenience. You don't have to put your data under the danger of getting wiped because of malware infection, and you are also safe from the legal trouble that may result from testing on a real website that you do not own. So you can get the freedom to experiment and tweak around. So guys, this is why setting up your lab is very important. So there are some requirements for setting your own lab. So the requirements will be like hardware and software requirements. So the hardware requirements are like a laptop or desktop with as much RAM and processor power you can arrange, and a large HDD or SSD to store your tools and other important files, and one host operating system for your computer system. So it can be Windows, Linux or Mac OS depending upon your choice. And one more very important thing, Wi-Fi adapter that supports monitor mode, because when it comes to network hacking or network penetration testing, it is very important to have monitor mode enabled Wi-Fi adapter. So what are the software requirements? So software requirements is like virtual machine player. So this will be used to host all the guest operating systems, enable virtual machines and test servers. So there are many free and paid options for hypervisors provided by many vendors. For example, VMware has VMware Workstation, Oracle has Oracle VirtualBox and Microsoft has Hyper-V. So you can choose any of these depending on your choice and budget. So in this particular course, we are going to use free virtual machine player, which is Oracle VirtualBox. So now second thing that we need in software requirements is guest operating system. So guest operating system will include unpatched version of Windows and Linux. So these will be installed to test for 0-day and other vulnerabilities for which patches as well as exploits have been released. And the next thing that you will need here is vulnerable virtual machines. So vulnerable virtual machines are developed intentionally for being highly vulnerable. So most of the VMs are part of hacking events and released later online. So these VMs are actually CTF. CTF means capture the flag, with hidden string data to be found after compromising the VM. So some popular vulnerable virtual machines are MetaSploi, Owaspbwa, DVWA, and Backdoor, DICE, and Metadata. So guys, this is what you need in software requirements. So if you talk about tools, so we are going to use Kali Linux, which is already having hundreds of tools for you. So you don't need to download and install any tool there. If there is need, then I will teach you how to download and how to use those tools. We are going to learn how to download VirtualBox so that you can install Kali Linux operating system inside that. Okay, so before downloading it, first we need to understand what is virtual machine. So virtual machine technologies allows you to run multiple operating system from one piece of hardware like your laptop or desktop. So this means that you can continue to run the Windows or Mac OS operating system you are familiar with and run a virtual machine of Kali Linux inside that particular operating system. So you don't need to overwrite your existing OS to learn Linux. So there are numerous virtual machines applications that are available from VMware, Oracle, Windows, Windows means Microsoft, and other vendors. So all are excellent. But here I will be showing you how to download and install Oracle's free VirtualBox. Okay, so what you need to do here is you need to open your favorite web browser, and inside web browser you need to search VirtualBox and hit enter. So after hitting enter, you can see that you are having these many links, which is Oracle VM VirtualBox, which is from www.virtualbox.org. And then you're having download VirtualBox documentation, virtualization, and user documentation, and first step. So guys, when you scroll down, you can see that developer is Oracle Corporation. Okay, so now this is the official link. So simply click on this particular link. So when you click on this particular link, it will take some time. It will open this particular window for you. So this is the official website of Oracle for downloading VirtualBox. Okay, so guys, as you can see that VirtualBox is a powerful x86 and AMD 64 Intel 64 virtualization product for enterprises as well as home users. Okay, so guys, for downloading it, what you need to do here is you need to click on this particular download VirtualBox 6.1 tab. So when you click on this, it will open a new window for us, which from where you can select the platform. So currently, as you know that I'm working on Windows, so I'm going to click on Windows host. If you're using Mac OS, so you can select this. If you're using Linux, you can select this as according. Okay, so I'm using Windows, so simply click on Windows host. So when you click on Windows host, you can see that the save file. So guys, when you click on this particular save file, what it will do, it will start downloading VirtualBox inside your system. So after downloading, you can simply install it how you do with other softwares. Okay, so I'm not going to show you how to install it because these are some basic things that you all know very well. Okay, so I'm going to cancel it and I'm going to show you how it looks like, how your VirtualBox looks like when you install it properly. Okay, so for opening this particular thing, what you need to do here is, this is the VirtualBox that I have here. So inside my VirtualBox, as you can see that I am having 4 machines, which is MetaSploi Table. This is for Windows 10, and this is Owaspbwa and Kali Linux 2021.1 version. Okay, so we are having these many operating system inside this. So this is how your VirtualBox looks like. So when you click on file, as you can see that we are having preferences, import appliances, all of these options here. And then when you click on machine, you can see new. If you want to add any machine, so you click on new and you can select accordingly by giving some details, so you can add any particular machine. So we are going to see all of these things later on. So here we are having snapshots, which by simply click on take, you can take a snapshot from here. And we are having, suppose like I want to see the property of Kali Linux 2021.1. So I want to see the properties. So what you need to do is simply select the machine and click on properties. So what it will do, it will open the property here, and if you want to change the settings, so you need to click on settings. So it will open the setting for you, so you can select whatever setting you want. So we are going to see this thing also later on in this section. Okay, so guys, this is how you can download VirtualBox, and this is how VirtualBox looks like. So guys, before getting started, you need to download and install Kali Linux on your computer. So this is the Linux distribution we will be working with throughout this particular course. So Linux has first developed by Linus Torvalds in 1991. So it is an open source alternative to Unix. So since it is an open source, volunteer developers code the kernel, the utilities and applications. So this means that there is no overriding corporate entity overseeing development, and as a result, conventions and standardizations are often lacking. So Kali Linux was developed by Offensive Security as a hacking operating system built on a distribution of Linux called Debian. So there are many distributions of Linux, and Debian is one of the best. So you are probably most familiar with Ubuntu as a popular desktop distribution of Linux. Ubuntu is also built on Debian. Other distributions includes Red Hat, CentOS, Mint, Arch and SUSE. So although they all share the same Linux kernel, so each has its own utilities, applications and choices of graphical user interface for different purposes. So as a result, each of these distributions, Linux looks and feels slightly different. So Kali was designed for penetration testers and hackers and come with a significant complement of hacking tools. So I strongly recommend that you use Kali for this course, although you can use another distribution. So you will likely have to download and install the various tools we will be using. So which could simply means many hours of downloading and installing the tools. So in addition, if that distribution is not built on Debian, so there may be other different minor changes also. So guys, let's see how we can download Kali Linux and install into VirtualBox. Okay, so what you need to do here is you need to search for Kali Linux and hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see that we are having same interface. Lots of links here for downloads, Kali, this release, tools, features, Kali docs and tools listing. Okay, so we are interested in kalilinux.org. So when you click on this particular link, so it will open this page which contains everything about Kali Linux. Okay, so this is the main page, so from where you can download Kali Linux. So here in the second number we are having download. So when you click on download, you can see Kali Linux and Kali NetHunter. So we're interested in Kali Linux. So when you click on Kali Linux, it will open a new page for us. Okay, so we are having these many options to download Kali Linux. Okay, so now let's start from the beginning. So as you can see that these are the release notes for Kali Linux 2021.1. Okay, so when you scroll down, you can see that download Kali virtual machines. So as you all know that we have downloaded VirtualBox, so we are interested in downloading Kali Linux for VirtualBox. Okay, for that you need to click on Offensive Security VM download page. So when you click on this particular tab, you can see that the new page which will be look like this. Okay, so we are having this page from where you can download Kali Linux virtual images. Okay, so guys, when you scroll down, we are having two options. So the first option that we have here is Kali Linux VMware images and Kali Linux VirtualBox images. So we have downloaded VirtualBox, so we are interested in downloading Kali Linux for VirtualBox images. Okay, so when you click on this particular Kali Linux VirtualBox images, you can see we are having two options. So I hope all of you using 64-bit operating system. So if you're using 64, you need to click on this. If you're using 32, you need to click on this. So I'm using 64-bit operating system, so I need to click on this particular thing. So we are having option, we are having this option torrent for downloading this particular operating system. So when you click on torrent, it will download a torrent file for you, and with the help of that you can download Kali Linux inside your system. Okay, so when you click on this, you can download this torrent file, and simply you can download as we did with the VirtualBox using the torrent client. Okay, so guys, after downloading, we are having this folder. So when your download has been completed, you can see that if it look like this, it will contain Kali Linux, as you can see here, OVA file. Okay, AMD 64 OVA file. So what you need to do here is, if you want to install it, what you need to do here is simply click double. Okay, so when you double click on this particular thing, you can see that it will open a new window which is of VirtualBox. So when you click on this particular thing, as you can see that we are having this particular thing here. Okay, now if you want to change the name, because I have already have Kali Linux with the name which is having here. So as you can see, it is one. Yeah, everything is fine. Now when you scroll down, you can see that we are having CPU and a RAM allotment is like 2048. So this means 2 GB of RAM. So guys, if you want to change, if you are having less RAM, then you can allot less RAM, but I will recommend to give around 2 GB of RAM to this particular Kali Linux operating system, so that each and every tool will work very fine. Okay, so when you scroll down, you can find so many options. If you want to change, you can change. Okay, so guys, what you need to do here is you need to simply click on import, so it will start importing. Agree. So guys, as you can see that it will start importing. So after importing has done, it will look like this particular thing. So I already have Kali Linux, so I'm not going to import this particular file because I already have. So guys, let's see how it looks like when you open it first time, how it looks like. Okay, so let me just terminate it. After importing, it will simply look like this. There is no difference. Okay, so we are having this. So when you click on this particular thing, as you can see, it is currently running, but when you install it first time, it will be not in the running state. So what you need to do here is simply select the file which you have here and simply click on start. Currently it is showing us so because it is running. So if it is not running, then it will show here start. Simply click on start. So after some booting process, as you can see that it will look like this. Okay, so if you are using 2021 versions, so the login will be Kali and password will also be Kali, and hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see that we are having this window where you can find all of these things. So we are going to see all of these things later on in this course. So this is how you can download Kali Linux inside the VirtualBox and install it. Okay. We are going to download MetaSploi Table 2. So the MetaSploi Table 2 virtual machine is an intentionally vulnerable version of Ubuntu Linux designed for testing security tools and demonstrating common vulnerabilities. And the version 2 of this particular virtual machine is available for download and ships with more vulnerabilities than the original image. Now let's see how we can download MetaSploi Table 2 inside our Windows operating system. So what you need to do is you need to simply open your web browser, and inside the search bar what you need to type is MetaSploi Table 2. So when you hit enter, you will find these kinds of links which is from SourceForge. So when you click on this particular first link, which is MetaSploi Table, browse MetaSploi Table 2 at sourceforge.net. So when you click on this particular link, it will open the downloading page for you. So in this downloading file, there is two files, which is MetaSploi Table Linux zip, and the next one is readme.txt. So when you click on this green tab, it will start downloading your MetaSploi Table 2. So it will take some time because it is around 800 MB file. So as you can see that we have this file. So this is a zip version of this particular file. When you click on this OK button, it will start downloading. So this is how you can download MetaSploi Table 2. So now it's time to see how to install MetaSploi Table 2 machine inside the VirtualBox. So what you need to do is you need to navigate to machine, and when you click on this you will find new. So when you click on new, you will see this kind of window. So this is asking for the name which you are going to name for our MetaSploi Table machine. So I'm going to name it world, and type is Linux, and this is the place which is the machines folder. And inside version, what I'm going to choose it is Ubuntu 64, and just click on next. And after clicking on next, it is asking for the RAM, how much RAM you're gonna allot to this particular machine. So I'm having 12 GB of RAM, so I'm going to allot it around 512, which is 512 MB of RAM, because it will be going to work very fine in this RAM. So just click on next, and after clicking on next you will find this menu. So you need to change to use an existing hard drive disk, and just select the MetaSploi Table machine folder where you have downloaded. So what you need to do is you need to simply navigate to the folder where you have downloaded your MetaSploi Table machine. So I'm going to navigate to that particular folder so that I can get inside it. Okay, operating system, and this is the folder where I have downloaded MetaSploi. So when you click on this particular MetaSploi file and open, it will just select the file and click on choose. After choosing, click on create. So after creating, as you can see that we have this particular file which is world. So when you click on start, it will start loading your MetaSploi Table machine. So you have to wait till the completion of this. You don't need to do anything, just sit back and just watch what is going in the screen. Now as you can see that whole process of installing is being done. So this is asking for the username and the password. So the username will be msfadmin, and the password will also same msfadmin, and hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see that we are inside the MetaSploi Table 2 machine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run one command which is if config, which will tell us the IP address of this particular machine. So after hitting enter, as you can see that we have the IP address which is h0 in the second line 10.0.2.15. So this is how we can install MetaSploi Table machine. So this is the machine where we are going to perform lots of attack. We are going to download Owaspbwa Broken Web Application project. It is a collection of vulnerable web applications that is distributed on a virtual machine in VMware format, compatible with their no-cost VMware Player and VMware Sphere hypervisor. So now let's see how we can download Owaspbwa. So what you need to do is you need to type Owaspbwa OWA file and hit enter. So after hitting enter, you will find so many links. So what you need to do is you need to click on this particular third link, which is osdn.net. So when you click on this particular link, you will find this particular page. So when you scroll down, you will see these files. So what you need to do is you need to click on this particular file which is .owa. Okay, so when you click on this particular file, it will show you this kind of interface. So when you click on this particular link which is Owaspbwa Broken Web App VM, so after clicking on this particular link, you will find you are redirected towards the source files. So it will start downloading your Owaspbwa. So this is very large file. It will take lots of time. As you can see that it is 2.4 GB file. Okay, so when you click on OK button, it will start downloading. Okay, so this is how we can download Owaspbwa Broken Web App For the Windows, we have successfully installed Kali Linux MetaSploi Table 2 machine. Now this time to install Owaspbwa. So for installing it, you need to navigate to the folder where you have downloaded Owasp broken web application. So I am inside the folder where I have downloaded it. So I'm going to just double click on the Owasp broken web app. So after double clicking, as you can see that we are going to inside VirtualBox. So we are inside VirtualBox. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to name it like Owaspbwa, and after hitting enter on import, you will see it will start importing the files. So I'm going to just pause the video till the completion of this. Now file importing is being successful. So next step that I'm going to do is I'm going to open it. So when you click on this particular machine and click on start, it will start booting. When you open it first time, it will going to take some time. It depends upon how much RAM you have allotted to this particular machine. So as you can see that the booting process is being started, and just wait till the completion of all the process. Now installation process has been completed, so it is asking for the login. So the username will be root and the password will be Owaspbwa, and hit enter. So as you can see that we are inside the Owaspbwa enable machine. So as you can see that the IP address of this particular machine is, if config hit enter, so the IP address of this particular machine is 10.0.2.15. so this is the IP address of this particular machine. So we are going to see later how we can use all these IP addresses for our attacking. We are going to see Kali Linux, how it looks like and how it works. So as you can see that this is the login window. So when you install it first time and when you will open this, so it will ask for the username and the password. So as you can see that this is username is Kali, and the password that I'm going to give here is Kali, because Kali Linux 2020 version uses username Kali and the password Kali. So okay, so currently I'm working as a normal user, so currently I'm not the root users, that is why I'm using Kali. Okay, so for login into this, you need to just simply click on login, and when you click on login, as you can see that this is the interface of Kali Linux. Okay, so now let's start from the left side. So as you can see that this is the logo. So this works similar like a start button in Windows. So when you click on this particular logo, as you can see that these many options. So now let's start from the first one. So the first one is favorite. So when you click on favorite, you can see that all the applications that are favorite. Then when you click on recently used, you can see that these are the applications that you have used recently. And then we are having all applications. So when you scroll down, you can see there are hundreds of applications present here. Okay, so all these applications are pre-installed, so you don't need to download it or install it. These are already present inside your system. So here you are having setting menu. So when you click on setting menu, you will find these many options. So you can change the setting of your Kali Linux from here. And then user applications, information gathering. So these are the applications that you use for the information gathering. So these applications are very important for the penetration and testers. Then we are having vulnerability assessment. So these are the tools that hackers use for the vulnerability analysis. And then web application analysis. So as you can see that these many applications present here for web application analysis. So as you can see that this is the burp suite. So burp suite is a favorite tool of hackers when it comes to website hacking or penetration testing. Then it is having database assessment, password attacks, wireless attacks, reverse engineering, exploitation tools, sniffing, spoofing, post exploitation, forensic, reporting tools, social engineering, and then at the end we are having Kali and OPSEC links. So these are the links that Kali provides us. Okay. So now this is all about this particular logo. So when you click on this, you can see all the options that are present inside the Kali Linux. You can manage all of them from here. Okay. So now let's see what is this. So this looks like a folder. So when you click on this, you can see that there are so many folders. The first one is open folder. Then we are having open in terminal, desktop, documents, downloads, music, pictures, public, templates, and videos. So we are going to see each and every one later in this course. So this video is about basic information about the basic information of Kali Linux. Okay. So this is the place where you can find all the folders that are present here. Then we are having this black option. So what is this? So this is nothing but the terminal window. So what is terminal window? Terminal window is nothing but it is very similar to the command prompt in Windows operating system. So for opening this, what you need to do here is simply click on this. So when you click on this, as you can see that this is the window. Okay, so as you can see that the size of the text is very small. So what you need to do here is simply press Ctrl and plus. So when you hit them together, you can see that it is zooming in. So after that, now you can see the Kali, and Kali is looking very fine. So currently I'm the new actually normal user. That is why it is not showing root here. So when I will be working as a root user, so what it will do, it will simply change root @ Kali. Okay. Now, so this is the place where we are going to spend our lots of time during this course. So this is like very important place to learn terminal commands and everything. We are going to see each and everything related to this particular thing later on in this code. Okay, so this is all about the terminal window. So let's terminate it. So after this, you can find that this option. So when you click on this particular option, it will open this menu for us. So what is this? So this is nothing but you can take a screenshot. You can record your screen and you can manage your screen while recording and while taking the screenshots. So this is how it is used in Kali Linux. Suppose guys, if you want to use too many applications together, so what you need to do here is, okay. So suppose that you're having this and this, okay. Now, so as you can see that these two applications are open here. So this is nothing but this is similar as taskbar in Windows operating system. Okay, so this is very similar to the taskbar in Windows operating system. Suppose that you want to switch into this particular application. So what you need to do here is simply click on this and you will see as it is working very similar to Windows. Now let's terminate in it and let's see what we have in the right side. So as you can see that this is the time. So when you click on this, you can see this is showing us calendar and time. And then we're having notification, then we're having battery, and here you can find that we're having lock and shutdown button. So this is all about Kali Linux. So this is how it looks like. And when you see here, this is the trash. This is simpler. This is very similar to the recycle bin. Then we're having file system. So when you click on this, you can see the file system of Kali Linux. So we are going to see how file system of Kali Linux it looks like. And then we're having home. So when you click on this, what we are going to cover Linux file system. So the Linux file system structure is somewhat different from that of Windows. So Linux does not have a physical drive like C drive in Windows. So as we all know that the C drive is at the base of the file system in Windows operating system, but uses a logical file system instead in case of Linux. So at a very top level of file system, we are having, okay, let me first introduce you. We are having this. So this is nothing but this is the root of file system in Linux. Okay, this is nothing but the root. Okay, what it is? It is root. Okay, it is root. Okay, so now let's see one by one how Linux file system looks like and what does it mean. Okay, so as we all know that this symbol, this is the / symbol, this is the root of the file system. It is at the top of all the file. It is at the top of the file system of Linux. Now let's start with the root. So what is root? So root is nothing but the home directory of all powerful root user. Okay, now let's see what next. Next is home directory. So what is home directory? So the user's home directory. What does it mean? So home directory is nothing but if suppose that one user is there, so it will contain one home directory. That is why it is called as users home directory. Now let's see next one, which is -media. So what is, sorry, not -media, it's media. What is this? So media is nothing but where CDs and USB devices are usually attached or mounted to the file system. Okay. Now next one we are having etc. So what is it is? What it is? So it is nothing but it is, we can say, generally contain the Linux configuration files. So these are the files that control when and how programs start up. So what it is nothing but the Linux configuration files, and it controls when and how program will start up. So the next that one that we are having here is lib, which is also called as library. Okay, so what it is? So it is nothing but this is the place where you will find libraries. What is libraries? So as we can take the example of Windows, so this is nothing but the shared program that are similar to the Windows DLLs. Okay, so next at the end we are having bin. So bin is nothing but, we can simply define bin is a place where application binaries resides. So what it is a place where application binaries reside. So this is equivalent to the executables in Windows operating system. Okay, so we will spend more time with these key directories throughout this course. So understanding these first level directories is important to navigating through the file system from the command line. So it is also important to know before you start that you should not log in as a root when performing routine tasks. Routine task means basic tasks. Okay, because anyone who hacks your system, so when you are logged in as a root, would immediately gain access to the root account and privileges, thus own your system. So log in as a regular user when starting regular application like web browsing application and running tools like Wahab and so on. So this is all about the file system of going to see some basic commands of Linux operating system. So the first of all, the first command that we are going to see is finding yourself with pwd. Okay, so first of all, we need to open the terminal window, which you can open from here by clicking on this black window, or you can open it from here. In favorite you will see terminal illuminator. Okay, so after opening this, as you can see that the text that is not very visible, so what you need to do here is simply press Ctrl and plus, so it will zoom in. Okay, it will increase the size of text that you have here. Okay, so now guys, the first of all we are going to talk about this one, which is pwd. So now let's learn about this. So unlike when you are working in a graphical user interface, which is also called a GUI environment like Windows or Mac OS, so the command line in Linux does not always make it apparent which directory you are presently in. So directory means folder. Okay, so what I mean, directory is equal to folder. Okay, so when I say directory, so simply it is folder. Okay, so this doubt is clear now. So it is very difficult to see in which directory currently you are working on the command line. So to simply navigate to a new directory, you usually need to know where you are currently. So the present working directory, which is pwd. So what is the full form? Present working directory. So this is a form of this command, present working directory. So what this command will do? So this command will simply returns your location within which directory you are currently working on. Okay, suppose that I want to know in which directory currently I am working on. So what I need to do here is simply I need to type pwd and hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see that currently I am working on home Kali. Okay, so currently I am working on home Kali. So as I have logged in as a normal user, suppose that in case you have returned like -root, if you type this pwd in terminal and you have output like this, So what does this mean? So this is telling me I'm in the root users directly, and because you logged in as a root when you started Linux, so you should be in the root users directory too. Okay, so this is nothing but one level below the forward slash. Okay, so this is how you can see in which directory currently you are working on. So what you need to do here is simply type pwed and hit enter. You can see that you are currently working on this particular directory. So if you want to see the directory, what you need to do here is simply go to this folder and open, or you can see a file system here. Okay, so this is how it looks like. You can see that home Kali. So if you open the terminal, now you can see that currently I'm in home Kali and home Kali. So later on we will be seeing that how you can access all of these folders using this terminal window. So I'm going to show you how to find out the username that currently you are working on. Suppose that you are working on this particular system that you have here, but you don't know the username or you forget the username. So what is the command that you can use to see the username of this particular system? Suppose that, as you all know that in Linux, the one all powerful super user or system administrator is named as root, and it has all the system privileges needed to add users, change passwords, change privileges, and so on. So obviously you don't want just anyone to have the ability to make such changes. So you want someone who can be trusted and has proper knowledge of that operating system. So as a hacker, you usually need to have all those privileges to run the programs and commands you need. So many hacker tools won't work unless you have root privileges. So you will simply want to log in as a root user. So if you have forgotten whether you are a root user or another user, so you can use the command whoim to see which user you are logged in as. So what you need to do is, suppose that I'm in a scenario like I'm working on a desktop and I don't know the name of the user currently I'm working on. So what I can do here, but I know one command, with the help of that I can see the username of this particular system. So now let's see how we can work with this. Okay, so as we all know that for writing the command we need terminal. Okay, so what we need terminal. So this is very clear. For writing the command in the command line we need terminal. So as you all know that you can open terminal in two ways, from here or from here. Okay, so I'm going to open it, and for zooming in you all know that you need to press Ctrl and plus. So when you press Ctrl and plus simultaneously, you can see that it is zooming in. Now you can see that the text is now visible. Okay, so what you need to, as we all know that the scenario is like I don't know the username of this particular operating system. So how you can note that? Okay, so what you need to do here is simply type who am I. So this is the command. So now simply hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see that I am Kali. So this is the username. Suppose that you have logged in as a root user. So when you type who am I, so what it will return? It will simply return you root, because you are a root user and this is the username of this system. Okay, so currently I am not the root user, I am just another user. So the name of this particular user is Kali, so it will return Kali to you. So this is the basic quick lecture to find out who you are, and simply this is used for checking your login with who am I. In this lecture, we are going to see one of the most frequently used command and one of the most important command in Linux operating system. So the command name is change directory, which is also called as cd. So now let's start with that. Cd, what does it mean? Change directory, and directory is equal to folder. Okay, So as we all know that. So now, so simply it is used to change directories from the terminal. So if you want to change the directory from the terminal, so you simply use cd command. Okay, so if you want to see, suppose that I want to change the, suppose currently I'm working on, let's see, currently I'm working on which directory. So currently I'm working on home Kali. Now I want to change this particular directory into etc, which is nothing but it contains the Linux system configuration files. etc cd, I want to change it to etc. Okay, so I want to change directory to etc. So what does it mean? I want to change the directory to etc, and etc is the place where it contains the Linux system configuration files. What does it contain? It contains configuration files of Linux operating system. Now what you need to do here is simply, this will be the syntax cd, and this is the place, or this is the path where I want to go in. Okay, so now simply hit enter. So after hitting enter, you can see that you can see this particular thing. So this is indicating that currently I am on etc. So suppose that if you want to see, okay, so before going to it, I want to see I'm in it or not. So how you can see that? What you need to do here is simply type pwd and hit enter. So after hitting enter, you can see that currently I am in this particular directory, which is etc, which contains the Linux configuration files. Is this clear? Now I think this thing is very clear. Now guys, suppose that you want to go back, or in other words, I can say that suppose you want to move one level up, because initially we were in this. So this is one level up. This is the level. Okay, this is the level. Now you got into this particular directory. So this is one level down. Okay, this is one level down because you got here from here. Okay, so now suppose that you want to go back one level up. So how you can do that? Suppose that you want to go one level up. So what you need to do here is simply type cd and with this space 2 dots. So what it will do, it will move you one level up. After hitting enter, as you can see that we are inside the root of the file system. So we are in the place pwd. So after hitting enter, you can see that we are in this place. Okay, so this is how you can work with this. Suppose that you want to move 2 level up. So what you can do, you can use double dot. Suppose that you want to move 3 level up, you can do that. So this is how it works, and guys, I hope you understand this, and this is the most important command that you are going to use very frequently while using Linux operating system. I'm going to show you one more very important and very frequently used command, that is ls. ls is nothing but it is used to simply listing the content of a directory. Okay, so if you want to see the content of a directory like files and subdirectories, we can use ls, which is also called as list command. So this is very similar to the dir command in Windows operating system. So if you want to see the use of it, what you need to do here is simply type ls. So this is the basic syntax of this. Okay, so now let's see, we are in simply this directory. Okay, this directory. Now I want to see what this directory contains, what is the content of this directory. So what I need to do here is simply use ls. After doing ls, simply hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see that, these many folders are present here. So these are the folders that are present inside this root. Okay, so this is how you can list the present subdirectories or directories inside any particular directories. So this is how we can use list command. So now guys, I'm going to tell you, suppose that we are currently working on like change it to etc. Now hit enter. So currently I'm on etc. Now if you want to see, now I'm in etc. Now I want to see what does this particular etc, this folder contains inside it. So what I need to do is simply type ls and hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see that we are having these many files present here inside this etc directory. Okay, So this is how we can use ls. Okay guys, so suppose that if you want to get more information about the files and directories such as their permission, owner size, ownership name, size, and when they are simply last modified, and what you need to do here is simply add ls-l. Now what it will do, it will simply give you the owner name, size, and when they were last modified, everything about the files. So when you hit enter, as you can see that we are having this separate in tabular form information present here. Okay, so we are having all of these information regarding all of these files present here. So this is how list command useful. So what it will do, it will simply list the files present inside the any directory, and the second thing is, if you want to see more information about the directories present inside any particular directory, you need to use ls with -l. Is this clear? Now I want to get back by simply cd space double dot and hit enter. Now guys, what I want to clear all of these things. So one more command that I'm going to use here is clear. Okay, so it will clear whole screen. Okay, so now everything is cleared. So what I want to do here is I want to see what are the files present inside this current working directory, which is root. Now ls, hit enter. After hitting enter, as you can see, these many files are present here. Now I want to see more information, so I will add l. Now hit enter. So these are the files that are present inside here. But guys, one more important thing I want to say, that these are the files that are present here as visible to all. Suppose that if you want to see the hidden files, so what you can do here to see hidden files. So for hidden files, what you need to do here is simply use ls. Suppose that you are having one folder. Okay, if you want to see the content inside that folder, okay, what you have done, you simply use ls. So after using ls, you can see the content or the folders or directories present inside any particular directory. Okay, but if you want to see the hidden folders, hidden files, how many files are present inside the folders which are hidden? So how you can see that? Using the command line. So what you need to do here is simply type ls -l and adding a and simply hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see that we are having all the files present which were hidden in this case. Okay, so we are having all the files present which were hidden in that particular case. Now I want to move to cd etc. Now I want to see hidden files present inside this. So okay, sorry, let me do it again with the a and hit enter. After hitting enter, you can see that we are having these many files present inside this particular directory, and it contains all the hidden and visible files present inside this particular directory. So this is how you can use listing command. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you want to summarize this lecture, so what I will say, if you want to see folders inside the folders, you can use ls command. If you want to see more information about the folders present inside any particular folder, you can use ls-l. If you want to see hidden folders present inside any folder, simply use ls-la. So this will show you all the hidden files, all the visible files present inside any particular folder. We are going to learn one more very important command, that is getting help. Okay, so nearly every command and application, or we can say utility, has a dedicated help file in Linux. So that simply provide the guidance for how to use it. So for instance, if I needed help using the best wireless tool like aircrack-ng, so I could simply type aircrack, okay, spelling is correct, ng, and if I want help, so what I need to do here is simply use double hyphen with the word help. Okay, with the word help. So after hitting enter, as you can see that this is the description. When you scroll it up, this is the basic description you will find here after typing this particular command, which is aircrack _help. So what is the significance of using _l? Okay guys, so let me clear it first. Okay guys, suppose that this is the tool name air, and now I want to use like I just want to use with a simple with a single hyphen and help. So what we have here is, in the convention in Linux, it is to use a double dash before word option, and we can use single dash with a single letter option. So are you getting it? If not, so let me explain it. Suppose that you're using, this is, as we all know that help is a word. So what we need to use here is, as per the convention of Linux, we need to use double hyphen. Okay. Now suppose that if you're using only single word, which is help h, so as per the convention you need to use only single hyphen. Is this clear guys? You can use double hyphen help. In case of word, we need to use double hyphen. You should use single hyphen in case of a single word. Is this clear? Now guys, so when you enter simply command, you should see a short description. Like, let me do it again. You can see the short description of the tool and guidance on how to use it. So in some cases you can use simply again let me clear it. So you can use hyphen h, or you can also use hyphen question mark for getting help. Okay. Suppose that I want to check the description to how to use nmap. So what I can do now, let's try with hyphen h. Now hit enter. So after hit enter, as you can see that I'm having this description to how to use nmap. Okay, so now let's try with our older one, which is okay, nmap double hyphen help, and hit enter. So I'm getting the same result. Now let's try with our new one, which is nmap hyphen this. Now this is not working here. So unfortunately, although many applications supports all three options like this, these all are the three options. With the help of them, you can see the help description of any particular tool. But there is no guarantee the application you are using will or not. So if one option doesn't work, then simply try next one or another one. So in this particular case, in case of nmap, these two are working, but this is not working. So this is how you can play with all of these. Okay. So this is how you can get help from the file that is present inside any particular tool using this command, which is hyphen help h question mark. We are going to see alternative of help command, which is man command. Man is nothing but manual. So as we all know that most commands and applications have manual, or we can say man page, with more information such as description, synopsis of commands, or we can say applications. So you can view a man page by simply typing man before the command, utility, or application. So now let's try man command with the aircrack ng. Okay. So for that you need to open the command, which is terminal. Let me zoom in, and then what you need to do here is simply add man before the application name. Okay, aircraft ng. Is everything correct? Now hit enter. So after hitting enter, okay, after hitting enter, this will open the manual for aircrack ng. So providing you with more detailed information than the help screen. So you can scroll down with this manual file using the enter key, or using the scroll, which as you can see here. Okay, so this is how you can scroll up or scroll down. Okay, So now if you want to exit from this particular page, so what you need to do here is, as you can see, that manual page aircrackng line 25, press H for help or Q for quit. As you can see that we are having all the information present here, so we don't need to see help section. What we need to quit. So what you need to do here is simply press Q, and after pressing Q, as you can see that the page that you have opened is now closed. So this is how you can work with man command, which is manual command. We are going to start with finding stuff. So until you become familiar with Linux, it can be frustrating to find your way around. But knowledge of a few basic commands and techniques will go a long way towards making the command line much friendlier. So we have learned so many commands which we can use in terminal. So now let's start with one more very important command which is used to locate any file. Suppose that we are searching for the aircrackng. So what you need to do here is simply use a very basic command which is locate. So now let's see. So as I have told you, locate is used to find out anything. So this is probably the easiest command to use is locate. So followed by keyword denoting what it is you want to find. So this command will go through your entire file system and locate every occurrence of that word. So now how to write it? It is very important to understand the syntax. So locate, so this is nothing but this is the command and the application which you are wanting or the file which you are wanting to see, aircrackng. So after hitting enter, now let's see, after hitting enter, as you can see that this is not the very perfect command. However, sometimes the result of locate can be overwhelming, giving you too much information, as you can see here. Okay, so also locate uses a database that is usually only updated once a day. So if you have just created a file a few minutes ago, or we can say a few hours ago, it might not appear in this list until the next day because it simply updates the database once in a day. So it is worth knowing the disadvantage of these basic commands so you can better decide when best to use each one. So now let's see one more very important command which is useful in finding binaries. Okay, so let me clear it. So for clearing it, simply use clear. Now the command that I'm going to use here is where is. This is the command. So if you are looking for a binary file, so you can use the command where is to locate it. So this command returns not only the location of the binary but also its source and main page. Man page we have seen earlier. So if they are available. So now let's see where is for aircrackng, and I hit enter. So after hitting enter, in this case, where is returned just the aircrackng's binaries and man page rather than every occurrence of the word aircrackng. So this is much more efficient and illuminating, don't you think that? Yes, it is. So this is how you can decide which command you need for any particular work. Suppose that if you want to see whole everything about aircrackng, keyword aircrackng, so you need to use locate. Okay, suppose that you want to see only binaries, so there is no choice, you have to use where is. So this is how you can play with the we can say commands. So now guys, let's learn how to find binaries in the path variable with using which command. So how does it work? So the which command is even more specific. It only returns the location of the binaries in the path variable in Linux. So we will look more closely at the path variable in the upcoming lectures, or we can see in the upcoming sections. But for now, it is sufficient to know that path hold the directories in which the operating system looks for the commands you execute at the command line. For example, when I enter aircrack on the command line, so the operating system looks to the path variable to see in which directory it should look for aircrack. Okay, so now let's see with which aircrack ng, and now hit enter. So here which was able to find out the single binary file in the directory listed in the path variable. At the minimum, these directories usually include, you can see, a user bin, but may include user s bin, maybe a few other. So we are going to see all of these things path variable later on. As we all know that we have done with the find command, now it's time to see modifying files and directories. So when you have found your file and directories, now you will want to be able to perform access on them. So in the upcoming lectures, we look at how to create files and directories, copy files, rename files, and delete files and directories. So first of all, we are going to learn about creating files. So there are many ways to create file in Linux, but for now we will just look at two simple methods. The first one is cat. Cat is nothing but concatenate. So the meaning of concatenation is just to combine pieces together. So the cat command is generally used for displaying the contents of a file, but it can also be used to create small files. So for creating bigger files, it is better to enter the code in a text editor such as Vim, Leapad, or we are having so many text editors. So most popular ones are Vim and Leapad in Linux, and simply save the file. So now let's start with the first one. So the concatenation with the cat. So what does it mean? So the cat command followed by the file name will display the contents of the file. But to create a file, we follow the cat command with a redirect. Denotes that the symbol like cat, and this is the closing angular bracket. This is the redirect and the name of the file we want to create. So I want to create hacking file. Not hacking. Okay, hacking is very familiar name, so I'm going to give it hacking. So after this, when you enter, so when you enter, Linux will go into interactive mode and wait for you to start entering the content of the file. So this can be puzzling because the promote disappears, but if you simply begin typing, whatever you enter will go into the file. Suppose I'm entering here, hacking is the most demanding skill of the 21st century, and what I need to do is to exit, and to return to promote, what I need to do is simply Control D. Now hit enter. Okay, so now if you want to see the content of the file, what you need to do here is cat hacking file name and hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see that we are done with the adding text into the file, which is hacking is the most demanding skill of 21st century. So if you don't use the redirect symbol, so Linux will spit back the content of your file. So to add or append more content to a file, you can use the cat command with the double redirect. Double redirect means cat, this double redirect, and the file name which is hacking, and enter. So after this, everyone should learn hacking. Okay, so after this, simply what you need to do here is simply just do this, and again if you want to see the content, cat hacking. Okay, something went wrong. Okay, let me do it again. Now everyone should learn hacking. Okay, is this clear? Now let's try. Let's see the content. Now guys, as you can see that we are done with the content. So suppose that, okay, first of all let's talk about this. So we are able to add one more line into our file, which is everyone should learn hacking, and hacking is the most demanding skill of 21st century. Okay, suppose that guys, if you want to overwrite the file with new information, so you can simply use the cat command with a single redirect again. So how you can do that? Okay, so how you can do that? Simply use cat hacking file name to overwrite it and simply hit enter. So after hitting enter, now I want to IT is the future. IT is the future. Now let me do it. Now cat and a file name which is hacking, and hit enter. So as you can see that we are able to change or overwrite what was inside the file. Oh, okay, so it is now IT is the future. So this is how you can work with this. So what we have learned, we have learned how to create file using cat, how to add content inside it using cat hacking. Okay, so with the help of this you can create file and you can add content inside this. With the help of cat hacking you can display, you can see or display the content present inside this particular file. If you want, suppose if you want to add more lines, so you can use redirect symbol and you can see with the help of this. And suppose that you want to overwrite it, so you can use same command. Okay, hacking redirect, single redirect, and hacking, cat single redirect and hacking, like this. Okay, so one more command that is very useful to create the file, which is touch. So this command was originally developed so a user could simply touch a file to change some of its details, such as the date it was created or modified. However, if the file doesn't already exist, this command creates that file by default. So this is like, it is not meant for creating file, but if the file is not present, so it will create a new file for you. So how you can create the file? You need to simply use touch and new file. This is how you can do this. Now let me do it like file. Now hit enter. So after hitting enter, you can see that file. Now do ls. So after doing ls, as you can see that this is nothing but list. So you can see that we have successfully created the file which we have given there. Now we are having this files, we are able to now let's see the content inside the file. We are having nothing inside this particular file. So this is how you can work with this, and this is how you can create any particular file. We are going to create file using touch method. So this video is all about creation of files and doing something with the file. Okay, so we are going to learn about how to create a directory later in this video. So first of all, we are going to see how to create a file using touch command. So as we all know that we have learned about cat. So this is the second command for file creation, which is touch. So this command was originally developed so a user could simply touch a file to change some of its details, such as date it was created or modified. So however, if the file does not exist, so this command create that file by default. So now guys, let's see how we can create any file using touch. So now let's see, currently we are in home Kali. So here I'm going to create file which is using with the help of touch, and file name is new file. So this is the basic syntax. Okay, so after hitting enter, now the file is being created. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to use ls for list. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use L. So what it will do, so as you can see that I use ls-l to see the long list of the directories. Okay, so L is for long list of the directories. Okay, so after hitting enter, so I see that a new file has created with the name new file. Okay, so as you can see here, now when you notice here, the size is 0 because this file does not contains anything. That is why it is showing me that the size of this particular thing or file is 0. So this is how you can create a file using touch command. So guys, now let's learn about how to create a directory. Directory means folder. So as you can see that with the blue color, these are the directories. So now how to create directory in Kali Linux. So first of all, let's clear it. So after clearing it, so the command for creating a directory in Linux is mkdir, which is mkdir, make directory. Okay, so what it is, so a contraction of make directory to create a directory name. Now with the help of that mkdir, this is the way to write. So the name of the directory is new directory. Okay, so simply hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see that we have created this directory. Now as you can see that new directory. So guys, I want to navigate to new directory. So how I can navigate? Simply use cd change directory. Okay, cd, let me do it again, cd new directory. Now hit okay, now hit enter. Now as you can see that we are inside the new directory. Now I want to see what this particular directory contains. Now when I do ls, it is not containing anything right now. Okay, so now guys, the next thing that I'm going to teach you is how to copy file. So to copy file, we use command cp. Okay, so this creates a duplicate of the file in the new location and leaves the old one in place. So here we will create the old file in the root directory with touch command and copy it into root new directory, renaming it we can say renaming it in the process and leaving the original old file in place. Okay guys, so now let's get back cd. Now let's check where I am. So I'm in Kali, so let's clear this. So after clearing, now I'm going to create touch old file. So this is the file that I'm going to create. So after creating, now when you ls, as you can see that the file has been created, old file. Now I want to copy it, cp, okay, cp, and after cp I will provide the path where I want to copy this file with a new name. So I want to copy this file into directory and the name is new file. Now hit enter. So guys, as you can see that this is giving us error. So what is the problem here? First of all, I need to add the file name that I want to copy, which is old file. Okay, now let's check everything is fine. Now guys, what it is doing here, why this command is not running successfully? It is because I'm using root. Okay, so now guys, let's change root into home. Let's check, it is giving us error. Kali. Okay, now as you can see that we have successfully copied this particular file, which is old file, into the new directory. Now if you want to check what you need to do, so first of all let's understand why these commands are getting error. So the problem here is, now let's check from first one, cp root new directory file. So what it is doing here, it is doing nothing but it is saying that missing destination file operand after this. Okay, so this is why it is giving error, or I haven't, as you can see that we need to add old file here, but we haven't. Okay, we didn't. Okay, now let's check next one. So when I have added old file, but the problem here is we are currently not the root user, as you can see that Kali @Kali. So that is why it is throwing us an error. Now guys, when you see this particular command, which as you can see that, okay, when you see this command, so in this command what we did here is, now let's check this command. This command is also throwing us an error because when you touch file pwd, when you check like pwd in which directory currently you are working on, so like pwd, hit enter, as you can see that this is a directory where we are currently working on. So in this case I didn't added this Kali, so that is why it is throwing us error. Now let's check this one. So in this case, where it is, in this case, as you can see that we have added all the correct path, which is home, Kali, new directory, new file. So we have successfully created, we have successfully copied this particular old file into the new directory with the new name, new file. Okay, so now let's clear this all. After clearing this, now let's check. We are currently working on home Kali. Now is the things are very clear. Now let's check new directory. So I want to change the directory with the help of cd new directory, hit enter. Now currently I am in new directory. Now do ls. So as you can see that we are inside the new file. Now if you want to see the content, so it is containing nothing, that is why it is showing us nothing. So this is how you can copy file from one place to another place. Okay, now guys, let's learn renaming a file. So unfortunately Kali does not have a command intended solely for renaming a file, so as Windows and some other operating system do, but it does not have move command. Because it does have move command. So mv command can be used to move a file or directory to a new location, or simply to give an existing file a new name. So now let's repeat it again. Now I'm going to repeat it again. Kali does not have a command intended solely for renaming a file. So Kali does not have any command to rename a file. So as Windows and some other operating system has, like Mac and all. But if we talk about Linux, it does have mv command, which is move command. So the move command or mv command can be used to move a file or directory to a new location, or simply to give an existing file a new name. So to rename new file to suppose like this is the new file, now I want to rename it with the new file 2. So how you can do that? Simply use mv new file to new file 2. Now hit enter. Now let's do ls. So as you can see that we have successfully renamed this particular file. So now let's learn how to remove a file. How to remove a file. Okay, so currently we are in this directory, so as we all know that. So to remove a file, you can simply use rm command. So to move any file, we use mv command, and to remove any file, we use rm command. Now if you want to say it, simply use for remove rm command, remove new file 2. Now hit enter. Now let's do ls. As you can see, we are getting nothing. Okay, so this is how you can remove a file. Now guys, if you want to see how to remove a directory, so the command for removing a directory is simpler to rm command for removing file, but with dir, or we can say directory appended, like so. We use rm. Okay, what I'm going to do is cd. Okay, now let's clear it first. Now let's do this. Okay, so things are clear that we are having. Okay, so now let's try. So in case of we can say removing a directory, we can also use like this. Let's see it's gonna work or not. Directory, and when you hit enter, now guys, let's check is it working or not. As you can see that we have successfully removed new directory. So this is how you can use removing directory command. So guys, this is all about all the basic commands that you can use inside Kali Linux, or we can say Linux operating system. So these all are the basic commands that you must be aware about, because in this course we are going to see so many things related to Linux, related to these commands, related to anything that I have taught you. So guys, please be aware. Please keep repeating these commands. Please keep practicing these commands, because these commands will going to play very crucial role when it comes to Linux operating system, because Linux is not about graphical user interface. It's all about terminal. You are directly interacting with terminal with the help of commands, and as you can see that the commands make your work very easy, man, very easy. With the simple command you can create a folder, you can remove a folder, you can copy a folder, you can do anything with the commands. So this gonna be very we can say fun when you do practice, when you learn things. We are going to learn about how to be anonymous during using internet. So today nearly everything we do on the internet is tracked. Whoever is doing the tracking, whether it be Google tracking our online searches, website visits and email, or national security agency cataloging all our activities. Our every online move is being recorded, indexed and then mined for someone's benefit. So the average individual and the hacker in particular needs to understand how to limit this tracking and remains relatively anonymous on the web to limit this surveillance. All the techniques that we can use to become anonymous in internet. So guys, let's see how we can be anonymous. We are going to talk about anonymity. So before going into it, first let's discuss at high level some of the ways our activities on the internet are being tracked. So we won't go into all tracking methods or into too much details about any one method. So first, your IP address identifies you as you traverse the internet. Then data packet from your machine is generally tagged with your IP address, making your activities easy to track. Then second, Google and other email services will read your email's address and emails and looking for keywords to more efficiently serve you ads, as we all know that everyone is doing this. Although there are many more sophisticated methods that are far more time and resource intensive, these are the ones we try to prevent in this section. So now let's start by taking a look at how IP addresses give us away on the internet. So when you send a packet of data across the internet, it contains the IP addresses of the source and destination for the data. In this way, the packet knows where it is going and where to return the response. So each packet hops through multiple internet routers until it finds its destination and then hops back to the sender. So for general internet surfing, each hop is router the packet passes through to get its destination. Then there can be as many as 30 or we can say 20 to 30 hops between the senders and destination. But usually any packet will find its way to the destination in fewer than 15 hops. So as the packet traverses the internet, anyone intercepting the packets can see who sent it, where it has been and where it is going. So this is one way website can tell who you are and when arrive and log you in automatically. And it's also how someone can track where you have been on the internet. So this is how basically the tracking works on the internet. In 1990s, the US Office of Naval Research set out to develop a method for anonymously navigating the internet for spying purposes. So the plan was to set up a network of routers that was separate from the internet's routers. that could encrypt the traffic, and that only stores the unencrypted IP address of previous router, meaning all other router address along the way were encrypted. So the idea was that anyone watching the traffic could not determine the origin or destination of the data. This research became known as the Onion Router, or we can say the Tor project in 2002, not 19, in 2002. So it's now available to anyone to use for relatively safe and anonymous navigation to the web. So guys, let's see how Tor works. So we are having this whole, as you can see, that map, how it works. Okay, so guys, as you can see that, as we all know that packets sent over Tor are not sent over the regular router so closely monitored by so many, but rather are sent over a network of over 7,000 routers around the world. So thanks to the volunteers who allows their computers to be used by Tor. So on top of using totally separate router network, Tor encrypts the data. So suppose like we are having this example in which, as you can see that this computer is of Jeff and here we are having Mike. Okay, so guys, when Jeff wants to talk to Mike, he has to send the message, but he doesn't want message to be tracked. So what he used to do, he used Tor network. So what Tor network do? So let's understand that. So when he sends the data packet, so what data packet will contain IP address of destination and the IP address of the sender in the encrypted form. So when he sends the message, then as you can see that this is a symbol of encryption. So when it sends the message, so this will, suppose like this will route it to the node, which is the Tor node. So if he want to talk to his friend in normal internet, so what he can do here is he can send a message like this, and like this. So this is the way in normal internet he can send a message. But if he using Tor, so what he can do here is he sends the data packet, and data packet contains the IP address of destination and IP address of sender, and encrypts the data packet. So after encrypting data packet, it will go to the Tor node. So this is called as Tor node. So when the data packet reaches here, so this particular node will encrypt the data packet, decrypt the data packet, and after decrypting the data packet, what it will do, it will again encrypt the data packet with its IP address and the destination address. So when it will send the data packet, it will be again encrypted and received by the another Tor node. After that, this process will going on and the message will be sent to the mic. So what if someone traced this particular, suppose that if someone sitting in between these two computers and he intercept this particular data packet. So what he can see, he can only see the previous IP address of sending machine. Previous means this particular machine, but data packet is sent by this particular machine. So this is how he's safe. So he only knows the IP address of this particular machine, but the data was sent by this particular machine. So that is why how Tor is useful. So this is the way it works. Okay, it simply create the data packet inside this destination address, sender address, and that particular data packet is encrypted and it will send to the Tor node. So this is called as Tor node. So as we all know that there are 7,000 routers. So this will send to the Tor node, and after getting the data packet, Tor node will decrypt the data packet and it will simply give the sender's IP address and destination IP address, and again encrypt it and again send it to the next node, which as you can see here. And when here same process will goes on, and then Mike will receive the message. So this is how Tor works, and this is how you can work with it. So we are going to learn how to install Tor Browser inside the Kali Linux and take use of Tor Browser. So guys, for that you need to open your Kali Linux, and after that you need to navigate to terminal window. So when you hit enter, you can see that this is the terminal window that we have. So currently I am logged in as Carl user, I am not logged in as root user. Okay, so guys, here I am going to give some command, and after that command Tor is going to download the files inside my system. Okay, so for that you need to add, first of all, apt get install. As we all know, for installing any software we need to type these commands: Tor Browser launcher, and now hit enter. So what it is doing, okay, so it is asking for the permission, so we need to give it permission here. First of all, let's clear this, and again give permission here, sudo, and hit enter the password. And guys, as you can see that what it is saying here is Tor browser launcher is already installed, okay, in this newest version. Okay, so if you are using newest version, so Tor browser is already there. So what you need to do here is simply type here Tor. So after doing this, as you can see that we are having this Tor. So first of all, we need to terminate this, and let's back here and type here Tor. So this is the application menu. So after hitting on Tor, as you can see that it start downloading some files, and it's going to take some time. It's not going to take too much time. As you can see that the speed here, it depends upon your internet speed. So my internet speed is working very well. So now it is verifying the signature, and let's see what it is gonna do. So now it is installing. So this is after this process, we can take use of it, and it will take some time. So as we all know that how Tor browser works, and how root Tor nodes and decryption works inside it. So what it is asking here is click connect to Tor. So what we need to do here is simply click on connect, and after doing this, as you can see that please wait while establishing a connection to the Tor. So we need to wait till the completion of this whole line, and then we can move to the next menu. Okay, so after doing this, as you can see that we are having this Tor browser here. Now if you want to do anything, you can do here. Suppose that I want to go to google.com. Now hit enter. Let's see it is going to work or not. So in addition to being capable of accessing nearly any website on the traditional internet, so the Tor browser is capable of accessing the dark web also. So the website that make up the dark web requires anonymity, so they allow access only through the Tor browser, and they have addressed ending in .onion for their top level domain. So the dark web is infamous for illegal activities, but a number of legitimate services are also available there. So a word of caution here is, when accessing the dark web, you may come across material that many will find offensive. So take care of all of these things. And guys, I hope you understand how to use Tor, and you can use it any way you want. So this is all for this lecture. So the security concern here is that the intelligence and spy services of United States and other nations consider the Tor network as a threat to national security, believing such an anonymous network enables foreign governments and terrorists to communicate without being watched. So as a result, number of robust, ambitious research projects are working to break the anonymity of Tor. So Tor's anonymity has been broken before by these authorities and will likely be broken again and again. So the NSA, as one instance, running its own Tor routers, meaning that your traffic may be traversing the NSA's router when you use Tor. So if your traffic is existing NSA's router, and that is even worse because the exit router always knows your destination. So the NSA also has a method known as traffic correlation, which involves looking for a pattern in incoming and outgoing traffic that has been able to break Tor's anonymity. To these attempts to break Tor won't affect Tor effectiveness at obscuring your identity actually from commercial services such as Google. They may limit the browser's effectiveness in keeping you anonymous from spying agencies. So there is a third party role is being totally excluded. So now let's talk about what is proxy servers. So another strategy for achieving anonymity on the internet is to use proxies, which are intermediate systems that act as a middleman for traffic. So the user connects to a proxy and the traffic is given the IP address of the proxy before it's passed on. So when the traffic returns from the destination, the proxy sends the traffic back to the source. So in this way, traffic appears to come from the proxy and not originating IP address. So as you can see that, let's analyze this particular map here. So here is the user, okay, the user. So he want to be anonymous. So what he will do, he will send his traffic to the proxy and then to the server. So suppose that he sends, he want like google.com. So what he will do, he will send the IP address to the ISP, which is Internet Service Provider, and ISP will send the IP address to the proxy, and then proxy will send the IP address to the Google, and then Google will return, or we can say, response to their request, and then this cycle will goes on. So this is how it works. But if you talk about the normal case like this, in these cases, if you search for something, then ISP will send direct request to the google.com like server, and Google will definitely know the IP address of yours because the traffic is coming direct from your computer. But in case of proxy, we have this middleman, as you can see here. Okay, so this is how proxy works. So Kali Linux has an excellent proxy tool called proxy chains, so that you can set up to obscure your traffic. So now let's see how we can work with it. We are going to talk about some basics of networking. Basically, learning networking is very important because we all are connected with internet, or we can say in other terms, networking. So a network is a group of two or more devices that are connected to each other to share the data or share the resources. So a network contains a number of different computer systems that is connected by a physical or wireless connection like server or router. So here the router has direct access to the internet. As you can see here, we are having these many clients. These are the users. This is the router, and here we are having internet. So as you can see that router is in direct connection with the internet. Okay, so that is why it is saying that the router has direct access to the internet. So the devices can only connect to the internet through the router, or we can say access point. Suppose for example, the client or device connected to the network through Wi-Fi or Ethernet. So if the client opens up the browser and types google.com, then your computer will send a request to the router, okay, asking for google.com. Then the router will go to the internet and request google.com here. So router will receive the google.com from internet and then forward that particular request, or we can say response, to the computer. So now client can see google.com on the browser as a result. Okay, so this is how basically internet works in very basic manner. So in networking, devices on the same computer, or we can say network, communicate with each other using packets. So if you send a video, log in a website, sending chat messages, sending emails, all the data is sent as packet. So in networking, devices ensure that these packets go in the right direction using the MAC address. So each packet has the same MAC address and destination address, and it flows from source MAC address to destination MAC address. It is because suppose you're having this packet, you're chatting with your friend, you're having two packets. This is you and this is your friend. You're talking to each other. Now you send a message to your friend. So how your computer will know that this message should be sent to this person? By simply giving the source address, source MAC address, and destination MAC address. To this particular packet, what it will do, it will contain the source MAC address, which is your MAC address, and it will contain DM, which is destination MAC address, which is your friend MAC address. So this will direct this particular packet to the friend device, or we can say friend address. So this is how basically networking works in computer, and it is very important to understand if you're talking about hacking. When it comes to network penetration testing or network hacking, it is must. And if you're talking about ethical hacking like website hacking, computer hacking, system hacking, server hacking, and also network hacking, then it is also very important to understand networking, because we all are connected through internet, and internet is nothing but the networking, or we can say network. So this is how it works. We are going to learn about Wi-Fi. So before getting started into practicals, I would like you to tell you that the upcoming 2 or 3 videos is going to be very important for the deep understanding of the Wi-Fi and its security mechanism. So this video will take you through the beginning of Wi-Fi, how wireless interfaces works, how Wi-Fi is different and better from Bluetooth, and you will be learning very similarity between all of these devices. So I would like you to tell you that it is very important, because the build of a strong foundation in wireless networking raise your capabilities and will be helpful in your life, especially for its security related career. So now let's start and see what is Wi-Fi and how does it work. Okay. So Wi-Fi is the name of proper wireless networking technology that uses radio waves to propagate through air for providing high-speed internet and network connections, reducing uses of wires effectively. Then what is the need of Wi-Fi? It is very important to understand. So world has always been moving towards the better, and according to the statistics, it is clear that in the next 5 years, a large population will be using wireless devices for the purpose like storing data, streaming music, accessing high-speed internet, and many more things. So wireless technology not only saves the element used to manufacture the wires, but also provides way much lesser installation cost of the devices. Since there is no wire for we can say pre-device installation, but just some information to be registered, which is perhaps matter of the few minutes. So as we see today, wireless devices have become an essential part of our life. So over time, it is going to expand to as much people as it can. Hence, more wireless devices, more the vulnerabilities, and more the need of Wi-Fi security expert will be there. That is why it is very important to understand how Wi-Fi works, what is the need of Wi-Fi, and later on we are going to see some security mechanism that Wi-Fi uses. We are going to talk about encryption, why Wi-Fi uses encryption and why it is important to use. So for data security, Wi-Fi access point encrypts the data packets into a cryptographic algorithm to prevent hacking and other kinds of security breach of some extent. Though each of them have some sort of vulnerability, so before exploiting of those vulnerabilities, let us see the encryption types and their policies. So what kinds of encryption we have? Okay, so let me clear that WLAN means wireless local area network, that we are going to see later on. Okay, so now we are having first one WEP, which is wired equivalent privacy. Then we have WPA, which is Wi-Fi protected access, and the advanced version of this WPA2, which is Wi-Fi protected access 2. So all three protocols have their own encryption methods better than the previous one. So if you talk about WEP, so it uses RC4 algorithm for encrypting data packets. If we talk about WPA, it uses TCPIP encryption based on WEP. Now it's time to see what encryption method or algorithm WPA2 uses. So if you talk about WPA2, it uses AES, which is most secure and very difficult to break. Okay, So this is all about we are having encryption. So why there is need to be encrypting your data packets using some cryptographic algorithm? So in 1997, Wi-Fi Alliance released the first security standard for wireless networks, that is WEP. But sooner in 2001, WEP has broken twice, leading to the password recovery and hacking of the wireless networks. Then again in 2002, a security researcher discovered a security flaw in WEP. So WEP was broken beyond repair at this time. So this was the time IEEE committee said that they need to quick patch for WEP. Since 2003, WPA, an intermediate solution for WEP, was released. So WPA was supposed to run on the same hardware supported by WEP. All what one needed to do is a framework update. So some key things to be noted down here. WPA uses TCPIP encryption, which wraps up over the WEP packets to clean some vulnerabilities discovered earlier and provide a better security. So it was basically based on WEP. So hardware changes were not mandatory for WPA, as it was supposed to fix the vulnerability of the router that had already been shipped. So at the same time, Wi-Fi alliances start working on a much secure protocol, Wi-Fi, which was named as WPA2. So a year later, in September 2004, Wi-Fi Alliance released the most secure version of wireless security, which is WPA2. So this is why WPA2 is most secure. Okay. So how WPA2 is different from WPA? So there are some basic differences between both of them. So WPA2 uses AES for packet encryption. It is perhaps most secure encryption method available and broken at this particular time. So hardware changes are mandatory for running WPA2. And if we talk about released as a new standard for wireless devices, and from March 2006, WPA2 certification is mandatory for all new devices to bear the Wi-Fi trademark. So this is how encryption works, this is what encryption is, and this is what encryption contains inside it. We are going to talk about Internet Protocol addresses, which is also called as IP addresses. So Internet Protocol addresses makes the word go round, or at least enable us to email, Skype, navigate to the web, and many more things. So it is almost as important as world going around. So each digital device, it could be computer, laptop, phone, tablet, and many more, is assigned an IP address. And this is what enables us to communicate and connect with it. So imagine an IP address as similar to your house address. So without that particular address, no one could find you and send you mail. So the IP address system we are presently using in this particular time is IP version 4, which is also called as IPv4. So it is made up of 32-bit with having 4 octets, or we can say 4 group of 8 bits. So if you want to see it, you can see it here. We are having 4 octets, which is containing 8 bits, which means 1 byte. So this is the decimal representation of number 172, and this is the binary representation of this particular number, which is this. And this is for 16 and 254 and 1. So this is how IP version 4 or IPv4 address looks like. As you can see here, we are having 4 chunks of octet, which means 32, simply 32 bits. Okay. Now guys, if we talk about for instance, we're having this particular IP address. So each of the number between the period dot, which as you can see here, this is dot, this is dot, this is dot. Okay, so it is nothing but it is the decimal equivalent of 8 bits. So this means that we calculate the base 2 number that computers users represent by the 8 bits. and convert them into the decimal number that humans are more comfortable to working with. So each one of the octet is capable of holding 8 bits representing numbers within range of 0 to 255, which simply means that we are having this octet, this octet, this octet, and this octet. Okay, so every octet can contain only 0 to 255 numbers. Okay, so this is the range that we have here. Okay, so I think it is clear. So it is nothing but 2 to the power 8. Okay, so now guys, let's talk about some classes of addresses. So before going to classes of addresses, first of all, erase. Okay, so that it will look clear to us. Okay, now everything is fine. Now if we talk about the classes of IP addresses, so IP addresses are generally put into 3 classes. So as you can see that the first class that we have here is 0000 dot and 127.255.255 like this, and then we're having class number 2, this is the class, and then class this and this. So we're having all these kinds of class. So in the future lectures we are going to cover all these classes. Okay, so guys, if you want to understand what is private IP and what is public IP. So if you talk about public IP address, so what it is? So a computer on the internet is identified by a unique 32-bit address which we have seen. So public IP addresses are publicly registered with Network Information Center, which is also called as NIC, to avoid IP conflicts. So computer on router protected local area network need not to be accessed by the public. For the reason, NIC has reserved certain addresses that can never be registered publicly. So those are called as public IP. So if you talk about what is private IP, so if you talk about IP address of a computer inside VLAN, which is wireless local area network, which we have seen that 192.168.101. Okay, let me write it here so that it will be easy to understand. 192, sorry for the bad handwriting because I'm doing this with the help of my mouse. 168. The thing is, you need to understand what I want to teach you. Okay, so we are having this particular IP address. So certain addresses reserved by the NIC are divided into 3 classes. So now let's see what those classes are. Okay, so we are having these many classes. So the first class is called as class A. Okay, so the IP range, as you can see here, from here to here. So this is nothing but these particular class contains maximum host to 16.777.216 and use it for large network spread across countries. We are not country, it is for cities. Okay, then we are having, it is done. Then we are having class B. So range, as you can see here, this is the range of class B, and it is having maximum host around, let me write it here, let me write it for this first. Okay, 16.777. These are the number of hosts that can connect using this particular IP address. And then for this class B IP address, we are having 048 and 567. These are the maximum hosts, and it is used for networks like universities. These are simply reserved for the networks for the universities. Then we are having class B. So what is class B? So class B is having around maximum host of 65,536. Okay, I think things are visible to you. Okay, so this is nothing but this is perfect for the home routers. Okay, so we are having 3 classes. Now things are clear here. We are having 3 classes. The first class is for the a network is spread across the cities, and the second class, which is class B, is for the networks like universities, and then we are having class B, which is used for the home routers. Okay, so this concept is now clear. So private, so private IP addresses are assigned to the client devices connected to the router. So a client device can be your laptop, mobile, tablet, anything which is capable of wireless networking. Okay, so if you want to check IP address, so you can simply go to Google and simply type there my IP, then it will give you your public IP. Okay, it will give you your public IP. So this is how it looks like. This is how public and private IP assigned, and we have talked about all the classes that we have here and everything about IP address that we need to learn. We are going to talk about DHCP. So Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol assigns IP addresses dynamically. So Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol means DHCP. So this means that you do not have the same IP address all the time. So most of the time, these IP addresses assignments are on local area network. So remember that on local area networks, we use private IP addresses. So when each device is connected to the LAN, it must be request an IP address. So the device that simply sends the request to the DHCP servers. Then DHCP server will simply assign the IP address to it. So each time you connect to the LAN, you are likely to receive a different or dynamic IP address. But usually the range will be 192.168.0.02 to 192.168.255 to 255. So guys, if it is not readable, then I am going to read it. 192.168.0.0, and it will be till 192.168.255.25. So this is the range of DHCP when it comes to allotment of dynamic host configuration protocol, or we can say not configuration protocol, dynamic address allotment. In this lecture, we are going to talk about NAT, which is called as Network Address Translation. So Network Address Translation is a protocol whereby internal private IP addresses are translated to an external public IP addresses. That simply means if you are having internal private address, then it will convert it into public address, external public address. Okay, is this clear? So as we all know that IP addresses that can be routed through the internet to its destination. So remember that private IP addresses of the system inside the LAN cannot use their IP addresses on the internet because they are not unique. So as we all know that every LAN uses basically the same IP addresses inside their network. So now let's understand how does it work. So a NAT device accepts the requests traversed to the internet from the internal machine. So when any request come from any device, so what it will do, suppose that this particular device is requesting something to internet. So what it will do, it will send the request to this particular thing, which is router, and then it will send the request to the NAT. So what it is having private IP address. So after getting to the NAT is containing one table, and that particular table, what it will do, it will simply copy the this internal IP address which is private and convert this particular IP address to the external public IP address. After that, it will send the request to the internet, and after receiving the request to the destination, the destination packet will be released, or we can say in response it will send some packet from there. So after receiving the packet inside the NAT device, so what it will do, it will again go inside the table and it will check the particular IP address, which is external IP address, is associated with internal IP address. So after that, it will convert that external IP address into the internal private IP address, and after that it will send the response to this particular phone. So this is how basically it is working. So if you want to understand, so let me do it again. Okay, let me erase everything. Let me do it again so that it will be very easy to understand, because the working of NAT is very interesting. Okay, so as you can see that in this particular diagram, we are having two phones with private IP addresses behind the device that is serving as both NAT device and a router. Okay, so these are the two phones, which as you can see here. Okay, is this clear? So device uses their private IP addresses within the LAN, but when they want to communicate over the internet, okay, so the NAT device, as you can see that this is the NAT device. So NAT device translate it on the public IP address that are unique on the internet, and in this way the router along the way know exactly where to send the packet and where not. So this is how it basically works. So if you want to understand the general understanding of this, so generally how NAT works, so this was all about this particular diagram. So if you want to learn how basically NAT work, so the NAT device accepts a request to traverse the internet from an internal machine. Then it simply records the machine's IP address in the table and convert the IP address to the external IP address of the router. So when the packet returns from its destination, the NAT device looks into its safe table for original request and forward on the packet to the internal IP address of the system that made the original request within the LAN. So when working properly, the individual system and users don't even realize this translation is taking place. So this is very easy and very important to understand. So guys, this is how NAT works. We are going to talk about ports. So ports are kind of sub-address. So the IP address is the primary address and the ports are the sub-address. So you can think of IP address as the street address of a building and then the port address as the apartment number. So I need the street address to get to the right building, but I need the apartment address to find who I am looking for. So this is the same with the ports. So the IP address gets us to right machine, but the ports take us to the correct services, says like HTTP on port 80. So there are total 65,536 ports available here. So the first 1024 are generally referred to as the common port, and people obviously don't remember all 65,536 ports or even 1024 most common ports. So as a hacker, security engineer or network engineer, though there are few ports that you should know by heart. So as you can see that this is the list. So port number 20 uses FTP uses port number 20, and here we can see FTP for 21 also, SSH on 22, Telnet 23, SMTP 25, DNS 53, and TFTP for 69, and HTTP 80, and Kerberos for 88, and syslog. And as you can see that we are having so many ports and all the ports are here. So this is how ports work. So we are going to see each and everything later on in this course, how we can search ports and how does all the things works together. we are going to talk about TCP and IP. So to become a proficient hacker, forensic investigator, or simply be a good network engineer, you should understand the structure and anatomy of these protocols. From my experience, many professionals in these fields do not understand the basics of TCP/IP, which means that you will definitely have an advantage over them if you do understand TCP/IP. So when to create a new hacking tool or investigate a network attack, understanding these protocols and their fields is very essential. Otherwise, you will be simply wasting your time. So guys, let's see what is a protocol. So a protocol simply defines a way of communication with all its rules. So these rules are usually defined as requests for comments. So there are many protocols in use on the internet. So these include TCP, IP, UDP, FTP, HTTP, SMTP and many more. So each has its own set of rules that must be compiled with in order to communicate effectively. So probably the two most important protocols for use over the internet are IP and TCP. So now let's take a look at each one of these. So first of all, we are going to talk about internet protocol. So before doing it, let me select this. Okay. So internet or IP. So internet protocol and IP. So IP is the protocol that is used to define the source and destination IP address of a packet as it traverses the internet. So it is often used in conjunction with other protocols such as TCP, hence the often used conjunction TCP/IP. So now let's take a look at an IP packet header and see what information it contains that can be useful to a aspiring hacker or a forensic investigator. So as you can see that this is the data packet header. So guys, if we talk about the row 1, if we talk about this, it contains version. So version, this simply defines the version of IP. Either it will be v4 or v6. Then we are having IHL, which is header length. So this simply defines the header length. Then we are having type of service, which is called as TOS. So this defines the type of service of this packet. So these includes minimized delay, minimize throughput, minimize reliability, and minimize, we can say, more cost. Okay. So then we are having total length. So what it is? So total length simply defines the total length of IP datagrams, including the data or the fragments. Okay. So its maximum value is like 65535. Okay. Then let's talk about row number 2, which we have here. So first thing that we have here is identification. So this field uniquely identifies each packet. It can be critical in resembling fragmented packets. Then we are having IP flag. So this field defines whether a packet is fragmented or not, which is called as D. Okay. So the manipulation of the field can be used to invade IDS and firewalls. So guys, next we are having fragment offset. So this field is used when packets are fragmented. It defines where the packet should be reassembled from the beginning of the IP header. Okay, is this clear? Now, let's talk about row number 3. So here we are having TTL, which is called as time to live. So this defines how many hops across the internet before the packet expires. So it varies by operating system, making it useful to identify the OS of the sender. Then we are having protocol. So this field defines what protocol is being used with IP. So most often it will be 6 or TCP or 1 or ICMP, 17 for UDP, among others. Then we are having header checksum. So what it is? So this is an error checking field. It calculates the checksum to determine the integrity of the data in the header. So now let's talk about row number 4 and row number 5. So here we are having source and destination. So these rows of the IP header are probably the most important part of the header as it contains the source and destination IP address. Okay. Then we are having row number 6, which is very important, and the last row here. Okay. Row number 6. So it contains options. So this field is variable length and it uses its option. And then we are having padding also here. So what padding is? So padding, this field is used to fill out, if necessary, the remaining bits and bytes of the header. So this is all about Internet Protocol. Now let's talk about Transmission Control Protocol, which is TCP. So we are having this TCP header. So now let's start with the row number 1. So this is the row number 1. Okay. So row number 1, it is containing source port and destination port. So probably most importantly, these are the source port and destination ports. So these fields determines what port the communication came from and where it is going. Then we are having row number 2, which is sequence number. So the sequence number is generated by the source machine's TCP stack and is used to make certain that packets are arranged in the proper sequence when they arrive. So it is also important in defeating man-in-the-middle attack. Then let's talk about row number 3, which is acknowledgement number. So this is an echo of the sequence number sent by the receiving system. It is basically says that I received the packet with the sequence. So in this way, the sender knows that the packet arrived. If the sender does not receive an acknowledgement number back in the fixed amount of time, it will be resend the packet to make certain receivers get the packet. In this way, TCP is reliable. Then we are having row number 4, which is containing so many things. So row number 4 has some critical information. So now let's skip the data offset and result fields, and that takes us to 8 wide near the middle of the 4th row. So these are the infamous flag of the 3-way handshake and map scan also. So the first 2 bit, which as you can see is CWR and ECE. So are beyond the scope of this particular lesson because they are too complicated. Then next 6 bits are URG, ACK, PSH, RST, SYN and FIN. So now let's see each one of them in very detailed manner. So what is sync? Sync is nothing but it is the opening of a new connection. What is SYN? We have talked about this. Then what is FIN? FIN, it is the normal and soft closing of the connection. Then we are having ACK. So the acknowledgement of a packet, all packets after the 3-way handshake should have this bit set. Then we are having RST, which is here. So the hard close of a connection and usually used to communicate that the packet has arrived at the wrong port or IP. Then we are having URG, which is URG. So this flag indicates that the following data is urgent. Then we are having at the end, last but not the least, push, which is PSH. So push the data, it will push the data past the buffer to the application. So this is how it all works. We have talked about checksum, padding, options, and urgent pointer in IP protocol section. So guys, this is all about TCPIP, how it works, what are the protocols and what are the header of these protocols. We are going to learn about some basics of network. So understanding networking is a very crucial for any aspiring hacker. In many situations, you will be hacking something over a network, and a good hacker needs to know how to connect to and interact with that particular network. For example, like you may need to connect to a computer with your IP address, or we can say IP protocol, which is hidden from view. Or you may need to redirect a target's domain name system query to your system. So these kinds of tasks are relatively very simple but require some little Linux network how to do it. So this section will show you some essential Linux tool for analyzing and managing networks during your hacking adventures. So now let's see how we can work with the network. Now let's see how to analyze network using some commands. Today we are going to talk about one of the most basic tool for examining and interacting with the active network interface, which is ifconfig command. So you can use it to query your active network connections by simply entering ifconfig command in the terminal. So now let's see how we can work with it. Okay, so before know how it works, first we need to check we are connected with our Wi-Fi adapter or not. So for that you need to check with your devices. So here at the top you can see devices. So when you click on devices you can see USB. Okay, so when you click on USB, as you can see that I'm using Atheros UB91C. So this is connected with my Kali. Okay, so there is no need to connect. If it is not connected, then simply click on any one of them what you have and it will automatically connected with your network, or we can say Kali. If it doesn't work, so then what you need to do here is you need to get back to your VirtualBox and then simply click on Kali and settings. So when you click on Kali and settings, so you will find here USB. So when you click on USB, as you can see that I am having Atheros UB91C, which is connected here. Now if you're not having anything here, so what you need to do here is simply click on here, which is add new. So when you click here you can find that these many adapters that you have here, so you can select from here whichever adapter you are using. Okay, so I'm using Atheros, so I have selected Atheros. Okay, so after selecting all these, simply click on OK, so it will automatically select it. Now guys, let's back to our Kali. So now we are having Kali. Now let's analyze and see how ifconfig command works. Okay, simply type ifconfig in the terminal window. So this is the terminal that we have here, and if you want to zoom in, simply click Control and plus simultaneously and then simply hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can find that we are having this as output. Okay, so the command ifconfig shows some very useful information about the active network interfaces on the system. So at the top here you can see that the output is the name of the first detected interface. So Eth0 we are having here, which is a short form of Ethernet 0. So this is the first wired network connection. If there were more wired Ethernet interfaces, then they would show up in the output using the same format like Eth1, Eth2 and so on. So the type of network being used is Ethernet, is listed next. Okay, so now guys, let's analyze what it contains. So here we are having in the second line, we are having this is the IP address of this particular network interface. Okay, then we are having net mask address. Okay, so guys, let's see what is netmask address. So net mask address nothing but which is used to determine what part of the IP address is connected to the local network. Okay, now then we are having broadcast network here. So now what is broadcast network or broadcast address here? So what it is? So broadcast address is used, simply we can say broadcast, which is the address used to send out information to all IPs on the subnet. Okay, so this is how broadcast works, netmask, and this is the IP address. Okay, so guys, in the next section we are having LO. So what does it mean? So guys, this simply means that loopback address, or we can say local host address. So this is a special software address that connects you to your system. Okay, so software and services not running on your system cannot use it. You would use LO to test something on your system, such as your own web server, and the local host is generally represented with the IP address of 127.0.0.1. Okay, so in the third section, which as you can see, WLAN 0. So this simply appears if you have any wireless interface or adapter, as I do here. So it is showing here. So note that it also displays the MAC address of the device, which as you can see here, this is the MAC address. And if you talk about the MAC address of this H0, so you can find here MAC address also called as hardware address, which is unique. Okay, so we are having MAC address of this particular device also here. So guys, this is how if config command works. So this what this particular command do. So this particular command is used to simply check how to examine and interact with the active networks interfaces. What are the active networks that we have, okay, and what are the interfaces that we have. It will tell us about all of them, okay. So guys, this is how if config work. Going to learn about one more very important command that we are going to use very frequently in this course. So if you have a wireless adapter, so you can use iwconfig command to gather crucial information for wireless hacking, such as adapter's IP address, its MAC address, what mode it is working on, and many more things. So the information you can glean from this command is particularly important when you are using wireless hacking tools like AirCrack-NG. So now guys, let's see how we can work with this particular thing, okay. So what you need to do here, simply open the terminal and simply type iwconfig and hit enter. So guys, after hitting enter, so the output here tells us that the only network interface with wireless extension is VLAN 0, okay, so which is what we simply expect. So neither LO nor H0 have any wireless extension, that is why they are completely blank. So now we are having these main information that our Wi-Fi adapters, that this particular command that it is giving us, okay. So we are having these main information. So now guys, let's learn about them and let's see what they are telling us. So as you can see that we are having mode here managed. So what this means, so guys, manage mode means it is currently in normal mode. So if you want to do packet injection, if you want to capture the request or packets in the air, so it must be in monitor mode. So this particular Wi-Fi adapter is capable of monitor mode. So we are going to see how to convert the mode from manage to monitor later on in this section, okay. So then we are having access point which is not associated. So we're having access point which is not associated, that we are going to see later on in this course. And then we are having power here. Power is 20 dBm, which is nothing but the signal, that also we are going to see later on in this course. So this is basically about iwconfig. So later on we are going to learn about all of these things in very deep manner when we are going to penetrate into network, okay. So guys, this is how iwconfig command is work, and this is how you can take advantage by simply typing iwconfig and see what are the information wireless extension is having inside it. We are going to change some network information, okay. So being able to change your IP address and other network information is a useful skill, because it will help you to access other networks while appearing as a trusted device on those networks. So for example, in denial of service attack, you can spoof your IP so that the attack appears to come from another source. So simply thus helping you invade in IP capturing during forensic analysis. So this is relatively simple task in Linux, and it is done with the ifconfig command. So first of all, we are going to learn how to change the IP address, okay. So before going to change IP address, let's check what is the current IP address of this particular interface, that is H0. So current IP address is 10.0.2.8. So this is the IP address that we have here, okay. So to change your IP address, simply enter ifconfig command followed by interface you want to reassign and the new IP address you want to assign to that interface, okay. So now let's clear this, okay. Ifconfig command followed by the interface, that is H0, and then the IP address that you want to allot to it. So I want to allot 192.168.181 like 115. So this is IP address that I want to allot, okay. So when you do this correctly, okay, the operation is not permitted, okay. So currently we are not the root user, that is why we need to add sudo in the starting, okay. Sudo. Now hit enter. So it will ask for the password. Simply give password Kali and hit enter. So after hitting enter, if you done everything correctly, then Linux will simply return the command prompt and say nothing. So this is good thing. Okay, so when you simply again check your network connection with if config, so here you can check that your IP address is now changed, which is 192.168.181.115, which is same as this one. Okay, so this is how you can change the IP address. Now it's time to see how to change the net mask address, which is here, and the broadcast address. So you need to check what is the network and what is the broadcast address that we have here. Okay, so now let's learn how we can change both of these addresses. Okay, so first of all, clear this, and in order to change with this particular addresses, you need to again use if config followed by the interface, which is H0 IP address. This is IP address and simply net mask, so which is very easy to change, and give the new net mask address here. So this is a new net mask address, and if you want to change the broadcast address, then simply type broadcast followed with the new address, which is 192.168.5. So this is the address that I want to allot. Okay, simply hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see that this is not permitted. Okay, so how you can do it? You are very smart now. You all know how to do it. Simply add sudo. Hit enter. Now Kali is doing nothing here. So this means that everything has been changed. Okay, so now let's type if config and hit enter. So after hitting enter, you can check the IP address that we have here is 192.168.181.115. Yes, it is correct. Okay, then let's check net mask address. Okay, earlier it was something else, but this time it is having 255.255.0.1. and then let's check broadcast address. So broadcast address is again same. So this is how you can change the network information using if config command. We are going to see what is WEP, which is wired equivalent privacy. So as we all know that it is the oldest one and it can be easily broken. So WEP uses algorithm called RC4 encryption, which as you can see here. Okay, so in this algorithm, each packet is encrypted at the router or access point and then sent out into the air. So once the client receives this packet, the client will be able to transform it back to its original form because it has the key. So in other words, we can say that the router encrypts the packets and send it, and the client receives the packet and decrypt it. So the same happens if the client sends something to the router. So it will first encrypt the packet using a key and send it to the router, and the router will be able to decrypt it because it has the key. So in this process, if a hacker captures the packet in the middle, then they will get the packet, but they would not be able to see the content of the packet because they do not have the key. So each packet that is sent into the air has a unique key stream. So the unique key stream is generated using 24-bit initialization vector, which as you can see here, 24-bit IV plus key. Okay, so an initialization vector is a random number that is sent into each packet in a plain text form, which is not encrypted. So if someone captures the packet, they will not be able to read the packet content because it is encrypted, but they can read the what it is IV in the plain text form because it is not encrypted. Okay, is this clear? Which as you can see here, we are having this key which is IV and it is going in plain text. Okay, so the weakness with the IV is that it is sent in a plain text and it is very short, which is only 24-bit. So in a busy network, there will be a large number of packets sent in the air. So at this time, 24-bit number is not big enough. So the IV will start repeating on a busy network. So the repeated IVs can be used to determine the key stream. So this makes WEP vulnerable to statistical attack. So simply in order to determine the key stream, we can use a tool called AirCrack. So this tool is used to determine the key stream. So once we have enough repeated IVs, then it will also be able to crack WEP and give us the key to the networks, which we are going to see very soon in this section. So this is all about how WEP works and what it is. We are going to learn about how to change the mode of our Wi-Fi adapter. So this is the first step to put your wireless card into monitor mode. So in monitor mode, your card can listen to every packet that is around us. So by default, the mode of our wireless device is set to managed mode. That means our wireless device will only capture packets that have our device MAC address as the destination MAC address. So it will only capture packets that are actually directly to our Kali machine. But we want to capture all the packets that are within our range, even if the destination MAC address is not our MAC address. So guys, let's see how we can do that. So in order to do that, we need to set our mode to monitor mode. So let's see how we can change the mode of our Wi-Fi adapter. Okay, for that you need to open the terminal window, which as you can see here. Now let's zoom here, and the first step is that you need to connect your Wi-Fi adapter with the device in which you are using Kali Linux. So after connecting, so you can see that in devices in USB, you can see that I'm having HROS UB91C. So this is the adapter that I'm using. Okay, so you need to select your adapter, and after this, just close this, and in order to check it is connected or not, simply give if config and hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see that VLAN 0, that means WLAN 0, that means we have successfully connected with our Wi-Fi adapter. So now let's check how we can actually work with it. Okay, so first of all, let's clear this particular screen, and the first command that I'm going to give here is if config name of our Wi-Fi interface and simply down. So what it will do, it will disable the manage mode. Okay, after hitting enter, it is not throwing any error. That means everything is going fine. Then the next command I'm going to give here is IW. Okay guys, so let me show you if config VLAN up, first of all up, and then I'm going to show you in which mode currently my device is on. Okay, simply give IW config and hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see that mode is equal to manage. That means we need to change the mode to monitor. Okay, so now let's do it. So this is important to show you, that is why I have stopped all the process. Now let's see again. Simply if config interface name down, so it will down, and then the next command IW config VLAN 0 mode is monitor. Okay, so this command is used to enable the monitor mode. Now hit enter. After hitting enter, no error, that means everything is going very fine. So the next command that I'm going to give here is if config VLAN, now it's time to up our interface. Now hit enter. So now as you can see that it is working. Now everything is going fine. Now our device is now up. Okay, so now let's check by giving IW config command. Let's check in which mode currently it is on. Okay, so IW config VLAN 0. Now hit enter. So as you can see that after hitting enter, we are having mode is equal to monitor. Okay, so this means that we have successfully changed our monitor mode, manage mode to monitor mode. So as we all know that we have convert, or we have changed the mode as monitor mode. So now we are able to capture all the Wi-Fi packets that are within our range, even if the packets are not directed to our computer or even without knowing the password of the target. Okay, so for that we need a program that can capture the packets for us. So this program we are going to use here is arrow-dump-ng. So now let's see how we can work with it. We are going to learn about what is arrow-dump-ng. So arrow-dump-ng is used to list all the networks around us and display useful information about them. So it is a packet sniffer. So it is basically designed to capture all the packets that are around us while we are in monitor mode. So we can run it against all the networks around us and collect useful information like the MAC address, channel name, encryption type, number of clients connected to that particular network, and then start targeting to the network, or we can say target network. So we can also run it against certain access points so that we will only capture packets from a certain Wi-Fi network. So now let's check how we can take use of this particular tool. So in order to run this, what you need to do here is, first of all, you need to check your Wi-Fi adapter is in monitor mode or not. So for that you need to type iw config and hit enter. After hitting enter, as you can see that currently we are in monitor mode. That's very well. Now let's clear the screen and then type arrow-dump-ng in order to run this, and interface name which is LAN 0. After doing this, now let's hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see that it is capturing the packet, and all the information that you can see here is everything that it has collected. Okay, so now guys, as you can see that we are having so many values here, so we are going to talk about all of them one by one. So first of all, let's check what is BSSID. Okay, what is BSSID? So BSSID nothing but it is the MAC address of the network. Okay, so as you can see that this is the MAC address that we have of this particular device, and this is the MAC address of this particular device, and these all are the MAC address. So BSSID contains the MAC address. Okay, then we are having PWR. So this is nothing but power. So this shows the signal strength of the network. So the higher the number of strength, then better will be the signal. Okay, then again we are having beacons. So beacons are the frames sent by the network in order to broadcast its existence. Okay, then we are having data. So what is data? Data is nothing but it shows the number of data packets or the number of data frames that currently sharing. Okay, then we are having this which is /s. So this shows the number of data packets that we collected in the past 10 seconds. So we have not collected anything, that is why it is showing us 0. Okay, so now let's talk about what is CH. So as the name suggesting, it stands for channel. So it shows that in which channel the network works on. Okay, so the channel number of this particular network, which is Nokia 8.1, is 13, 10 for Parihar, 3 for RL2.4G, and 11 for TP-Link B297, and 2 for just loading. Then we are having ENC. So what it is? ENC shows the encryption. What kind of encryption network is using? It can be WEP, OPN is for open, WPA and WPA2. So in our case, we are having WPA2, WPA2 and WEP, WPA2, WPA2. Okay, so then we are having one more field which is cipher. So what it is? Cipher shows the cipher used in the network. What kind of cipher is used inside the network? It is used for that is why it is present here. Then we are having auth. It shows that the authentication used on the network, which kind of authentication is used in the network, and at the end we are having ESSID, which is nothing but the name of the network that you can see here. So guys, this is how it works, and this is how you can capture the packet in the air using your Wi-Fi adapter. Now it's time to see what is web cracking. In order to crack web, which is also called as WEP, we need to first capture the large number of packets. That means we can capture a large number of IVs. Once we have done that, we will use a tool called aircrack-ng. This tool will be able to use statistical attack to determine the key stream and the web key for the target network. So this method is going to be better when we have more than 2 packets, and our chances of breaking the key will be higher. So now let's look at the most basic case of cracking web key. So to do this, we will set Wi-Fi card in monitor mode. So first check it. Okay, so we are having VLAN 0. Okay, so this is in monitor mode. Clear this. Okay, so we have complete this step. So the next step is we are going to launch arrow dump. So how we can launch arrow dump? Arrow dump ng interface name. Hit enter. So as you can see that we are having these many networks around us. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to see for this network, which is web. Okay, so I'm going to open a new screen again, or new window. Here I'm going to give command like, okay, I'm going to give command here, arrow dump ng --bssid, and the name of bssid of the Wi-Fi router. So hyphen 1C 18 4A 2E DC B0. So this is the BSSID of the Wi-Fi, and then we are going to give channel, which is here is 3. Okay, so the next thing we are going to write here is hyphen. Right, so what this will do? So this will simply store all the packets that we capture into a file, which is web. Okay, now the name of the file will be like web. Okay, web 98 VLAN 0, and hit enter. So after hitting enter, it will be start storing all the data packets into that file. So it will take around 1 to 2 hours depending upon your data, your traffic. Okay, so I have already stored all the packets in one file. So I'm going to show you how you can crack it. Okay, now let's open one window again. It is looking like very messy. Don't worry, ls. So I'm having this file here, web-01 cap. Okay, copy, clear the screen, and now I'm going to run aircrack. This is the tool. Okay, now the file I'm going to paste here. Okay, and I think everything is correct. Now hit enter. So as you can see that after analyzing all the stored data packet, now it is having our key, which is the password of Wi-Fi. So the password here is 12345 So when you enter this password to the particular Wi-Fi key field, so you will automatically get inside that particular network. So this is how you can crack WEP network using this method. We are going to see what is fake authentication attack. In the previous we saw how easy it is to crack a web key on a busy network. In a busy network, the number of data increases very fast. One problem that we could face is if the network is not busy. If the network is not busy, the number of data will be increased very slowly. At that time, we are going to fake as an access point that doesn't have any client connected to it, or an access point that has a client connected to it. But the client is not using the network as heavily as the client in the previous lecture. So now let's look at an example. Now we will run arrow dump. So as you can see that I'm going to terminate this process. I'm going to run arrow dump and hit enter. So as you can see that we are having this particular AP. Okay, so the same AP that we have used before, but the difference is that we have disconnected the clients that were connected to this attack. As we can see here that in the client area, there is no client connected and the data is about to 0 and it didn't even go to 1. So the next thing that I'm going to do is to solve this problem. What we can do is inject packet into the traffic. When we do this, we can force the access point to create a new packet with the new IV which is in them and then capture these IVs. But we have to authenticate our device with the target AP before we can inject packets. Access points have list of all the devices that are connected to them, and they can ignore any packet that come from a device that is not connected. If a device that doesn't have any key tries to send a packet to the router will just ignore all the packets and it won't even try to see what is inside it. Before we can inject packets into a router, we have to authenticate ourselves with the router. So to do this, we are going to use fake authentication method. So in the previous lecture, we already executed arrow dump. So now let's see how we can use fake authentication. Now we can see that auth has no value here. Okay, it is having no value here. Once we have done fake authentication, we will see an OPN, which is also called as open, shows up there, which will means that we have successfully falsely authenticate our device with the target AP. Now we are going to use the command for doing all this step or all this process is airplay ng -- fake auth 0 a and the BSS ID of the Wi-Fi router, which is this. Okay, now 2E DC B0. So this is the BSS ID of the Wi-Fi router. So the next thing is -h, and here we need to write our interface MAC address. So how you can write it? You can simply type if config LAN 0 and hit enter. Okay, if config LAN 0 router. Okay, so something is okay. IW config first. Yes, my mode is connected. Now let's try to do if config LAN 0. Everything is correct. Flag LAN 0 is this, and this is correct. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, and in case here 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, so this is our MAC address. Okay, so now let's copy, okay, and get back to our command line. Now let's paste it here, and the thing that you need to fix here is just change hyphen with this particular symbol. Okay, so now everything is clear. The next thing, land 0, okay, and hit enter. So as you can see that in the case of here, auth is OPN. So before doing this, I want to first show you or tell you that what each command means here, because it is very important to understand what you are doing and why you are doing. So with AirPlay, we are going to use fake attack. Is this clear? Yes, this is clear. Now here, what I'm going to do here is in this attack, we include the type of attack and the number of packets that we want to send, which is --fake auth. So we are going to use -a here, okay, -a to include the target network, which is this, okay, which is this, okay. Now after this, we are going to add -h to include the MAC address of our interface, and then this is the name of interface. So now as you can see that auth is open, so this is our target that we want to achieve. So this is how you can do this, okay. Now from the next lecture onwards, we are going to see what is ARP request replay attack. So I think you all guys are enjoying all these things. We are going to see what is ARP request replay attack. So AP now accepts packets that we send to it because we have successfully associated ourselves with it by using fake authentication attack. We are now ready to inject packet into the AP and make the data increase very quickly in order to decrypt the web key. ARP request replays in the first method of packet injection. In this method, we are going to wait for the AP packet and capture the packet and inject into the traffic. Once we do this, the AP will be forced to create a new packet with the new IVs. We will capture the new packet, inject it back into the traffic again, and force the AP to create another packet with another IV. We will be repeating this process until the amount of data is high enough to crack the WEP key. So now what we are going to do here is we are going to open a new window first. Okay, so we are going to write the command here, arrow dump ng, okay, arrow dump ng bssid and okay, arrow dump ng bssid is this. I don't want to write it again and again, so that's why I use this method. And the channel is I think 3, yes it is 3, channel name is 3, and hyphen right. Okay, so ARP request test VLAN 0. Now, so we are going to add -right command to store all the packets that we capture into a file, which is ARP request reply test. So when it runs, we will see that the target network has 0 data. It has no client associated with it and there is no traffic going through, which means it is not useful. We can't crack it for key. Okay, so to solve this problem, we are going to perform a fake authentication attack as shown in the section, so that we can start injecting packets into the network, so it will accept them. So that led us to our next step, which is ARP request reply step. And in this step, we will inject packet into the target network, forcing it to create new packet with new IVs. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to simply, okay, one more time, I'm going to open one more window. Okay, so the command that I'm going to use here is, the command will be same, but the different here is simply ARP replay. Okay, ARP replay, and in place of A, I'm going to use B, and rest of the thing will be, yes, okay, rest of the thing will be same. So this command is very similar to the previous command that we have used in our last lecture, but we are going to use ARP reply instead of fake auth. We will also include -b for BSS ID, and with the command we are going to wait for an ARP packet, capture it, and then re-inject into out the air, and we can then see that we have captured an ARP packet and inject it, capture another, inject into the traffic, and so on. So the AP that create new packet with new IVs, we receive them, we inject them again, and this happen over and over again. After executing this command, as you can see that this will be the result. So at this time, the wireless adapter LAN 0 is waiting for ARP request or ARP packet actually. Once there is an ARP packet transmitted in the network, it is going to capture the packet and then retransmit it. And once it has done, the access point will be forced to generate a new packet with a new IV, and we will capture, and we will keep doing this since the access point will continuously generate the new packets with new IVs. So the amount of data reaches around 9,000 or above, we can launch the AirCrackNG to crack it. So we have to wait till the completion to around 10,000. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pause this video here, and then we will see how to see after completion of all the packets, then we will see how to use AirCrackNG. Okay, now the process has done. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the terminal window again, and I'm going to run the command for getting the key. So before going to use that particular command, what I'm going to show you here is I'm going to show you the file where all the packet detail is. Okay, now inside the root we are having this particular ARP request test 0. So this is the file where all the related information about packets is there. Okay, so now let's try to run that particular command, which is aircrackng, and the file name. So file name you can copy from here, okay, and copy from here, paste clipboard. So this is the file. So now let's try to run this and see it will gonna help us or not. So now it has started working, and as you can see that we have successfully having the key, encryption key. We have successfully break the encryption key. So this is the key that we want to get inside the network to use that particular network. So 1 2 3 4 5, and this is the version, and this is the version of SKY. So this is how you can use this aircrack, and this is how you can do all these steps and follow all these steps one by one to crack any web network or any web Wi-Fi password or encryption key using this method, even you are not having the large number of traffic. Okay, so I have shown you that we are having two methods to break into web. The first method is for heavy traffic, and the second method is for no traffic at all. Okay, so these two methods will be very helpful. Firstly, we will capture the handshake using the arrow dump ng. We will capture the handshake in the same way that we used in web encryption network. So what we're going to do here is, first of all, we are going to check that we are connected with our interface or not. So what I'm going to type, if config and hit enter. So as you can see that I'm successfully connected with my Wi-Fi. Okay, so now let's check I'm in monitor mode or in manage mode. So for that I need to use if config VLAN 0. Now as you can see that I am in monitor mode. Okay, so the next thing that I'm going to do here, I'm going to use arrow dump ng VLAN interface name and hit enter. So now we will, as you can see that here we are having this network. Okay, so which is WPA. So now we will run arrow dump ng against this particular network. Okay, so the BSS ID for this is this. Okay, and we are going to attack this one. Okay, we are going to attack this one because the power of this particular network is high. Okay, this power is very high and as compared to others. Okay, so what we are going to do here is we are going to open one more window. Let's zoom it now. Okay, after adjusting what the command that I'm going to give here, arrow dump ng. Okay, now BSS ID and the BSS ID of this particular network. Okay, so what is the BSS ID for this? BSS ID for this particular is 18 4A 2E DC B0. So this is the BSS ID. So now let me check it again. C18 4A DC. Okay, so the ID is correct. Now let's specify the channel name. So the channel is channel 1. Okay, channel 1. And then what we are going to do here is we are going to simply write web handshake VLAN. So what is this? So we add hyphen right here to store all the packets that we will capture in a file called web handshake, and then we will include our wireless interface. So now launch this attack. So once we launch this command, we will have our WPA encrypted network. So now we will have the client connected to it. As you can see that we are having two clients that are connected with this particular network. Okay, this one and this one. Okay, now we can capture the handshake in two ways. First, we can just sit down and wait for a device to connect to a network. Once a device is connected, then we can capture the handshake. Second is we can use the authentication attack, which we learned in the previous section in pre-connection attack section. In the de-authentication attack, we can disconnect any device from a network that is within our Wi-Fi range. If we apply this attack for a very short period of time, we can disconnect a device from a network for a second, and the device will try to disconnect to a network automatically, and even the person using the device will not notice that the device is disconnected or reconnected. Okay, so then we will be able to capture the handshake packet. So the handshake gets sent every time a device connects to a network. So now what we are going to do here is we are going to use new window here. Okay, we are going to use new window here. So here we are going to use airplay deauth. Package that we are going to send is for -a and the BSS ID of the network, that is 1C18 4A 2E DC B0. Okay, so this is the BSS ID for the network, -C, and BSS ID for the client. Okay, so which client is near to me? I'm going to use for 1A. Okay, now 1A. 1A 22 C1 and 02 E3 04. Okay, and let's specify the name of our interface, VLAN 0. Okay, so everything is clear now. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to launch the attack. So as you can see that airplay, okay, airplay ng, I forgot to add ng here, ng. Okay, now hit enter. So as you can see that the attack is being done. Okay, so the attack is being done. So we were disconnected for a very short period of time, so that's why we didn't get any message about being disconnected. That's why even the person using the device didn't notice, and we were able to capture the handshake. So to determine the WPA key, we can use a word list and run it against the handshake. As we all know that we have captured the handshake. Now all we need to do is create a word list to crack the WPA key. A word list is just a list of words that AirCrackNG is going to go through and try each one against the handshake until it successfully determines the WPA key. If the word list is better, the chances of cracking WPA key will be higher. If the password is not in our word list file, we will not be able to determine the WPA key. So now let's see what is the syntax of creating the word list. So in this case, we are going to use the tool which is called crunch. So that will help us to create the word list. Okay, so syntax will be like crunch. You will write it like this: minimum character, maximum character. Okay, and this is for the characters. Okay, and you can also use -t pattern for the pattern. Okay, and -o for the file. Okay, for the file name. Now let's decode each and every one. Okay, so we are having here crunch. So crunch is the name of the tool, and min specify the minimum number of characters for the password to be generated. Max specify the maximum number of characters for the password. And then we are having characters. So characters specify the characters that we want to use in the password. For example, you can put all the lowercase character or uppercase characters, numbers and symbols. Okay, now -t. What is -t? -t is optional. It is specified the pattern. And -o specify the file name where the password are going to be stored. Okay, so if you know the part of password, -t option will be very useful. For example, if we are trying to guess the password of someone and we have seen him typing the password, and we know that the password starts with A and ends with B. Now we can use the pattern option and tell crunch to create the password that always start with A and end with B, and put all the possible combinations of the characters that we put in the command. Okay, so we are going to use crunch, and then we are going to make a minimum 6 to 8 characters of password, and we are going to put okay, so let's try to write and create the word list. So you will write like this, and minimum 6, maximum 8 characters, and I will give like this is the my sample one. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to store it on test. Okay, .txt. Okay, is this clear? Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see that crunch will now generate the following number of lines. Okay, now crunch 100% completed generating output. So what the next thing that I'm going to do here, I'm going to see what crunch has done for us. Test.txt. Okay, now hit enter. So as you can see that these many possible combinations of password crunch prepared for us. Okay, Now, so this is how you can create the password and use that word list inside the aircrack-ng. Going to show you that how to just crack the password of WPA and WPA2. So for that you need to open your terminal window and let's zoom it first. Okay. Okay, after zooming it, what you need to do here is you need to open the folder, and inside folder you can see that this is the handshake file and this is the word list. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to simply type aircrack ng, okay, aircrack ng, and the file name wap, okay, aircrack ng and the file name wap handshake 01 handshake 01 dot cap, okay, and -w and the name of our word list, which is test.txt. And this is the command that you're going to use when you're performing all these kinds of attacks. So when you click on this, it will give you the password. So it will take some time. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to simply pause the video, and after the completion of all this process, so I will just repause the video. Okay. We are going to see some introduction about the web application overview. So if you are not a programmer who is actively involved in the web development section or web application development, then chances of your knowing the inner working of the HTTP protocols and the different ways of web application interact with the database and what exactly happens when a user clicks on a link or type the URL of a website in the browser are very low. So you have no prior programming skill and you are not actively involved in the development of web application, so you won't be able to actively or effectively perform the penetration testing. So some initial knowledge of web applications and HTTP protocols is very much needed. So as a penetration tester, understanding how the information flows from the client to the server and the back to the client is very important. For example, a technician who comes to your house to repair your television needs to have an understanding of the inner working of the television set before touching any part of it. So this section will include enough information that would help penetration tester who has no prior knowledge of web application penetration testing to make use of tools provided in Kali Linux and conduct an end-to-end web application penetration testing. We are going to start with the HTTP protocol. So the underlying protocol that carries web application traffic between the web server and the client is known as the Hypertext Transfer Protocol. If we talk about the HTTP 1.1, the most common implementation of protocol is defined in the RFC 7230-7237, which is replaced the older version defined in RFC 2616. So the latest version, known as the HTTP 2, was published in May 2015 and defined in RFC 7540. So the first release, HTTP 1.0, is now considered aborted and is not recommended. As the internet evolved, new features were added in the subsequent release of the HTTP protocol. In HTTP 1.1, features such as persistent connection, option method, and several improvements in a way HTTP supports caching were added. So HTTP is basically a client-server protocol wherein the client, or we can say web browser, makes a request to the server and in return the server responds to the request. So the response by the server is mostly in the form of HTML formatted pages. HTTP protocol by default uses port 80, but the web server and the client can be configured to use a different port. It depends upon the web browser, web server and the client. So now what is RFC? So RFC is a detailed technical document which simply describing internet standards and protocol created by the Internet Engineering Task Force, which is also called as IETF. So the final version of the RFC document becomes a standard that can be followed when implementing the protocols in your application. We are going to learn about the request and response headers. So the HTTP request made by the client and the HTTP response sent by the server. So they have some overhead data that provides administrative information to the client and the server. So the head data is followed by the actual data that is shared between the two endpoints, and the header contains some critical information which an attacker can use against the web application. So there are several different ways to capture the header. So a web application proxy is the most common way to capture and analyze the header. So we are going to see later on in this course how to use web application proxies. So from this actually in this particular lecture we are going to learn about the request header, and we are going to analyze and see what is request header. So now as you can see in this particular screenshot, which is captured using the web application proxy. So as shown here, you can see in this particular screenshot that, okay, let me first, okay, so as you can see in this particular screenshot which is in front of you, okay, so the request is from the client using the get, as you can see here, which is get, okay, so which is the get method. We are going to learn about the get method later on, which is searching for the bing.com, and the first line identifies the method used, which is here. Okay, so in this example we are using the get method to access the root of the website denoted by HTTP version is 1.1. okay, so now let's understand what each and every important parameter means here. Okay, so the first one in our list is host, which is as you can see here. So this field is in the header and it is used to identify individual website by a host name if they are sharing the same IP address. So the client web browser also sets a user agent string to identify the type and the version of the browser. Okay, so then we are having user agent, as you can see here, which is user agent. So this field is set correctly to its default value by the web browser actually, but it can be spoofed by the end user, and this is usually done by the malicious user to retrieve contents designed for other type of web browsers. Okay, so then we are having cookies. So here in the end you will find cookies. So this field stores a temporary value shared between the client and the server for session management. Okay, so after this we are not having here, I think refer is not here, so refer is very important. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to define the term refer for you. So refer is nothing but this is the another important field that you would often see when you are redirected from one URL to another. Suppose that currently you are using this website, okay, so you have found a link here which is this. So when you click on this, you will be redirected to the another website. So this is the refer. Okay, so this is the refer from where you came in. Okay, so this is what refer mean. So now let's at the end, which is important to understand, let's understand accept encoding. So what is this? So this field is to define the compression scheme supported by the client. So gzip, as you can see here, and deflate are the most common ones. So there are other parameters too, but they are of little use to penetration testers. So these are the important. So that is why I have taught you what each and every parameter means for you, and what each and every parameter defines about the website and the user, what they are searching and in which they are searching. So this is all about the request header. So now let's see what is response header. Okay, so in this following screenshot displays response headers set back by the server to the client. Okay, so the first field of the response header is the status code, as you can see here, which is 200. Okay, so which is 3-digit code. So this helps the browser to understand the status of the operation. So okay, so now let's understand it in a very deep manner. So what is the status code? So this is no, or we can say number field named as status code, but the value is passed in the header. And the status code starting with 200 are used to communicate a successful operation back to the web browser. So if suppose like this, you are having the status code 3xs series is used to indicate redirection when a web server, suppose like you have encountered with like status code 3xx, currently it is 2xs, so this is for the successful communication. But when you encounter with the 3xs, so this is used to indicate simply redirection when a server wants the client to connect to the another URL. Okay, so when a web page is moved. So suppose like you have encountered with status codes like 4xx. Okay, so 4xs series is used to indicate an error in the client request, and the user will have to modify the request before resending it. Okay, so this is about 4xs, and one more we have here is 5xs. Okay, so the 5xs series indicate an error on the server side as the server was unable to complete the operation. Okay, so now in the preceding image you can see that we are having status code 200, which means we have successfully in our operation actually. Okay, so now let's see other one, so which is we are having set cookie. So this is set cookie. So this field is defined will contain a random value that can be used by the server to identify the client and the stored temporary data actually. So then we are having server. So this is very important, very juicy data for the penetration testers. So server, as you can see here, so this field is of interest to the penetration tester and will help in the recon phase of the test. So it displays useful information about the web server hosting the website. So as you can see here, which is Microsoft IIS 8.5. Okay, so what we can conclude from here is, suppose that you are searching for the web browser. So we are well aware of web browser, that what web browser this particular application using, and after searching for after getting the web browser server, what you can do here, you can find the exploit of that particular server and you can hack that particular server. So we are going to see it later on. Okay, so then we are having content length. So content length, okay, so this is here content length. So what is this? So this will contain a value indicating the number of the bytes in the body of the response. So it is used so that the other party can know when the current request response has finished. So this is all about the response header. So I have covered all the important parameters that you should know about. Okay, so this is all for this lecture. We are going to learn about the important HTTP methods for penetration testing. So when a client sends a request to the server, it should also inform the server what action is to be performed on the desired resources. For example, like if a user wants to only view the content of a web page, it will invoke the get method that informs the server that to send the content of the web page to the client web browser. So several methods are described in this particular section or in this particular lecture. They are interest to the penetration tester as they indicate what type of data exchange is happening between the two ends. So the first one in our list is get, and then we will be having post method. So we are having two types of method. So the get method, as you can see here in this particular screenshot, this is the get method. So the get method passes the parameter of the web application via the URL itself. It takes all the input in the form and append them in the URL. So this method has some limitations. So you can only pass 255 characters in the URL via get, and if it is exceeding the count, most servers will simply truncate the character outside the limit without a warning or will return the HTTP 414 error. Okay, so another major drawback of using the get method is that the input becomes a part of the URL and which is prone to sniffing actually. So if you type the username and the password and these values are passed to the server via get method, so anybody on the web server can retrieve the username and the password from the Apache or IIS log files. So if you bookmark the URL, so the values passed also get stored along with the URL in the clear text. So as you can see in this particular screenshot, when you send a search query for Kali Linux in the Bing search, which as you can see here we are searching for it. Okay, let me first change the color so that I can. Okay, so as you can see that this is the get method. Okay, so this is the simply get method, and when you send a search query for Kali Linux, as you can see here in the simply Bing search engine, it is sent via the URL, and the get method was initially used only to retrieve data from the server. And so actually as you can see here get method, so but many developers use it send data to the server. So now let's see what is post method. So this, as you can see here, this is post method screenshot. So the post method is similar to get method and is used to retrieve data from the server, but it passes the content via the body of the request. Since the data is now passed in the body of the request, it becomes more difficult for an attacker or hacker or cracker actually to detect and attack the underlying operation. So as you can see in this particular following post request, which is here, in this particular following post request, the username and the password is not sent in a URL but in the body. Okay, so which is separated from the header or by the black line, as you can see here. Okay, which is totally separated from the header. We are going to understand all the concepts related to cookies. So first of all, we are going to understand the session tracking using cookies. So HTTP is a stateless client server protocol where a client makes a request and the server responds with the data, and the next request that comes in an entirely new request and unrelated to the previous request. So the design of HTTP request is such that they are all independent of each other. When you add an item in your shopping cart while doing online shopping, the application needs a mechanism to tie the item to your account. Each application may also different ways to identify each session. So the most widely used mechanism to track session is through a session ID set by the server. As soon as user authenticates with a valid username and password, a unique random we can say session ID is assigned to the user. On every request sent by the client, it should include the unique session ID that would tie the request to the authenticated user. And the ID could be shared using the get method or the post method. When using the get method, the session ID would become a part of the URL. When using the post method, the ID is shared in the body of the HTTP message that we have seen in the last lecture. And the server who maintain a table mapping usernames to the assigned session ID. The biggest advantage of assigning a session ID is that even though HTTP is stateless, the user is not required to authenticate every request. The browser would present the session ID and the server would accept it simply. So session ID has a drawback too. So anyone who gains access to the session ID could simply impersonate the user without requiring a username and a password. So also the strength in the session ID depends on the degree of randomness used to generate it, which would help to defeat the brute force attack. So now let's understand what is a cookie. So cookie is the actual mechanism using which the session ID is passed back and forth between the user, or we can say client, and the web server. When using cookies, the server assigns the client a unique ID by setting the setCookie field. That is why I have taught you setCookie parameter. So in the HTTP request header, so when the client receives the header, it will store the value of the cookies, that is the session ID, within the browser and associate it with the website URL that sent it. When a user simply revisit the original website, the browser will simply send the cookies value across identifying user. So besides saving the critical authentication information, cookie can also be used to set preference information for the end client such as language. So the cookie storing the language preference for the user is then used by the server to display the web page in the user preferred language when the user came back. So then we are having now first of all, let's see how the cookies flow between the server and the client works. So now, as we are having this particular picture or the screenshots, so the cookie is always set and controlled by the server, and the web browser is only responsible for sending it across the server with every request. So in this particular screenshot, we can see that a GET request is made to the server, and the web application on the server chooses to set some cookies to identify the user, and the language selected by the user is previously requested. So in subsequent requests made by the client, and the set cookie becomes the part of the request. Okay, so now let's now understand what is persistent and non-persistent cookies. So here you can see we are having three links. So now let's understand what is persistent and non-persistent. So cookies are divided into two main categories. Persistent cookies are that simply who stores on the hard drive as a text file. Since the cookies is stored on the hard drive, it would survive a browser crash. A cookie, as mentioned previously, can be used to pass sensitive authentication or authorization information in the form of session ID. So if it is stored on the hard drive, you cannot protect it from the modification by a malicious user or attacker. You can find the cookies stored on the hard drive when using Internet Explorer as you can see in this particular location. Okay, so this is a location where you can find the cookies which is stored into your hard disk. So this is how you can see persistent. Non-persistent is nothing but it is not stored on the hard drive. Okay, so now let's understand the cookies parameter. So as you can see, in the addition to name and the value of the cookie, there are several other parameters set by the browser or web server that defines the reach and availability of the cookies, as you can see in this particular screenshot. So here we are having some parameters. So let's first understand the domain. Okay, so here we are having set cookie. Inside this we are having, okay, let me first change the color. Here we are having this particular cookie parameter, set cookie parameter. Inside this we are having domain. Okay, so this simply specifies the domain to which cookies would be sent. So then we are having path. So this is the path. To further lock down the cookie, the path parameter can be specified. If the domain specified is email.com and the path is set to the mail, and the cookies would only be sent to the page inside email.com mail, which you can see here, email.com mail. Okay, so then we are having HTTP only, which is here. So this is parameter that is set to mitigate the risk posed by the cross-site scripting attackers, as JavaScript won't be able to access the cookie. So then as you can see, HTTP only, expired. Okay, so here we are having expires also. So this cookie will be stored until the time specified in this parameter. So this is how set cookies and persistent, non-persistent cookies parameters all looks together. Going to learn how to gather information about the target using some tools and websites. So Reconnaissance is the name of this whole process. So over the years, malicious attackers have found various ways to penetrate into a system. They gather information about the target, identify vulnerabilities, and then unleash an attack. So once inside the target, they try to hide their track and remain hidden for a long time. The attacker may not necessarily follow the same sequence, but as a penetration tester, following the suggested approach will help you to conduct the assessment in a structured way, and the data collected at each stage help in preparing a report that is of valuable of your client. An attacker's aim is to just ultimately own the system, so they might not follow any sequential methodology, As a penetration tester, your aim is to identify as many as bugs you can, and following a methodology is really useful. So however, you also need to be creative and think out of the box. So what we can say that there are some different stages of penetration testing. Like first one is reconnaissance, then scanning, then exploitation, then maintaining access and covering the tracks. So reconnaissance and scanning are the initial stage of penetration testing, and the success of penetration test depends on the quality of information gathering during these phases. So in this section we will simply learn or work as a penetration test and extract information using both we can say website based and tool based reconnaissance. So first of all, before going into it, let's understand what is reconnaissance. So reconnaissance is a term and a technique used by the defense forces to obtain information about the enemy in a way that does not alert the other side. And the same method is applied by the malicious user to obtain information related to the target. So information gathering is the main aim of reconnaissance. Any information gathered at the initial state is to be considered as very important. The attacker working with the malicious content builds simply information learned during the reconnaissance state and gradually moves ahead with the exploitation. And a small bit of information that looks very ugly may help you in highlighting a server flaw in the later stage of the test. A good penetration tester is the one who knows how to identify low-risk vulnerabilities that have a potential of causing a huge damage under some conditions. So an attacker would be eyeing a single vulnerability to exploit, and your task is to make the system hack-proof by identifying even the smallest vulnerability that an attacker can exploit to gain the access. So what are the aim of reconnaissance? So the aims of reconnaissance is like identifying the IP address, subdomains and related information using Whois Record, search engines and DNS servers. And the second thing is simply accumulating the information about the target website from publicly available resources such as Google, Bing, Yahoo and so on. And identifying people related to the largest with the help of social networking sites like Google, Flick, Instagram, Twitter and tools such as Maltego with the help of that. And determining the physical location of the target using geo-IP database, satellite images from Google Map and Bing Maps. So these all are the terms, these all are the things that we will be going to gather information about. What we are going to do here is we are going to understand what is Whois and what is Whois information that it contains inside it. Okay, so first let me understand what is Whois. So Whois records are used to retrieve the registration details provided by the domain owner to the domain registrar. It is a protocol that is used to extract information about the domain and the associated contact information. So you can simply view the name, address, phone number and email address of the person or entity who registered the domain name. So Whois servers are operated by regional internet registrars, which is also called as RIR, and can be queried directly over the port 43. So in the early days, there was only one Whois server on the internet, but the number of Whois servers are increased with the expansion of internet. If the information for the requested domain name is not present with the queried server, then the request is then forwarded to the Whois server of the domain registrar and the result returned to the end client. So the Whois tool is built into the Kali Linux and can be run from the terminal. So now guys, let's see how we can use Whois server for extracting the information about any particular domain name. Okay, so for using the Whois server, what you need to do here is you need to simply open it with the help of terminal. So when you click on this black icon, it will open the terminal window for you. Okay, now let's increase the size of this window. Okay, so what you need to do there is simply the syntax of using Whois is simply type Whois and the domain name. So I'm going to extract the information about the facebook.com and hit enter. After hitting enter, it will extract all the information it contains inside it. So it will take some time. You have to wait till the completion of all of these things. Okay, so now as you can see that we are having this much information using Whois command. Okay, so if you are a professional penetration tester, then you know what information will be the juicy data for you. But if you are newer in this field, so what you can do here is you can simply note it down each and everything. Okay, so now let's see from the starting. Okay, so this is the domain that we have. This is the registry domain, and registrar Whois server is this, which is registrarsafe.com, and entry date is this, registrar safe LC, INA, contacted email is this, and these are the things. Now here what we can see here is what are the name servers. Name servers are these, AP for facebook.com, and then when you scroll it down, you will see the related information about the facebook.com. So what happened here is inside the Whois is, as you can see here, the restaurant name is domain admin and the organization is Facebook, and the city is this, and this is the zip code, and this is the country, this is the phone number, and as you can see this is the email domain, email of restaurants, and you will find all the information about the target. Okay, if you want to see more information about the target, then you can simply subscribe to any service which provides the Whois information. So this is how you can use Whois. Okay, so now this is the way you can use your terminal for the Whois information. So there is one other way using the web browser. There are many sites which provide you the service of Whois. Okay, simply type Whois and hit enter. So after hitting enter, what you will see, there are many services, many websites that are providing the Whois information about any particular domain. So I'm going with this, okay, whois.com. So when you click on this link, it will look like something this. Okay, so this is the interface of this. Simply type the domain name and hit enter. So when you hit enter, it will extract all the information in a detailed manner and in very collective manner in front of you. It will present each and everything what it has related to that particular domain inside it. Okay, so this is the domain, this is the registrar, and this will expire on this and updated on this date, and this is a status, and these are the name servers. Okay, so now when you scroll it down, you will find these. This is the contact detail of the admin, and then we are having administrative contact. Okay, and for the technical contact you will find these. Then we are having this detail that we have seen using the terminal. Okay, so this is information that we have here. Suppose that I want to see the information like okay, yahoo.com, and hit enter. So when you hit enter, you will find these many informations regarding yahoo.com. Okay, now this is the way to find out the general information about the domain. So this is not the very juicy data for you. This data can help you in social engineering actually. Okay, this data will help you in social engineering. So this is how you can use your terminal, and this is how you can use your website or Google search for finding the Whois information regarding or related to any particular domain name or any website. We will learn how to find out the name server using the NsLookup. So what is NsLookup? NsLookup is nothing but the name server lookup. It is a tool used to perform DNS lookup in Linux, and it is used to display the DNS details such as IP addresses of the particular computer and the mail server, which is also called as MX record for a domain or the NS server of a domain. So NsLookup can be operated in two modes. The first one is interactive and the other one is non-interactive. So the interactive mode allows us to query name server for information about various hosts and domains, or to print a list of hosts in a domain. But the non-interactive mode allows you to print just the name and the requested information for the host or the domain. So now let's see first using the interactive mode. So what you need to do here is, firstly you need to open your terminal window. So when you open your terminal window, as you can see here, I'm inside my terminal window, and what you need to do here is simply type here NsLookup. So when you type NsLookup here, and what you need to do here is simply hit enter. So when you hit enter, as you can see, we are inside the NsLookup tool. Okay, so guys, if you want to find out the IP address of any host, so what you need to do here is simply type the command or domain name, actually, piper.com. So this is the domain name. Let's see, and hit enter. So when you hit enter, you will find the IP address of this particular domain name. Okay, so now guys, suppose that if you want to perform a reverse DNS lookup, simply enter the address of the host, IP address of the host. Okay, if you want to perform the DNS lookup. Okay, so how you can put here, how you can put the IP address here. So as you can see that we are having this particular IP address. If you want to put here, simply type the IP address here, 192. So this is the second way of getting the information regarding the domain, and hit enter. Cannot find. Okay, I think this is not present, that is why it is not. Okay guys, this is the IP address, this is the IP address. Okay, 102, 136 and 180, and hit enter. So when you hit enter, as you can see that this is the IP address, and these are the DNS what we have searching for. What we are searching for, it is DNS lookup. So this is the information regarding the DNS lookup. Okay guys, so now if you want to see the MS record, so MS record is nothing but the mail servers responsible for accepting email messages on behalf of recipient. Okay, so what you need to do here is simply give some query like set type is equal to mx. Okay, so this is the way. Simply hit enter. After hitting enter, what you need to do here is simply give the command, the domain name of the host, and hit enter. So after hitting enter, you will find these are the mail server that Google is using right now. Okay, so these are the MX servers or MX records that Google is using right now. Okay guys, if you want to display the NS records, so how you can do that? Simply you need to type set here, set type is equal to NS, and hit enter. And the next thing, you know very well, domain name, and hit enter. After hitting enter, you will find all the name servers of Google. So what is name server actually? So name server is nothing but it is the server which connect your domain name with the hosting. Okay, so this is the server which connect the domain name with the hosting. So this is what NS is. Okay, so this is all about the interactive mode. Suppose you want to use this particular tool using the non-interactive way. So what you can do here is, okay, what you can do here is simply new tab. Okay, when you open a new tab, and here I'm going to show you how non-interactive mode looks like. So what you need to do here is simply type the tool name, which is NsLookup, and the host or domain name actually. Okay, now hit enter. So this is the way how you can use it. Okay, so if you want to see some more information like MX record, so you can use it like NsLookup hyphen query, this is for query, is equal to mx. In case of interactive, we will be using set type. Okay, but in case of non-interactive, we should add query here. Okay, hit enter. You will see all the MX records or MX servers of Google. Okay, so now if you want to see the name server, so what you need to do here is simply change MX with NS, hit enter. Okay, as you can see, these are the name servers that Google is operating on. Okay, so this is how you can use if you want to see anything. Okay, anything. So what you can do here is simply in place of NS, give any and hit enter. So after hitting enter, you will see you are having all the details regarding MX record, which you can see here, and the name server here with the query of any. So this is how you can use NsLookup to find out the information regarding NS server and the MX server, okay, and to find out the IP address of any particular host name. We are going to talk about one more tool, which is Dmitry. So what is Dmitry? Dmitry is nothing but a deep magic information gathering tool. It is a Unix and Linux command line program to gather as much information as possible. So it is able to gather information about subdomains, TCP port scan, email addresses, uptime information, Whois lookup, and more. So now let's see how you can use this particular tool for your information gathering. Okay, so for using this tool, what you need to do here is simply open the terminal window. And in terminal window, if you want to see option how to use Dmitry, you need to type Dmitry and hit enter. So when you hit enter, you will find all these options, so how you can use this tool. Okay, so now what I'm going to do here is, first of all, I want to let's talk about first possible subdomains. So I want to see the subdomains. So how I can see all the subdomains. So the tag for the subdomain that we are having here is -s. Okay, so what you need to do here is simply type the Dmitry, here, and -s for the subdomain and the domain name, and hit enter. So after hitting enter, you will find all the related subdomains of the website. So why it is important to find out the subdomains? So actually the subdomains importance is very much because what developers do, they put all their hard works in the main domain, and there are some vulnerabilities that they ignored in the subdomains. So that is why if you get the part to get inside the subdomains, then you will be able to get inside the main domain. So this is why it is very important to understand how to find out the subdomain and what is the importance to find out the subdomains in penetration testing. So now as you can see that we are having these many subdomains. So google.com is the main domain, and this is the subdomain. So these many subdomains that Google has. Okay, so this is how you can use Dmitry for finding the subdomains. Okay guys, so now if you want to scan any port, okay, so how you can do that using the Dmitry. Okay, again type Dmitry and hit enter. You will see for simply find out the port or port scanning, what you need to do here is simply type -p for perform a TCP port scan, and I am going to also use -p to read the banner receipt from the scanner port. Okay, so how you can do that? Simply type Dmitry for the port scanning, and this is for the banner, and the IP address. So IP address, I'm going to give it this. So this is the IP address of my Owaspbwa, and hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see that my TCP 22 is open and 80 is also open, and this is the banner. Okay, so this is how you can use this particular tool for scanning the port. Okay guys, now suppose that if you want to extract all the information, whatever information you want, so what you can do here is simply, what you need to do here is simply type Dmitry -w, this is WinSupo. Okay, WinSupo. So these all are the tags that we have seen earlier, and simply type the domain name. So instead of domain name, I'm going to type this IP address. Let's see what it can do for us. So after hitting enter, as you can see that this is information that it has collected for us. Okay, so let me scroll it up. So these all are the information that it gathers for us. Okay, pb, where was our command? Okay, so this was our command. So this is our command, and these all are the information that we have gathered using this Dmitry tool. Okay guys, so this is how you can do that. Suppose guys you want to if you want to store all these files of your information gathering inside this, how you can do this. Suppose that you have find something like these many ports you have find. Now you want to store all these report inside a file. So how you can do that? Okay guys, let's see how you can do that. Simply type Dmitry. First of all, let me see where currently I'm working on. pwd, hit enter. So I'm currently inside the root. Okay, so now guys, what I'm going to do here is simply Dmitry is the tool, and I want to see pb, and then the IP address. This is the IP address, and then okay, before IP address, if you want to store it inside the file, you need to give the file name. So this is the file, and hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see that this is the report. Now let's see, currently I'm working on root ls. So this is the file. Okay, so this is the file that we are having here. Let's see what it contains inside it. Okay, so guys, as you can see that we are having these many informations inside it. Okay guys, so this is how you can use this particular tool for finding the subdomains and port scan and possible all kinds of scan. Okay, suppose if you have one more thing guys, you can also do one more thing using this tool is you can also use this tool for the Whois. As you can see that -w perform the Whois lookup on a domain name or a host. Okay, so how you can do that? Simply -w google.com and hit enter. So after hitting enter, you will find all the related information that Whois server have inside it. Okay guys, so this is how you can use Dmitry tool. Going to see one more website which will help us in finding the information regarding any target. Okay, so for that you need to open your favorite web browser, and inside the Google search you need to type here Netcraft and hit enter. So when you click on enter button, you will see this kind of result. Okay, so let me zoom it. So as you can see that this is the first link, which is www.netcraft.com. So what you need to do here is you don't need to type click on this particular link. You need to simply click on Netcraft site report. So when you click on this, it will open the page where it will asking for the domain or the host name. Okay, so you have to wait till the opening of this. As you can see that the loading has been completed. So this is the page that we are asking for. Okay guys, so here you can simply put the host or domain name of any particular target, and it will give the information regarding that target. Okay, so I want to see for yahoo.com. okay, and now hit enter. Okay guys, for Yahoo we have seen earlier. So now let's change this domain name to see for someone else like cisco.com. okay, hit enter. Okay, I think this is not working. Cisco. Okay, let's try with .in. Okay, I think it is not working. Let me open it in this Cisco and hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see that this is the link. So why it is not working? Cisco. Okay guys, let me do it from starting. That Netcraft and inside report, now cisco.com and hit enter. Okay guys, now we are having the desired result. Let me zoom it. Okay guys, I think this is the ideal zoom. Okay guys, so as you can see that we are having this much information regarding the cisco.com. Okay guys, so this website is gonna be very helpful when it comes to reconnaissance. Okay guys, so now let's analyze from the starting. First we have background here. Okay, so background, the site title is Cisco global homepage, and this is the site rank and date first seen on 1995 August. And this is the rate of risk. So it is not having any data regarding the risk rating. Then we are having network. So this is the main domain and this is the owner, net block owner, which is Cisco system. And then we are having country of hosting this particular domain, and then we are having IPv4 address is this, and we are also having IPv6 address is this. Okay, and we are having reverse DNS is this, and in the right side we are having domain name server is this, and domain registrar is markmonitor.com, and name server organization is whois.markmonitor.com, and organization, the full name is this is the address, I think. And then the DNS admin is this, and top level domain, which is also called as TLD, is .com. And when you scroll it down a little bit, you will find all the combinations of IPv4, and then we are having for IPv6 also. Okay, so this is SSL report and history. Hosting history is this. So these are the places where it is now hosting on, and as you can see with the data also mentioned here. So this is for Linux, Citrix, and Linux, Citrix. So this is how it looks like. And when you scroll it down, you will see some juicy data when it comes to this, which is site technology, server side. So include all main technologies that Netcraft detects as running on a server such as PHP. So this is very important detail, which services are running on the server, so that you can find out the exploit, or you can exploit that particular technology on the server. So these are the client side. As we all know, in client side mostly JavaScript. Okay, so when you scroll it down, you will see client-side scripting framework is jQuery is using here, and the content management is Adobe Experience Manager. And these are the web stats. And when we are having character encoding, which is using UTF-8. So UTF-8 is very important to understand that when it comes to cross-site scripting and command injection, so the character encoding plays very important role there. So don't worry, I will teach you what is character encoding, and we will see this later on when we will be talking about the injection attacks. Okay, so this is about character encoding. Then we are having web browser targeting, doc types, HTML5, CSS uses. So this is how Netcraft gather all the information for you, and this is the way you can find all the related information, or we can say very important information about the target in very detailed and structured manner. Okay guys, we are going to start with the attack server using the injection based flaws. So the most common flaw in web application is the injection flaw, or we can say injection vulnerability. So interactive web application takes input from the user and processes it and return the output to the client. When the application is vulnerable to an injection flaw, it accepts input from the user with improper or no validation and processes it, and which simply results in the action that web application did not desire to perform. So the malicious input tricks the application and forcing the underlying components to perform tasks that the application was not programmed for. So in other words, an injection flaw allows the attacker to control the component of the application. So in this section, we will discuss the major injection flaws and cover all the topics like command injection, identifying injection points, tools to exploit the command injection flaws, SQL flaw, attack potential to the flaw, and different tools in Kali Linux to exploit the SQLi. Okay guys, so basically an injection flaw is used to gain access to the underlying component to which the application is sending data to execute some task. So as you can see in this following table, which is present here in front of you, so what it is doing here is, so this table shows the most common component used by the web application that are often targeted by an injection attack when the input from the user is not sanitized by the application. So for operating system cell, command injection; for relation database, SQL injection; for web browser, XSS attack; for LDAP directory, it is LDAP injection; and for XML is XPath injection. We are going to learn about command injection. So what is command injection? So as we all know, web applications that are dynamic in nature may use scripts to invoke some functionality in the command line on the web server to process the input received from the user end. And an attacker would try to get its input processed at the command line by circumventing the input validation filters implemented by the web application. So command injection usually invokes the commands on the same web server, but it is possible that the command would be executed on a different server depending on the architecture of the web application. So now let's see what are the parameters. What are the parameters where you can inject the data? So when you are testing a web application for command injection flaw and you have identified that the application is interacting with the command line of the underlying operating system, so the next step should be to manipulate and prop the different parameters in the application and view their responses. So now, as you can see, there are following parameters should be tested for the command injection flaw. So as the application may be using one of these parameters to build a command back the server end. Okay, so the first one in our list is get. So in this method, input parameter are sent in URL, and as you can see that the input from the client was passed to the server get the method using the get method and was vulnerable to the command injection flaw, and any user control parameters sent using get method request should be tested. Then we are having post method. So in the post method, input parameters are sent in the HTTP body, which is similar to the input being passed using the get method, and data taken from the end user can also pass using the post method in the body of the HTTP request. Okay. Then we are having HTTP header. So application often use header field to identify end user and display customized information to the user depending on the values in the header. So these parameters could also be used by application to build further queries. Okay. So these are the parameters where you can inject the data for finding the command injection flaw. We're going to see meta characters for command separator. So as you can see that the semicolon are used as a meta character that would separate the actual input and the command that you are trying to inject. So along with the semicolon, there are several other meta characters that can be used to inject the data command or inject the command actually. So developer may set filters to block the semicolon meta character. So this will simply block our injected data, and therefore we need to experiment with other meta characters. Okay, so that is why I'm making this lecture or this video for you all. So first one in our list is symbol, and then we are having uses. So first is semicolon. So semicolon is the most common meta character used to test an injected flaw, and the cell would run all the commands in sequence separated by the semicolon. So in most of the cases, we will be using semicolon to terminate it, or terminate, like in case of SQL, we will be using semicolon or hash symbol. Okay, then we are having this double ampersand, which is also called as AND operator. So this double ampersand would run the command to the right of the meta character only if the command to the left execute successfully. That simply means that suppose, okay, let me show you how. Suppose that you are having condition if, okay, so if you are using this AND, so this simply means that if this condition is true, or if this condition is true, then the control will go inside the body of if or else if, any condition actually. Okay, so this is the mean of ampersand, or we can say double ampersand. Okay, so let me raise this. Okay, then we are having this OR, pipeline meta character. Okay, then we are having this OR, this thing, this OR. So it is also called as double pipe meta character, is directly opposite to the double ampersand, and it would run the command on the right side only if the command on the left side fail. So as you can see that this is the thing. Suppose that if this condition is true and this condition is false, so but it will run it because this is means or means either it should be true or this one. Okay, so then it will run. Then we are having this what you can say parenthesis operator. So using this grouping meta character, you can combine the output of the multiple commands and store it inside the file. Okay, so then we are having this unquoting meta character. So this is used to for the cell to interpret and run the commands between the backticks. Okay, so as you can see that suppose this is the string, so this will simply, it will just force the cell to interpret and run the commands between the backticks. Okay, this is basically string because it is having double quotes, but this will force to run this particular command. Then we are having this character which is also called as the operand, which is, I think this one is less than, okay, greater than operand. So this character would append the output of the command on the left of the file named on the right of the character. Okay, then we are having this single pipe will be used to output the command on the left side as the input to the command satisfied on the right side. So these are all meta characters that you should take care of, because in the process of injecting data you'll be using these very frequently. Now guys, let's try to exploit the command execution in high security level, which is medium. Okay guys, so now let's change it to medium 1. This is the DWS security, and just to medium and security submit. Okay guys, so now we are currently on medium security level, and then just navigate to command execution, and this is the place where we used to execute our commands. Okay guys, so now let's try to exploit with the older commands that we did in the in the last video. Okay guys, so how to do that? Simply type the IP address of the machine and just simply use pipeline and ls. Now let's see is it working or not. So when you hit enter, as you can see that this is working on medium security also. Okay guys, so now we are clear that for this particular operator, which is pipeline, this particular web page is not filtering. Okay, so now let's try with some other one using the double and %. So now let's try to hit enter and submit. So when you submit this, you will see this is doing nothing. That simply means that it is filtering something here. Okay guys, so now let's try to see with some other operator just like this, using this terminator, and let's see by submitting. So as you can see that this is also not working. So what is the problem here? So in this particular security level, what developer is doing here is they are filtering some operators so that we cannot execute our commands. Okay, now let's see the source page so that we can easily understand what is happening here. Okay, so when you scroll it down, okay, as you can see here, this is the command which is remove any of the character in the array blacklist. So what it is doing here is this is simply removing this ampersand and this. Okay guys, so this is removing these operators here. So that is why we are not able to execute our commands using these operators. Okay guys, so now let's simply close it and let's execute all these commands like this command. As you can see, this is not working here. So what we can do here is we can simply let's try with some this operator, and now hit enter. Let's see is it working or not. So as you can see that it is successfully executed, it has successfully executed, and it is showing us our desired result. So as we all know that the command that we have executed, what it is doing, this is simply showing you the content inside this file, and this is also copying the content of this file into this file. Okay guys, so this is how you can work on medium by seeing the view source. It is simply showing that it is blacklisting some operators. So if you are not having the view source, so what you will do, you will simply try with some other combinations of operators, so that if it is if simply suppose like if developer is filtering some operators, so you can try with the combinations of different operators. So if there is one operator which developer is not filtering, so this can work for you. Okay guys, so this is how you can work on medium security, and you can execute your commands here. Like if you want to see directories, simply type hit enter, directory will show you the directories. Okay guys, now guys, we have successfully injected command execution in low and medium security, but it's time to see on high, or we can say impossible level. So why it is impossible? Why? What a developer did there so that we are not able to get inside or command execution using some commands. Okay guys, so now let's see command execution. Okay, first of all we need to change our security to high. So we are currently on high. So now let's get back to command execution. So guys, in this lecture we are going to see and analyze what, in the perspective of developer, what they are doing here, so that we are not able to get inside it. Okay, so we are not able to get to see all the files and all we did in the last some videos. Okay guys, so this is the field of IP. Now let's try to enter the IP here. Now hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see, this is pinging. Okay, so now let's try to do with this command. Now hit enter. So you have entered an invalid IP address. So what it is doing here is, this is simply suppose like this is the command. Now let's try to do this with. So what it is doing, this is reflecting the error, which is you have entered the invalid IP address. Okay guys, so now let's analyze its source code. So when you see, let me make it bigger. Okay guys, so this is the source code that I have. Okay guys, so now let's analyze the source code, why it is not taking our inputs. So this is for if submit IP. Okay, so now this is the function which is stripe slashes. That means stripe slashes. Okay guys, so what this function is doing here, this function simply removes the backslashes in the string and returns the string with the stripped backslashes. Okay guys, so what this function is doing here, this is a function here. What this is doing, this is simply removing the backslash in the string and returns the string with the stripped backslashes. So now one more function that we have, that is explode here. Explode is target. Okay, so this is the function that we have here. Now let me scroll it down. Okay, so this is a function explode target. So what it is doing, so this function breaks the string into an array and returns an array of strings. So the parameter separated specifies where to split the string, and the parameter string is the string to be split, and the optional parameter limit specifies the number of array element to return. So what it is doing here, so next what we have here is, we can say, yes, this is a function. Yes, what it is doing, yes, this is also a function. So what it is doing, so this is simply checking if a string is a numeric string. If it is returns true, otherwise it returns false here. Okay guys, because as you can see it is inside if. So what we can conclude from this code, so the conclusion is that it can be seen that this security level code is like impossible, and this simply adds the anti-CSRF tokens, and the parameters IP is strictly restricted here, and only inputs such as digital number will be received and executed. So there is no command execution vulnerability inside it. Okay guys, so this is how you can simply secure your website using this. Okay, so now let's get back to it. So you cannot exploit this, you cannot take the advantage of the vulnerability, because developer has the great job here. So this is how you can exploit any vulnerability related to command execution by playing with the operators. And if it is like, if a developer did the great job here, so you cannot find any kind of vulnerability, because they also have their mind. Okay guys, so this is how you can do it. So this is all about command execution. We are going to start with the SQL 101. So upcoming 2 lectures is going to be very crucial if you want to learn SQL injection. So now first understand what is SQL injection. So SQL stands for Structured Query Language, and it is a standard language used for retrieving and manipulating data in a relational database management system, which is also called as RDBMS. So data is accessed through the use of queries, which allows information to be created, read, updated and deleted. It's upon you. And database can be used in variety of situations, but one of the most common configuration is a database serving as a backend to the web application. So when certain actions are performed, such as logging in or searching, queries are sent from web application to the database. So this is the basic procedure of it. And now let's talk about injection. What is injection? So injection is allowed to occur when input fields are not properly sanitized, and an attacker can enter malicious SQL commands in order to access data that should otherwise be out of sight. So SQL injection is generally considered to be a high impact because it allows attackers to retrieve sensitive information, tamper with the data, and destroy data, or even escalate privileges and issue operating system commands on the server. So generally, any kind of input on a web page is potentially vulnerable to SQL injection because that is where it interacts with the database. So authentication form, where the user logs in with the username and the password, are the most common types of input that are exploited, such as we can talk about like search forms, contact forms, and file uploads are all potential target for injection. So now guys, in this lecture, we will explore the basics of SQL in order to better understand the types of attacks that you can perform. So first of all, let's talk about the anatomy of a database. So data contains in a relational based database is stored in objects called tables. So these tables are the virtual representation of relations between different elements which consist of rows and columns, as you can see here. So okay guys, let me change the color of it. So now guys, these are the columns and these are the rows. Okay, so we are having 1 2 3 4 columns in this table, and actually 4 rows, actually 3 rows actually. Okay, because we will not consider it as row. Okay, so as we all know that this is how it looks like. Okay guys, so fields which are columns of the table represent specific piece of information for every record. So this is better illustrated in this particular table, as you can see here. So ID, we are having ID, name, username, password, and all the details. So this table contains 3 records and 4 fields. Each user in the database is given an ID, name, username, and the password. In reality, tables are much larger than this and can contain millions of records, and the database itself can hold just a many-as table. So you can see how valuable SQL injection is to an attacker with this much data ripe for picking. So now guys, let's talk about the data type and operators and what is the syntax of it. So in order to understand the data that we are working with, we need to know that there are different types of data utilized in SQL. Although exact data type are very different between the database system, in most of the cases they are similar enough to tell what they are. Usually they are categorized by the text, number, and date. So operators allows us to manipulate and interact with the data in the SQL. So there are 5 main categories of operators like arithmetic, bitwise, comparison, compound, and logical. So most of these are similar to other programming languages, but few are simply different. Okay guys, so now let's actually see what is syntax and statements. So okay guys, so if we talk about the syntax and statement, so SQL statements are the code that is passed to the database in order to retrieve or modify data. So now let's look at the example, as you can see here. So this is the example here. Okay, so now look at this example and let's understand this query. So first we are having select star from user where name is equal to John Smith. So first part of this statement is select. Okay, let me change the color because this is not visible to the eyes. Okay, so first of all we need to take this first statement, which is select star from. So this simply means that select all the fields from the user table. Okay, select all the fields from the user table. Now here we are having where. So where clause specifies that we only want to see information from the record where John Smith is equal to name. Okay guys, so this is how this statement works. So SQL uses single quotes for string although most database system will permit double quotes, and the semicolon marks at the end of the statement. So this is the basic syntax. So it should be noted that keywords like select and where are case insensitive. That means they are not case sensitive. Okay guys. So now let's understand what is comments in SQL. Okay guys, so as you can see here, we are having, as we all know, every programming language contains how to comment. Okay, in every programming language there is the section of comment which programmer use for inside their programming language. Okay, but in case of SQL we are having this is single line comment. Okay, so now let's understand it. So select from users, which will select everything from user and it will display. Okay, so this is multi-line comment. If you want to do single line comment, you will be using double hyphen, and if you want to multi-line comments, you will use this symbol and this, and you can just close it by this. Okay, so SQL injection exploits the way comments are handled by the rendering certain parts of the query unnecessary. So now guys, let's see this one. So this will return all the records from the database since an empty string, as you can see here. So what this OR means here? Okay guys, so what it will do, let's understand it first. So select from user, so it will select user table, and then where username is this, or 1 is equal to 1, and password. So what it will do, so guys, in this case, let's understand. This will simply return all the records from the database since an empty string or 1 is equal to 1, which as you can see here, this is the empty string, and 1 is equal to 1 always evaluates as true, and the double dashes, as you can see here, comment out the password field. So that is why comments in SQL is very important. Okay, so now guys, let's see some more we can say keywords. So there are also keywords that exist to make arranging data easier, such as min, max, between, and order by. Okay guys, so now as you can see, we are having this login session table. So name of this table is login session. Okay, where's my cursor? Okay, so login session is the name of this table. Okay guys, so suppose we wanted to know who was logged in the longest and when. So the query will simply, as you can see here below, would return the ID, username, and the shortest and the longest session with the between two datas. So now let's understand it. So what it will do, it will select ID, it will select this, username, it will select this, and minimum session length, it will select from this, maximum session length from login session, maximum session length from the login session, where login dates between 2001 to 1 and 2005 to 1. Okay, so what it will do, it will select each and everything in between these parameters and it will give you the result. Okay, so this is how it works. So group by we can say here we are having group by. So now what is group by? So group by consolidates the rows by ID and order by max length, and it shows in decreasing order to the user. Okay, so other useful statements includes insert into, which inserts a new record into a table, updates, which updates existing record in a table, and deletes, which is used to delete record in the table. So these types of queries can be useful for SQL injection when you want to do more than just retrieve information from the database. Okay guys, so an attacker could insert a new record indicating that they had bought something from online store, for example, and claims that they never received the product and can be compensated for it. So if they really wanted to cause maximum damage, so a drop statement could be used here. So drop table will remove an existing table in the database, while drop statement will remove the entire database itself. So now let's guys understand what is join and union. So joins are used to combine rows from different tables. So when there is a field related between them, so here is, as you can see, we are having user table, Okay, so here we are having user table. Let me first name them. This is user, and what this table name, let's consider this login. So having two tables. So now these are the queries that we have here. Select user, select users, it will select this table. Dot username, it will select username. Logins dot date, this will select login. Dot date will select this from users, and inner join login on user ID and login ID. So it will simply inner join. So an inner join or simply join, like as you can see here, will simply return records that have matching data in both the tables. So a left join returns all records from the left table as well as record that matches in the right table. So if we say like right join returns all records from the right table as well as matched record in the left table. So a full join will return all records that match in either the left or the right table. Although joins are not required for SQL injection, they can be proved very useful when extracting information across table after you have found your way in. So now guys, let's talk about union. So what is union? So in the last lecture we have talked about join, but in this case we are going to talk about union. So union is used to combine distinct data from two or more select statements. Each select statement must have the same data type and the same number of columns, and they must be in the same order. So this thing should be noted down that they must be in the same order. So union all does the same thing, but it won't eliminate duplicate rows in case where the same data exists in both of the union tables. So now let's look at the example that we are having two tables, that is user here, and this is user, and this one let's take it as admin. Okay, so we're having two tables. So as you can see, this is the query that we have here. So it will simply join password from user, this password, union password from admin will simply join this. Okay, so obviously this won't be normal query that is run against the database, but if we were allowed to inject this, we could obtain the admin password or any other information that isn't usually accessible. So guys, this is all about SQL injection basics, because these are the things that you should know. So if you don't understand anything, you can ask me. I will answer your question within 24 hours. And if you have any doubt, you can simply rewatch the video, and it will be very easy to understand, because SQL is not a very tough thing. This is like English language. So guys, I hope you guys understand. In the next lecture, we are going to cover whole SQL injection, because what is the approach for SQL injection. So I will teach you in the next lecture how to approach SQL injection, how to exploit SQL injection, and what are the commands that will be useful, and how you can use comments, union and all. Going to see how to exploit SQL injection, how to find SQL injection present on any parameter. Okay guys, not a parameter, on any we can say search form or username field or password field. So for finding it, first we need to set up our lab. So as we did it before, so for that, first of all, you need to log into your Owaspbwa, as you can see here. So I'm going to log in it using my username, and the password will be Owaspbwa, and now hit enter. So after hitting enter, it will simply load it up, and then simply type if config. So when you hit enter, you will find this as the IP address, just inet address 110.0.2.7. So this is the IP address. So now the next thing that I have to do here is simply open the web browser here. So this is the web browser that I have here. Okay guys, so it will take some time actually. This is upon your RAM, how much you have allotted. So guys, let's enter the IP address of Owaspbwa machine into here in the search bar. Okay, the address is wrong, that is why it is not working. Let me fix it. So this is IP address. Now hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see that we are having this machine, which is Owaspbwa broken web application project, and we are interested in SQL injections. For SQL injection, the best way to practice is MetaSploi 2. So simply hit enter on this. So when you hit enter, you will see this kind of interface. As you can see here, let me zoom out this so that it will be easy to see each and everything present on this page. So when you see in the left corner, you will find OWASP 2013. Okay guys, so when you move your cursor above this, you will find these many vulnerabilities here. So we're interested in this, which is SQL injection, extract data, and user info. Okay guys, so this is the field that I have here. Okay, let me first erase it so that I can teach you what it is. So this is the page. This is the page in which we are going to test our SQL queries here. Okay guys, so first of all, let's see what it is asking for. So this is asking for your name and the password. Okay, so please enter username and the password to view account details. Okay, so as we all know that I don't have accounts in it. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to simply register. Username that I'm going to give is like DIW, and the password will be the same, DIW. So this is the password. Let it confirm. Signature is D, and now create account. So account created for Devakar Venro inserted. Okay guys, so now let's where is login tab? So account has been created. So usernames, okay guys, let's get back. So now guys, we are having this field. Let me erase this. So we are having this field. So first on our agenda is to test the page to see if the possibility exists for an SQL injection or not. So to do this, simply let's use the tick. Tick means this is the tick character, or we can say quotation character, to see what we can learn from this. So what you need to do here is simply you need to move your cursor here and simply use this tick and hit enter. So after hitting enter, let me I think you can see this. Let me zoom it a little bit. And so this is the error that we are getting. So what this means, simply using tick, we were able to learn a reasonable amount of information about the database which supports this application. So what are the some things that we have learned from this? So we have taken two things from here. So the first thing, that is, let's see file. Here file. So we can see that the entire path of the file which is handling this error. So for looking at it, there is a additional information which can be inferred, such as this is more than likely a Microsoft Windows device on such which the server is running on. Okay, so as you can see here. So then the second thing, that is message, which as you can see here, message. So from message, we can see that this is MySQL database. This is also referring here MySQL, and from this you can also see this is the MySQL database. Okay guys, so this is the first thing that we get from the message. And the next thing is why this is important. So the database in the backend will determine the type of interaction we can do with it via the application. So now guys, let's expand on our tick and let's see what it's gonna do. So guys, let's see. First of all, actually this is quite irritating. Every time it's just become admin. It's quite irritating. So this is the tick that we did earlier. Or is the command 1 is equal to 1 will always be true, and give some space. Okay, so these is space after 2 hyphens, and this is needed for MySQL commands. Oh, sorry, comments. Okay, so now let's hit enter. So guys, when you scroll it down, okay guys, so when you scroll it down, so after simply entering this particular let me see this. Okay, where's the error here? Okay guys, this is again not working. These parameters are just irritating me. So okay, let's try with this again. This is the tick, and then or 1 is equal to 1 hyphen double hyphen, and now please simply hit enter. So when you hit enter, what you can see here, this is giving us nothing. So there is some failure. Okay guys, so there is some failure. So why it is not giving us that? Let's try with something else. Okay, let me do one thing here. That is, let me try with this. This is not working guys, so we have to try with some other command. This is not like I have learned from somewhere and I am applying here. This is not like that. So now guys, we have successfully entered our command. So what was the difference in the last and this? So the difference was is that, as I have told you that you have to note that the spaces after 2 hyphen, this is the space. So this thing should be keep in your mind, because this is important and needed for MySQL command. Okay guys, so as you can see, it looks like we dumped the entire table. As you can see, these are the things. Okay, these are the accounts that we have here. Okay, so this is the account that we have created. As you can see, we are having the username and the password. Okay guys, so this simply looks like we are making progress, and let's see what else we can do. So how about we are trying to determine the database version? Okay guys, so for this, let's try to leverage the admin account to reduce the number of rows which will be returned. So our query will now look like, let me do it here. So let me erase it. Let me remove it so that I can easily work here. This is just irritating me. Okay guys, so now let's change our query like admin. So this is the query, simply tick. Okay, and now these are the 2, and just give it 2. Now try to hit enter. So guys, after hitting enter, let's scroll it down. You can see here, after hitting enter, after scrolling down, this was our command, and this is simply we are trying to get the database version. So now let's try with some other command. So this is, we are inside admin. So now let's try to run some other command, that is admin, and simple tick. Okay, union select @ okay, now type version here. So this is the command, hit enter. So guys, when you hit enter, so we got an error. So when you see the error, so what it is saying, it is saying that the use select statement have different number of columns. Okay, so so now what we need to ensure that the number of columns are balanced. So now let's try to learn number of columns in the table. So now let's use admin. Let me try here. Let's use admin. This is admin, and let's select this one and just first of all erase it. Admin union select and use null and hit enter now. So when we run this command, we got the same error. Let me scroll it down. As you can see here, we got the same error again, but the number of columns. So let's build up on this to find out the correct number of nulls we need to use here. So the thing that we need to do here is simply increase the number of nulls. So it will take some time. So you have to take care of this. So this was the null, and let's simply separate it by a comma. Let's try with double null. Now hit enter. Let me see it again. This is giving us same error. So the next thing what I can do here, we have now, let's try with the third null. Okay guys, 1 1 2. Okay, now hit enter, and as you can see that we are getting the same error. So now let's try with like 7 null, 6 null, not 7 null. Now let's try with the 7 one. We have 1 2, now 3 4 5 6. So we have now used 6 null space and hit enter. Now let's see is it working or not. So this is again not working. Again, let me do it. Which null is containing, how much null it is containing? 1, I think. Now let's try with one more null. Let's try with this and see what it is. 1 2 1 2, and now hit enter. So as you can see here guys, as you can see here, so we see that rather than error, we have now, as you can see here in this, well, what we have here now, we have reported 2 columns. So now that we have our number of columns, now let's try to get the database version again. So how you can do this? Simply we are going to use with the 5 null, actually 6 null, with the version command. Let's try. Where was, okay, admin do, I think how much null it contains. We because we are having 7, so that is why I'm using 6 null, because 1 for the version. 1 2 3 4 5 6, we are having 6 here. So after this, let's try to find out version. Okay, so now let's see how it's gonna be look like. Version, so this is for version, and now we have separated it. So 1 2 null, 3 null, 4 null, 5 null, 6 null. Now let's erase this one. 1 2 1 2, and now hit enter. Let's see what it is giving. As you can see that we have successfully extracted the version of our DBMS. Okay guys, so now guys, next thing, so now let's look at each column to determine which one will accept our string, or at least which one produce the username, password and signature. To figure out this, let's put some string in each null field. So how you can do that? So earlier, how many nulls we have used? So we have used 7 nulls. So in case of 7 null, in the place of 7 null, we are going to use some string like column 1. Okay. So let me start it from starting. Admin take, okay, union select string inside the we can say, let me make it this one. I think this is correct way. Okay, let me close this string again for other one. Column 2, close it again. Colon 3, let's close it. Okay. Again column 3, colon 4 5, this time is 5, and again just close it. Colon 6 is now the next one that we have here is colon 7, just close it and open it. So this is what we have, and make it 2 spaces, and this is how. So now let's try to run this command. Okay guys, so let me scroll it down. So as you can see that we have used this particular command. So column 2, column 3 and column 4 are the ones which we can use with our string. So now let's revisit that attempt to get the database version. We will also replace the column X, okay, null by column X. So now let's try to see again for the database version. So how you can do that? Let me scroll it down. This was this. Now let's try to hit enter. Let's see, is it working or it is giving us error. Again select. I think we have to, okay guys, this is the thing. Now hit enter. We need to add some spaces there. So this is the version that, as you can see, the good progress so far, actually I can say that, and we have now managed to obtain the database version. So now let's continue. How about we dump the database schema? So we can see a list of tables with their associated names. Okay guys, so now let's see how we can do that. So we need to again enter a long string, so a long query, so that we can simply dump the database schema. So how we can do that? Okay, so for that simply type admin as usual, just close it using the tick and then union. Okay, then simply as always select. Okay, now after select use null. We need to add 7 different things inside this, because as we all know, on 7 it gives us result. And then table name. So okay, this is not hyphen, this is underscore table name, and then let's see, it's at column. Okay, then we are having column name. Let me do it like this, and then add null, 2 null, and let's see, the 3 null, 4 null. Okay, so 4 nulls are enough. Now from information schema information schema spelling is correct, colons. Okay, after colons I need to add 2 spaces, hyphen, 2 spaces. Now hit enter. Let's see, is it working or not? So I think it is not working. Let's see what it is doing here. So guys, now that we have gotten dumped database structure, let me do it like this. As you can see that we have dumped the database structure. Okay guys, so we can now look at the other tables, so we can see where we may be able to extract the data of relevance. So going through the list, as you can see, account tables, account tables. So the list contains the user information which we are able to obtain in the beginning text. Okay, which is like we can say accounts. Now let's try to simply let's see for the accounts. Okay, let's do it again. So we have to write again what we did earlier, like union. Let me see, is it present or not? Okay, this was the command that we have entered earlier. So in after this columns, let me use where table name is equal to, and simply give it as accounts. Just what the next thing, close this string and just 2, and now hit enter. Let's see. So guys, what we have found here, so we see there additional fields such as sid is here. So like this, sid is admin, first name and the last name. So as you can see, all of these things here, this is the first name, last name, and all of the things here. Okay, so this is the way. So now let's see what we can learn from is admin. So what we can learn from is admin, as you can see, we are having here is admin. This is the admin password. So now let's see how what we can learn from this. Okay guys, so now let's create one more query for this. Simply take space union select, simply use select and null. Now sid, okay, username is admin null. Okay, again we have to use 2 more null to complete the string of 7 null. We have used 3 null from accounts. And now hit enter. So after hitting enter, so it looks like value for where it was. Let me scroll it down. As you can see, the value for is admin is either true or false. So for this we have a list of admin user in this database. So now let's take a look to see which user of the application is simply accessing the database. So now let's see how. Okay guys, so simply use the command again that I'm going to tell you, like admin, let me do it like this, admin space union select null current user, and this is function, and then use the remaining nulls, like 5 nulls, because we have used 2 places, so we need to use add 5 nulls here. 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, is this correct? Okay, let me do it, let me correct it like this. Okay, is everything correct? Let me run this command. So let's see, it's working not. So as you can see that guys, so very interesting thing is here. So this application is running as a metadata, as you can see, as a root. So now what database are we connected to? So now let's see what database are we connected to. So for that, again run one more query, admin space union select add null. For database we are going to use database. Okay, and now again add remaining null, which is okay, this is just quite irritating. 2 3 4 5. Okay, is this correct? Now hit enter. Let me scroll it down. As you can see that guys, we have gotten here, we have got something. So now let's try to read. This is the database, actually this is the name of the database. So now let's try to read a file from the server system. So how you can do that? So this is some very interesting thing. So how you can do that? So this command that I'm going to give here is gonna be very difficult, because it looks like very we can say uninteresting actually. Okay guys, so now let's see how we can do that. So the command that I'm going to give is admin single tick and then simply union select, this is for select, and null, this is 1 null, and then load file, load file, and inside this let me do it like this, and the path that I'm going to give here is this. Okay, how many paths I should add here? Let me do it with 4. Okay, so this is 4. Now Windows, this is the path. Let's see, is it working, because currently I'm using Linux. Let's see, is it working or not. This is how drivers etc and then we'll host. Okay, host. Now just close this, everything is fine, it's looking fine. So now add the remaining nulls here, which is around 5. 1 2 3 4 5 Now hit enter. Let's see is it working or not. Records, as you can see that records not fine because currently we are using Linux system, so that is why it is not working in our case, so that we are not able to get this. So what you can do here in case of this, you can simply use your Linux path, so then after you can simply get the right path of it. Okay, so as you can see that we are using Linux, so that is why it is not working here. Okay, so guys, the question arises here, all these we did, we are able to manage to get the database version, database name, passwords, inside parts of what is contained inside the table, what we have, the column names, number of columns, table names, username, passwords, and their signatures. We managed to get all the information. So the question arises here that how you can simply simply protect yourself. So how to secure your organization from SQL injection. So as you can see that we did a lot in terms of demonstrating the effects of SQL injection. So have understanding how we protect ourselves from this is just a very important thing. So the guideline is like at the time based on this particular understanding. So the only proven way to protect a website from SQL injection attack is to use SQL parameters. So SQL parameters are the values that are added to the SQL queries to add the simple execution time in a more controlled manner. So this is the way you can protect yourself. So guys, I hope you understand this. So if you're not getting anything, you can simply message me. I will simply make a separate lecture on this SQL injection. By the way, I know you all have got this very well, but if in case you are having any kind of doubt, you can ask me. I will answer your query within 24 hours. Don't worry, I will make a separate video and I will show you one by one how you can automate the process of SQL injection without doing all this stuff, because I'm not adding that particular lecture in this particular lesson because I don't want to just do anything on a automatic mode. If you are doing it on manual mode, so you can understand it, you can put your hard work, your brain on it. But in case of automation, what you need to do is simply copy this particular copy which email. Let me do it for you. Okay, why it is not okay. So in case of automation, you need to simply copy this email and put it there on the tool, and it will simply tell you what kind of vulnerabilities it has, and you need to exploit it and all. So that is not the best way to learn ethical hacking on website hacking. So the best way is to do it manual, but there are some cases where we need automation. So there you can use it. But in case of SQL injection, if you are able to get all of these things, so there is nothing like you will go with automation. Okay guys, we are going to learn about client-side attacking. Inside client-side attacking, we are going to cover XSS, which is cross-site scripting. So before going deep into it, first we need to understand what is a cross-site scripting and what is the origin of it. So okay guys, so if we talk about the origin of cross-site scripting, so you would often hear that the term cross-site scripting and JavaScript used simultaneously. So JavaScript is a client-side scripting language introduced by Netscape in 1995. So the main purpose of JavaScript was to make the web browser perform some task at the client side. Although JavaScript can be used for other purposes too, it is most commonly used in the web browser to implement the client-side script that can be used to alter the web pages and display it on the browser. For example, like displaying a pop-up error message, dialog box, when a wrong value is entered by the user, or showing ads on the web pages. So some hackers soon found out that using JavaScript, they could read data from web pages loaded in adjacent windows or frames. So these malicious websites could cross the boundary and interact with content loaded on an entirely different web pages. So that is not related to this its domain actually. So this trick was named as a cross-site scripting attack. So to block this attack, Netscape introduced the same origin policy under which the web browser permits JavaScript loads in one web page to only access other web page if they are from the same domain. So in other words, we can say that a malicious user could not use JavaScript to read data from any arbitrary web page. So in early 2000s, so the JavaScript attack becomes most famous for making the web page load malicious script in the web browser rather than reading contents from the web pages loaded in the adjacent frame. So although the aim of cross-site scripting attack has changed over the years and the name remains the same, and therefore some people get confused as to why it is called as cross-site scripting. So over the years, cross-site scripting attack has been using JavaScript to perform malicious activities such as we can say malware sting, port scanning, and keylogging. So XSS attack can also be used to inject VB script, ActiveX, or Flash into a vulnerable web page. Since JavaScript is so widely used, so we would also use JavaScript to demonstrate example. To make things clear upfront, JavaScript is different from the Java programming language. So Netscape named it JavaScript purely for marketing reasons. So as the Java programming language was gaining popularity during that time, so in dynamic web application, JavaScript is used for widely, we can say wide variety of tasks and can be embedded, we can say in the HTML pages to retrieve data from the several sources to build the web page. So a simple example would be a social networking websites using JavaScript to build a profile page by loading the profile image, user details, and old posts for several locations. So some of ways in which JavaScript is used in HTML code. Now let's see them. So the first one is script tag. Okay, so the first one is script tag. So let me first change the color. So I have choose this color. So first one we are having a script tag. So okay, so this is our payload. As you can see, this is our payload. Okay guys, so as you can see that the script tag, so what it is doing here, so JavaScript can be embedded directly in the web page using a script tag. So as you can see this thing, so whenever this command will execute, it will simply pop up a box like this. Okay, it will pop up a box like this, which is simply alerting the user that XXXD, whatever written inside these double quotes, it will reflect on this particular dialog box. So this is the this is why we use Java script tag. Then later we are having body tag. So this script can also be embedded using the onload event in the body tag. Okay guys, so this will simply alert you if you this, so the payload is starting from here. So it will do the same work like script tag. Then we are having image. So this is nothing but this tag can be used to execute a JavaScript and which is often used for malicious purposes. So we are going to see all of them, don't worry. Okay guys, so there are some other tags such as iframe, divide, and link are also used to embed script in HTML page. So JavaScript can be used to not only retrieve information from the web server, but also to perform the DOM, we can say document object model, which is called as DOM script, and it has access to web browser data and operating system properties. So JavaScript was actually designed to run in a very restricted environment with limited access to the underlying operating system. But even with the limited accesses, we can say limited access, a JavaScript loaded in the web browser can be used to do some nasty stuff. So when JavaScript is loaded in the web browser, so it can access the cookies assigned to the user session and access the URL history. So cookies are often used as a session identifiers. If the attacker can steal them, they can gain control over the session. Also, JavaScript has the access to simply entire DOM of the web page and can modify the HTML page, which simply can lead to a defacing of the web page. We are going to see what are the types of cross-site scripting. So the main aim of XSS is to execute JavaScript on the victim's browser, but there are different ways to achieve it. So depending on the design and purposes of the website, there are three major categories of XSS, which you can see here. First one is persistence. Then we are having reflected XSS. Then we are having DOM accessor. So we're going to cover each and every one by one. Okay, so first one is we are having persistent. So this form of cross-site scripting or access is also known as stored accesses. Okay, so accesses flow is called as persistent accesses when the injected data is stored on a web server or the database on the server side, and the application server it serves it back to the user without validation. So an attacker whose aim is to infect every visitor of the website would use the persistent or stored based accesses, which would enable him or her to exploit the website on a large scale. So this is about the persistence or stored based accesses. Then we are having reflected based. Okay, so this is for the reflected based. So reflected based accesses is also known as the non-persistent accesses, as the name suggesting that in the form of attack, the malicious script is a part of the victim's request to the web application, which is reflected back by the application in form of the response. So this may look difficult to exploit as users won't willingly send a malicious script to the server, but there are several ways to trick the user to launch a reflected accesses attack against its browser. So this is all about reflected. Then we are having at the end DOM based. So now let's talk about this. So this is the third type of cross-site scripting, is local and directly affected the victim's browser. So this attack does not rely on the malicious content being sent to the server. In the persistent and reflected based, the script is included in the response by the server. The victim's browser accepts it and assume it to be a legitimate part of the web page and execute it as a page load. But in case of DOM based accesses, only the legitimate script that is provided by the web server is executed. So as increasing number of HTML pages are generated by the downloading JavaScript on a client side rather than by the server. So anytime an element of the web page is to be changed without refreshing the entire page, so it is done using the JavaScript. So a typical example is a website providing a live update of cricket match, so which refreshes the score section in regular interval. We are going to attack on stored based accesses in very low security, and let's see what it's going to be, how we can simply exploit it. Okay guys, so first of all, what you need to do, as we all know, that you need to open a web browser and simply type the IP address of Owaspbwa, so which is this, and hit enter. So after hitting enter, you will find this kind of interface. So let me zoom it so that we can easily see whatever we are doing here. Let me scroll it down. You will find DAM vulnerable application, and simply you need to hit enter. So when you hit enter, you will see this kind of interface. So as we all know that admin is the username and the password is same, which is admin. And now hit enter on login. So don't save because it is quite irritating. So now guys, we are inside the DVWA. So here you can find lots of vulnerabilities that we have inside this, so we can practice here. So for in this particular lecture, we are going to start with the accesses stored based. Okay guys, okay, not for stored based, let's try with the accesses reflected one, so that it will be easy to going in the order, which is access reflected then store. Okay guys, for that you need to simply choose a security to low and simply click on submit. So the next thing that you need to do is simply click on accesses reflected. So what it is doing here, so as you can see that vulnerability reflected cross-site scripting, and it is asking for what is your name. So this is asking for the name, so I'm going to give my name here, which is Devakar, and now simply click on submit. So when I click on submit, as you can see that it is giving us hello Devakar. That simply means it is reflecting something on the web page. Like I will enter here 1, now hit enter, hello 1. Now again I want to do like 2. Now what it is doing, hello is pre-scripted, but whatever we are entering here, it is just reflecting that particular word or a string in front of you in the web page. So this is how it is working here. Okay guys, so when you see the link here, which is, as you can see, this is the link of this, what it is doing here, this is the thing that we have entered here. Suppose like, let me change it here, Devakar. Okay, so now as we all know, this is hit enter, get paste request. So when I type anything on this name parameter, whatever I am going to type here, it is reflecting on the web page, which is hit this. Okay, so for that reason I want to see the source page so that we can understand this attack very easily. Okay guys, so this is the page that we have here. Okay, so now let's see, is there any kind of okay, where it is, let me increase the size of this. Okay guys, so as you can see, there is nothing like filtering. So this is what it is doing. This is the PHP, and this is simply getting your name, and it is simply echo name hello, and this is giving your name, get name. Whatever you enter in the place of name, it will simply get name and echo with the hello. Okay guys, so there is nothing like we can say there is nothing like it is filtering something. So now we are well known that it is reflecting on the web page. So now it is the clue, or it is the hint to try with the XSS payload. So what you can do here is, now let's try with the simplest JavaScript payload, which is a script. And after script, simply use alert, and inside alert use the string, like I want to see you have been hacked. So this is a string that I want to display on a pop-up window. Okay, after that what you need to do here is simply use this script. Okay, script, just close this. Okay, now hit enter. So when you hit enter, as you can see that this is the pop-up window like this, you have been hacked. So when you click on this, okay, it will simply just disappear. So what is the conclusion here? So conclusion here, when you see it up here, you will see this is executing our whole command. Whatever we are entering here, it is not filtering anything. Anything means anything. So now let's try with some other command, that is for body script, or body tag actually, on load alert. Now let's give it here hacked. Okay, so this is what, let's try to hit enter. As you can see, this is simply reflecting whatever we want to reflect here. So what is the drawback of this particular thing? Suppose that I have entered like this is the script and enter. So in place of you have been hacked, I can simply put a link here, and the link which is related to the malicious website. Suppose I have entered this particular link here, and I send this whole script to the we can say client. So when the client execute that script, and the client will see this particular dialog box. So what it will do, it will simply, he or she will simply click on that link, and they will be redirected to the malicious website. So with that malicious website, I can simply install the malware from the website to their computer, and I can easily hack their computer. So this is the drawback, and this is the dangerous of cross-site scripting reflected base. So this is how you can see in the low security, there is nothing like filter. You can do whatever you want to do. You can simply inject any code here. So I have searched a website for you so that you can simply there is no need to learn JavaScript. You can use simply payloads like this. We are having lots of payloads here. You can use any one of them, and you can simply enter on a form where it is asking for something. You can enter there and you will have the result. Suppose that I have chosen one of them, like let me get back to it. Okay, I want to do this. I want to inject this particular script. So I will copy this and I will inject this, and now hit enter. Let's see what it is going to do. So this is what it is saying. This is taking it as a script alert1. Okay, let's see what the script is for. Alert x1 script. Okay, so this is what it is doing here. Let me again copy this. Let's try to here's the terminator. Now it is not taking it as alert1. So now let's try other one. There we are having lots of payloads which you can use here on error. Let's try with this one. There are some which will not work. There are some which will work. So it's upon test on error. As you can see, this is again not working. So what is the problem here? Source, let me check here. Source 1 href1 and 1 error JavaScript alert. Okay, JavaScript alert. Okay, why it is not working? This is not working because what we did here is this is one error on error actually. This is inside these braces or these double quotes. So this is why it is taking it as a script. So when you see the result, let me again run this one. What it will do is simply print JavaScript alert. Okay, so as you can see when I click on submit, okay, why it is not submitting? Okay, let me set up here stored based. Let's do where this is. As you can see, it is not taking it as our desired output. Okay, so here we have lots of like this. Let's run this. This is giving us a result. So here we have lots of payloads. You can try one of them and it will work actually. So this is upon you what kind of things you want to do here. So in this case, what I want to teach you is that if you're writing something like hello, and when you hit enter, you are seeing that your string is reflecting here in the web page and in the link also. So you can try to inject any JavaScript code. So if it is injectable to XSS, so it will simply reflect whatever you want to do with the help of JavaScript code. So now let's try to exploit our XSS reflected in a medium setting. So what you need to do here is, so you need to simply, as we all know that this is reflected one, so it will not store on the server side, but what you need to do here is simply click on setup, create and reset database. So database has been created. So now let's get back to security and change it to medium submit. And now we are ready to go with XSS reflected. So okay guys, I have found one more website which is now trustable in case of XSS, because this website is the owner of Burp Suite tool. Okay guys, so this is the website which simply contains hundreds or thousands of payloads inside it. So you can go with anyone and it will definitely work. It's upon the practice which one is for which thing. So it's upon the practice. So now guys, let's see. So currently we are in the medium setting. So what it is asking for the name. Now I give hello. So when you type hello, as you can see, this is again reflecting whatever I am entering here. Okay guys, so it is the same thing you can see here. So now let's try with our basic scripting, which is a script has been hacked. Now let's try with this. So what it is doing here, what you have entered inside the alert, and with alert, it is simply reflecting that particular thing in front of you in the web page. So what is the problem here? So now let's analyze with the help of a view source so that we can easily understand what it is doing and why it is doing. Let me move this here. Okay, so now we are having full code. So what it is doing here? So now let's see here, as you can see in the echo hello, it is printing hello. Yes, this thing is very true. This is hello and this. But in place of a script, what it is doing, they are using one function str replace a script. They are simply replacing a script with this. So that is why it is not working, because we have entered their script. Okay guys, so the payload that we have entered here was this. So we are, as you can see, when we see this, what they are doing, they are simply replacing or filtering a script tag. Okay, so now how we can simply bypass this particular filtration? So now when you see this, you will see that they are reflecting script, this thing in lowercase. They are simply doing this. So what we can do here, we can make it like, we can make SS capital. Let's move in the front. Let's see is it will work or not, as we have changed it to capital. Now let's try to run this. As you can see, we have successfully managed to exploit XSS reflected with the help of some changes. So this is how you can simply run your commands here. So now let's see with we can say this one. So this is the command, this is the payload that we have going to paste here. So now let's see, is it working or not? So when you run it, it will not work because they are simply filtering a script. So now let's make some changes, like I want to make I as a capital. I is a capital in each and every one. Let's see, is it working or not, or we have to make a script every time capital, S every time capital. Okay, what is the problem here? Let me again see. This was the comment, I think this was okay, XSL. Let me copy this again, get back to this, copy, paste. Let me move my cursor to the starting here, XSS on after execute. Let me see what it's going to work or do. Let me change this one to X, this as. Now let's try to run this. Now as you can see, we have successfully managed to exploit this vulnerability using some changes. Okay guys, so this is how you can work. Suppose that you are working on a real world website, and when you try to inject your code but it is not taking because it is filtering, so you can do these kinds of changes so that it will later on work. Okay guys, so now let's try to exploit it on high. So when you click on high and click on submit, now let's try to get inside this and simply let's choose this one. Okay, and now let's make it as capital. Now capital, now hit enter. So as you can see that what it is doing here, it is simply putting all the things, whatever you have entered inside this box as a string, and it is just displaying you. So now let's see what is inside the view source. Now let's make it zoom because it's time to say it in very soon manner. So now guys, when you see here hello, so what it is doing here, it is simply HTML special char. What it is doing here, it is simply converting your things inside like HTML special characters. Suppose like you are using this particular tag, so it will convert it into HTML special char. So this is why it is not working in this case. Okay guys, so this is why impossible high is just next to very impossible to exploit. So guys, as we all know that if there is high security, if the developer is very creative and very deep thinker, or they are well known about what kind of filtration they should be simply put there on the website, so you cannot exploit that thing. Okay guys, so that is why this is the perfect setting. With the help of that, you cannot exploit XSS reflected. So now guys, let's see what is stored based XSS, and it's gonna be very fun to see how to exploit this vulnerability. Okay guys, so for that I need to log in into my Linux machine, for which I'm going to give the username and the password. So as you can see, currently we are in XSS reflected. So now what I'm going to do here is set up and create a reset database. Okay guys, so now I'm inside DVWA. So this is the home page of DVWA. So when you scroll it down, let's check the security, which is on high. Let's make it to low and click on submit. So when you click on submit, let's get back to stored. So guys, this is the place where we are going to enter our payloads and exploits and simply see what it's gonna be. So how it's gonna be actually. So now let's see what it is doing here. So this is asking for the name, and here we are having message body. If you want to write any message, you can write here. Suppose that I wanted, it is asking for the name, so I'm going to give here name, which is Devakar, and let it be like small. Okay, so message that I'm going to give here is hello, how are you? Okay, so this is the message that I want to ask from you, and the message like message I want to give learn and grow. So this is the message that I want to give here. Okay, so now let's simply click on sign guest book. So when you click on sign guest book, as you can see that Devakar learn grow. So this is how it looks like. Whatever I'm going to enter here, it will going to reflect here. Okay, so one thing from here we can see that it is whatever we are going to give there, that is mean, and as you can see here there is nothing like parameter. So this is the post based request. Okay, so what it is doing here is it is simply storing all of these things inside their server or database. Okay, whatever I'm going to write here, it will store it here. Suppose in case of reflected XSS, whatever I give the payload, like I want to give this. So when I give this payload and just click on submit, so what it do, it will simply alert you, it will simply execute your payload. Okay, so when I suppose that I'm in conjunction, when I get back to it again, it will not do anything, it will start from the starting. But in case of stored, you can see that when you on somewhere else, when you get back to XSS stored, whatever you see here is what you have entered earlier, it is showing you that. So that is means that whatever I'm going to give here, it will store inside the server. Okay guys, is this clear? So this is the thing that I want to explain you, what is the difference between it. Okay guys, so now let's have some fun here. Okay, so whatever I'm going to write here, it will reflect here. So that means I can check for the XSS. Okay, for XSS, I will be going, as we all know that this is on security low. So now let's try with our, we can say that let's try with our script tag. A script, just close it and then alert. Okay guys, so it is not taking any kind of input after AL. So whatever I'm going to write, it will not take. Why it is? So let's check how many characters it is allowing to enter inside the name field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it is allowing me to enter only 10 characters name, or whatever thing you want to enter here. Only 10 characters are allowed inside this particular box. So now let's give my name again here. Let's check in message body, is it there any filtration or not? No, there is no filtration. Yes, there is. You can only enter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. Around 48 or 49 characters are allowed inside the message body. So this is the trick here. So now how you can enter your payload here. So inside message body, you are allowed to enter around 40 words, 40 characters. So here what we are going to execute here, I think the size of that particular script is less than 48. So now let's try with this one. Now let's give the click on this link. Not link, it's link. Script. Now let's try to sign. So when you click on sign in, as you can see that we are successfully injected our JavaScript code, and now this is showing us error. So the trick here is, suppose that if someone is doing here that you have only 10 characters to enter here, and there are two places. So now you have the idea that if something is restricting you, so you can choose the another one and you can try there. Now let's try to get back to it like this. So it will show you the error like this. So this is because you have stored your JavaScript code inside the server. So that is why whenever you get back to it, it will show you this error. Whenever you simply refresh it, it will show you this error, this dialog box actually. So this is how stored based XSS works. So now let's see first of all what its source code looks like. Okay guys, so when you see its source code inside message body, this is message text 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, this is post, this is for the first one, and message, this is my real string, and this is escape. So now guys, as you can see that there is nothing like any filtration here, any any filtration of your script tag. In this case, there is nothing. That is why it is simply executing our command, which was a script tag. So now let's see in this next lecture how we can inject our code inside this, or inside this name tag, okay, inside this name place. So how we can do that, we will learn in the next lecture. And to get back to this normal, you simply go to setup and click on create and reset, and let's get back to this. You will see nothing like error. To test our XSS stored based in the medium settings. So for that you need to change the security to the medium, and now click on submit. Okay guys, so now we are inside the XSS stored. So simply try to enter our last payload here, which was a script alert, like I'm going to give one script. Just close this. Okay, let me copy this so that I can use it later. Now let's try to run this. So when you try to run this, as you can see that what it is doing here is this is simply filtering our script tag. Okay guys, so this thing is clear that this is filtering a script tag. So as we did in the case of XSS reflected, we have simply changed our S into capital letter, and then try to run that particular that we have run that payload, and that was running very good, and that was running as per our needs. Okay, now let's try that thing again here. Let's see, is it working here or not? Paste, it's DIWA. Okay, so now let's try to make this SS capital. Now hit enter. So when you see what it is doing, it is simply filtering again. So guys, let's see its source code, what it is doing here. So when you see its source code, what it is doing here is this is doing same as it was doing in the case of XSS reflected, but let's see something else is there or not. So HTML specific match. Okay. It is also stripe tag and add slashes. It is adding the slashes here. Okay guys, now and this is in case of, okay guys, so what they are doing here is they are simply adding the filter in the place of message body, but in case of name, what they are doing, they are only filtering a script. So now let's try to exploit in the field of name. Okay guys, so now let's try. So this is our name field. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to simply right click and go to inspect element. So when you go to inspect element, you will see this kind of interface. Okay, so now guys, let me make it zoom so that you can see it, this particular thing in zoomer view. Okay guys, so when you see here, we are currently here, the max input name, text size 30 and max length is 10. So the thing that we need to do here is we need to change this to 100. Okay, because we want to enter more characters than 10. So that is why for the convenience I just change 10 to the 100. So now let's try to exploit this. So how we can do that? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to simply, okay, this is also filtering a script. So I'm going to okay, let me paste it here. Okay, now let's change S to capital and S to capital. Okay, now either here, hello. So now let's try to run this. So when you hit enter, you will see this is doing as per our requirement. That means it is taking our input and it is simply executing it on the server level. Whenever we will get back to this, we will have the same error. So now let's try to get back again to it, and it will give you an error like this. So this is how you can exploit it in case of medium by just using the inspect element and you cannot, when you have the choice that you're having two fields and one field is restricted by the characters and other field is restricted by the slashes. So what you can do here is you can simply use inspect element in place of the character case. Okay, so now let's try to see what it is inside the high security. So now click on submit. So when you click on submit, let's get back to stored based. So when you see the resources, so now let's try to run that particular command that we did in the case of medium. So for that, just okay, let me go back to our inspect element. So when you go back to our inspect element, we need to change it again. Okay, just double click here, you will see this thing 100. Now hit enter. So 100, now I will be able to enter our command. So now let's try to exploit this. Let's see, is it working or not in case of this. Hello. Now hit enter. So when you hit enter, you can see here what it is doing here is this is simply changing our all the things inside, with the help of script. Okay, it is adding these many characters in between these things so that it cannot be run. Okay guys, so now let's see its view source. So when you make it zoom, as you can see, let's see in the name, it is text message. As we all know that inside message they are doing the same as they did in the last medium, but the same thing they are also doing in the case of name also. They are simply adding the slashes and they are simply real escape string. What they are doing, they are changing in the case, they are changing in HTML special characters whatever we have entered there. Okay guys, so this is how it works in case of hide. That is why we are not able to exploit this. So this is guys how you can simply exploit XSS reflected and XSS stored base. So we are going to talk about what is local file inclusion. So before learning it, first we need to understand what is file inclusion. So file inclusion is very important to understand before understanding the local file inclusion. So now let's understand what is file inclusion. So file inclusion vulnerability. So this is the kind of vulnerability that allows an attacker to read sensitive information or run arbitrary commands using the files stored on the web server or using the files that are hosted on the attacker's machine. So this vulnerability exists mainly because of the poorly written code in the web application, and if not taken seriously, a file inclusion exploit can simply compromise the entire server by granting full cell access to the attacker. So this is how dangerous it is actually. So this is the basic overview of file inclusion. So guys, now let's see what is local file inclusion, the vulnerability that we are going to exploit in this particular lecture. So local file inclusion is one of the we can say one of the type of file inclusion vulnerability that allows the attacker to use the vulnerable file stored in a web server to his or her own advantage. So a web server uses different files to execute different functions on a website based on the requirements of the users. Suppose if you talk about, for example, like if you want to download something from the website, that the web server will call the function that will simply lead to the download page and that will allow you to download the data. So when you see any kind of URL like downloading, so you will see at the end you will find like a page is equal to like download.php. so this is the way it looks like when you try to download it. So using local file inclusion vulnerability, so the attacker tampers the URL parameter. As you can see here, we are tampering here. So URL parameter to send a different data to the web server to simply execute. So instead of downloading the data, the attacker asks to execute different functions to get other sensitive data from the web server. So in this particular lecture, what we are going to do here is we are going to simply use directory traverser to get the content of etc password file that will store inside this web server. So don't worry if this is not clear to you at this particular moment. So further in this particular video, we are going to decode each and everything. So don't worry. So first of all, what we need to do here is we need to simply change our security to low. Yes, it is on low. So when you get inside the file inclusion, which you will find here, you will see there is nothing to enter. So what we need to do here is, as I told you earlier, that we are going to get the file. We are going to attack on the URL system. So now let's understand it. So what is this? So this is the file. This is the link actually, URL, and this is the file which is include.php. So the page that we are seeing here is It's because of include.php. And this is what it is doing. It is simply requesting page is equal to include.php. That is why it is showing us. So now let's see what I'm going to do here is, let's see this page is here inside this or not. So when you hit enter, okay, it is doing nothing here. Okay, let's go back. And what the next thing that we can do here is, let's try to see. Okay, let's try to see what this thing is here. So when you analyze this, you will find this is include.php, this is the directory fi, and this is one more directory which is vulnerability, and this is dvwa, and after this you will find many directories. Okay, so now let's get back to our terminal and let's see how we can see why we want to see the etc password file. We want to see etc password file because let's see how to open this file is etc passwd. So when you zoom it up, you will see this file contains all the users on this particular web server. Okay, so these are the path. So when you scroll it up or down, you will find numbers of user here. So the intention of getting this file from this web server is to know about the user and the path. So from these paths you will find lots and lots of juicy data. Okay guys, so now let's find out how we can get this particular file using this URL. So now let's first refresh this, and after refreshing, as you can see that this is the parameter, page parameter, and here it is what it is giving. It is using gateway's request. So now next thing that I'm going to do here is, so let's analyze this particular thing. Okay, where is my, let me open this again, etc passwd and hit enter. So when you see here what we are having, so we are having this particular thing which is var. Okay, so when you see this link, what you will find, this is one directory 1, this is 2 directory 2, this is 3, and after this we will be having 4, and then after we are having one more directory. So total we are having 5 directories here. So what we need to do here is we need to get back to all of these directories, and then we can explore after that we can simply explore the file. So how you can do that? So as we all know, for Linux, for getting back, we need this particular symbol. Let me zoom it. Okay. We'll be using this particular thing, double dot 5 times 3 to 5. So now let's try to do, sometimes takes 7. Now let's hit enter. So after hitting enter, you will find we are managed to get inside this file, and this is the content of this particular that we have seen in this particular shell. So this is the same content that we are having here. So this is how dangerous it is. You can simply use the URL and you will get the file access, and you can see what is inside it and what are the content that this particular file contains inside it. So that is why it is very important to fix the file inclusion vulnerability. Okay guys, so this is how you can exploit it in low settings. Okay, so before getting to the medium one, first of all we need to see the source code so that we can see is there any parameter or not. So as you can see, there is nothing like which is filtering anything, so you can use simply these things. So as you can see, there is nothing like that. Okay, so now let's simply terminate it, and now let's try for the medium one. Okay, so when you change the security to medium one, okay, let's make it medium, and let's see the source. Okay, there is no source. We need to get inside file inclusion, and when you see the source, okay, so when you see the source, what it is doing here, this is for low one. I want for the, I think security is on low. Let's change to medium. Now it is medium. Now get back to file inclusion. Let's scroll it down and let's see this thing. So now guys, if you see this particular thing, what it is doing here, so what it is doing here is when you see this particular function, which is str replace, it is simply replacing these particular things into the blank spaces. Okay guys, so as you can see, this particular thing into the spaces, blank spaces. So this is simply filtering something. So now let's try to exploit same vulnerability. I want to get the same file using some other parameter. Okay, let me erase it. And then what I can try here, as you know that this is what it is doing. This is these are simply, when you hit enter, as you can see, we are managed to get inside this particular file. So what is the thing here? So the thing here is, when you see this is the file that we have here. So the thing here is, when you see this, what they are doing here, they are filtering these spaces that in our case we are having dots. So these are simply we can say, as you can see here, what it is doing, they are simply filtering the spaces, but in this case we don't have any space. So if you want to use the single one, you can also use single one, you will get the file access. Okay guys, so this is how you can exploit it using the medium settings. Okay guys, so this is how you can do with the medium settings. So if you talk about like this security high, so as we all know that this is just like impossible to exploit this. So when you try the same thing with this, so let me do this like etc pass wd and hit enter. So when you hit enter, as you can see, the file not found. So let's gets back and let's see the view source and let's analyze what it is doing here. So guys, what it is doing here, as when you see this, so when you change the difficulty to high and try to exploit from the medium difficulty, and you will notice some there is nothing working. So surely the target is more secure. So as it is only accepting, as you can see here, include .php or input starting with the word file. Okay, so what it is doing, it is only accepting this particular thing. So if you try to inject anything else, it will show you error. Okay guys, so this is how you can secure your website using these parameters, using these kind of filtering, so that no one can exploit your local file inclusion. Going to see what is brute force attack. For knowing the brute force attack, you need to firstly open your MetaSploi machine. For opening MetaSploi machine, you just need to open your MetaSploi. You have to log into your MetaSploi machine, and you just need to copy the IP address of your MetaSploi machine, which is given in the body of @0 in the second line, inet address 10.0.2.5. So this is the IP address, and make sure that MetaSploi machine and the Kali Linux should be in the same NAT network. Okay, in the same NAT network. So let's get back into our Kali Linux machine, and now you need to enter the IP address here. So after entering the IP address here, you can see here our vulnerable machine is ready to use. So for this attack, we are going to use DWA machine, and just click on this machine. So this is the damn vulnerable web application. So for that, you can see here I'm logged into this machine. So I'm going to show you what is the username and the password of this particular machine. So the username of this DWA is admin and the password is password. So now let's click on the login, and in login, after login, you can see these kind of vulnerabilities you can test here. For this video, I am going to show you how to brute force any particular website. So before brute forcing any particular page, we need to understand what is brute forcing. So as you can see here, this is the login page of this vulnerable machine. So as you can see here, when I click on this login button, username is admin and the password is the password. And after clicking on login, you can see here, welcome to the password protected area. That means you are logged into the machine. So now let's try with some other password and press enter. you can see here username and your password is incorrect. That means you entered the wrong password. So what is brute forcing? Brute forcing is nothing but it will try each and every possible combination of characters, numbers, digits, symbols to log in into your account. If any possible combination fit right into these places, then it will ultimately log in into the account. So brute forcing is nothing but forcing the numbers and characters combination into the username and the password field, and after forcing it into these field, if the combination is correct, then this attack will allow you to log in into your account. So in the next video we are going to see how we can use this particular attack to log into this particular machine without knowing the password and the username of the website. So in the last video we have learned that what is brute force. So in this particular lesson we are going to use burp suite for performing the brute force attack. So before proceeding further, you just need to open your burp suite through here, burp suite, and after pressing enter, as you can see here, this kind of window will pop up in front of you. So you just need to type here next and start burp. When you open this first time, it will take some time, but don't worry, it will not take so much time. So before using burp suite, you need to configure this burp suite with your browser. So it is very important to configure your browser with the burp suite so that it can intercept the request that is passing through your browser. So for configuring, you just need to click here in proxy, and in the proxy you just need to click here in options, and this is the IP address, that is 127.0.0.1, and the port number is 8080. And let's remember this and cut back to your browser and search for the option or preferences here, and now type here proxy, and after typing proxy you can see here the setting. Just click on this setting, and we are going to use manual proxy. So now let's type here 127.0.0.1, and the port number was 8080. So after doing this, just click on manual proxy and click on OK. So let's see it is working or not. If it is not working, then we will try something else. So intercept is on. Now let's begin. So as you can see here, it is working properly for us. So as we can see here, it is intercepting. So now let's try our brute force attack. So for that you just need to, let's forward this request. Okay, for now let's make it off, and once again let's get back to our MetaSploi Table machine login page so that we can easily perform this brute force attack. Now you can see here, this is the window that we are going to in which we are going to perform the brute force attack. So this is the username and this is the password. So I'm going to make the intercept on, so it will intercept our request, and I'm going to enter wrong password like this and press enter. So as you can see here, it intercepted our request. So the username here is admin, which is correct, and the password here is 1257654, and it is wrong. So for that I am going to just send it to the intruder. Intruder is very powerful tool for automating the attack of any application. So now as you can see here, the orange tabs, you just need to click on intruder, and after intruder, as you can see here, this position. In position we just need to, as you can see here, these things which is in orange is highlighted by the blue thing. So we just need to make them clear, and we are going to perform brute force attack on username and the password. So we need to add them into the scope. so that we can perform the brute force attack here. And we are going to make it cluster bomb. Cluster bomb will try the different combination of the payload. So after this, as you can see here, that this section is the payload section, and here we have two payload. First one is for the username and the second one is for the password, because we have add two things here. One is username and the second one is password. So as you can see here, this is the field where we are going to type some manual username and the password, which could be correct, which could not be correct. Although there is word list that you have to create before performing any particular brute force attack on a particular website, so it will automate the process, but I'm going to try it manually because I know the password, I know the username. So for the tutorial reasons, I'm going to give this username and the password manually. So in the username field, because this is our payload number 1, I'm going to add like good as a username, hello admin Jack Devakar, and WordPress hacked. So these many username I'm going to perform brute forcing with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now it's time to add the password. So in the password list, you can see that we need to add some random passwords. Okay, so for that I'm going to add like this and this, like hello 1 hack 3, and the correct one also password 5, 6, 7, and one more thing is this. Okay, so now press enter. So as you can see here, we have successfully added the username and the password. So now I am going to start the attack. So as you can see here, that the attack is going to start now. So ultimately all the username and the password will run in the loop. As you can see here, this total payload count is 8 and the request count is 56. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and the username was 6. So username were also 7, I think. So after multiplying 8 into 7, it will be 56. So as you can see here, it started combining the process of credentials. It will take some time. It depends upon the complexity of the password and the username. Although I have used some very basic password, so it will not very difficult for the burp suit to find out the real one. So as you can see here, it has completed 9 out of 56. So it will take some time. So you have to wait till the completion of this, because it will try each and every possible combination with the username and the password. So brute force attack is the very old attack, and I can make sure that if your word list is very strong, so brute force attack will always work. But it depends upon your computer configuration, how your computers, what are the configurations of your computer. If you have a very good computer with a good configuration, then brute forcing will be very helpful in just breaking the password of the website. So it is taking some time because I have added 7, I think, username, and the 8 is a password. So till the completion of this, I am going to pause the video, and after this I am going to restart the video again. After so long, finally it ended. So now let's see what it has for us. So as we can analyze this, so These many are the possible combinations of the what we can say username and the password. So it will be very difficult for you that if you have a great long word list, so how you can identify, you cannot manually try each and every one with every combination in your login section. So for that you just need to find the odd one. In the length section, let's get down, we can see here, as you can see, 4885. so now let's see which one is different. So as you can see here, 4951 is the different one, which is admin and the password. So now let's try with this and see it will work for us or not. As you can see here, it is working. So this is how brute force attack works, and this is how you can perform brute forcing on any particular website. Vulnerability on a particular website and how to exploit it. So let's see here in our DVWA machine. So let's get to the upload section. So as you can see, this website allows us to upload something. So let's go to the browse, and I'm going to upload this bike photo and just press on upload. So as you can see here, so this is the path where this file is uploaded. So let's see it is uploaded on our server or not. Just copying this link and just paste it here. Just press enter. So as you can see, it is uploaded on our server. So let's get back here. So as you can see here, the code, in the code there is no filter is here. Okay, so you can upload anything. So I'm going to upload PHP cell here. PHP cell, how you can upload PHP cell here? So let's create a PHP cell here. So I'm going to use a tool named Weebly. So let's see how it works. Just click Weebly and it will show you how you can take use of this tool. So as you can see, error, runtime error, and if you want to generate new agent, that is new file, then you should use this command. So let's try this command, Weebly. Okay, generate, and you have to put password here. So I'm going to put 1234 and the path where you want to save the file. I want to save it on desktop and just name the file. Okay, and .php. Okay, PHP. Just press enter. So you can see here the file is saved on our desktop. So this is the file. So let's just back to our machine. Let's try to inject. Let's try to upload it. Desktop, and where is PHP cell? Open. So now click on upload and it is successfully uploaded. So if you want to see it is uploaded or not, just copy the path, just paste it here, and just press enter. So you can see here the blank screen. So let's try with Weebly, it is uploaded or not. So as you can see here, if you want to just make handshake with this Weebly, so this command you should use, Weebly, and you have to put the URL of the uploaded file, Control-O, Control-C. Let's paste it here, and the password 1234. Let's press enter. So as you can see here, you are connected with the file. Now you can do whatever you want to do here. So I'm going to use Linux command here. So let's see where I am. pwd. So I am currently in this directory. So let's see list. So these are the things which is in my desktop. So if you want to see, so these are the things that is showing here. So now let's see the ID. Now let's see the uname. So that is Linux MetaSploi Table machine. If you want any kind of help from Weebly, just press help and press enter. So these many commands you can use. So this is how you can exploit the vulnerability. So let's try by increasing the security. So it is medium and just submit. So as you can see here, we just made the security to medium, and let's try to upload that particular shell here. Okay, so where the cells, here it is, and just open and just click on upload. So it is showing me that header already sent. So it is showing me the warning, and it is asking me to upload image. So let's try to upload image, that it is taking image or not. Let's see. Let's enter, upload. So yes, it is accepting image. So let's try some black box method. So first of all, we have to see the source code. If it is available, then it's your luck. If it is not, then you can use black box texting. So as you can see here, it is just allowing us to upload only image, JPG, JPEG type files. So let's try. So first of all, we have to see which kind of request it is. It is post based request, so we have to open our burp suite so that we can intercept the request, and then we will modify it later on. Just click on the burp suite. So it is opening. So as you can see here, it will take some time to just open. So before doing this, so as you can see here, it is not taking .php, so we have to make some changes here. Now we have to just rename it. So JPG, and press enter. So it is now JPG file. Okay, so now let's get back to our machine, and burp suite is opening, and it's just in front of us. Start burp. Okay, so before starting it, just make it to close, just make it to manual. Okay, understand, and then get back to our burp suite. So as you can see here, it is just starting up. This is very powerful tool. So just go to proxy, intercept is on, and let's upload the file again. Here is desktop, cell.jpg, press enter. So it is intercepted our request. So as you can see here, so this is our cell.jpg, and let's try to make some changes here. I will name it cell.to because in the last we have loaded. So as you can see here, content type, only these two things can be acceptable here. Okay, so I will change it to PHP. Let's see how it's gonna work. Forward the request. Let's see it is uploaded or not. Voila, it is uploaded. So this is how you can upload any particular file on a particular website. If it is filtering something, so you can just use this kind of technique. It depends upon your mind and your creativity. Okay, so now this is all for this video. And one more thing, if you want to just start contacting with this, if you want to just contacting with the server, so you have to see it forward. Okay, let's copy the URL and let's open Weebly, paste the URL here, and just password 1234, press enter. So you can see where our Weebly is started. So now you can do whatever you want to do. You can just run any Linux command here. So this is what I want to try to teach you. We will talk about server-side attacks. Server-side attacks don't require user interaction. These attacks can be used with the web server. We can also use them against a normal computer that people use every day. So to do these attacks, we are going to be targeting our MetaSploi Table device. The reason why we are going to be using it against our MetaSploi Table device is that if our target uses a personal computer and if they are not on the same network as us, then even if we manage to get their IP address, and their IP address is going to be behind the router, and they will probably be connecting to a router. And therefore, if we use the IP to try and determine what applications are installed and what operating system run on it, we will not get much useful information, because we are only going to be getting information about the router and not about the person. So the person will be hiding behind the router. So when we are targeting a web server, then the server will have IP address, and we can access that IP address directly on the internet. This attack will work if a person has a real IP and if the person is on the same network. If we can ping the person, even if it is a personal computer or anything, and then we can run all the attacks and all the information gathering method that we are going to learn about. Now we are going to targeting our MetaSploi Table device. Before we start working on it, we will just check the network setting. So to just verify, it is set to a NAT and it is on the same network as in the Kali. Okay, so what we are going to do here is we're going to simply open this is the MetaSploi Table, okay, and this is the VirtualBox. So what we are going to do here is we are going to check whether both of these machines are on the same network or not. So first we are going to get inside Kali Linux, click on setting, and after clicking setting, as you can see that this is the pop-up menu, and you will find here network. So when you click on network, you will see attached to NAT network and name is NAT network. Okay, now get back to the MetaSploi Table, and when you click on settings, you will find this menu, and here you will click on network. So as you can see that attached to NAT network and name is NAT network. So this thing is clear that both the devices or both the machines are in the same network. Okay, so the next thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to simply open the MetaSploi Table. So this is the machine which we are going to hack. So as you can see that this is looking like Kali Linux terminal. So currently we are inside it. So what we are going to do here is we are going to simply taking its IP address. So how we can do this? We can simply just type here if config and hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see that eth0 in the second line 10.0.2.5. So this is the IP address of this particular server or is this particular machine. Okay, so the next thing that I'm going to do here is we are going to simply open our Kali Linux machine and terminal. Okay, so now terminal window is opening. Okay, so this is our terminal window. So let's make it zoom. So what we are going to do here is we are going to simply type here ping 10.2.5. So this is the IP address, and ping is the method to see whether a device is on or working or not, or active actually. So hit enter. So as you can see that the response from the device is now coming. So that means the device is running and active. Okay, so this thing is clear. So I'm going to terminate it. Okay, so I'm going to terminate it and open the web browser. So it will take some time, and inside web browser I'm going to use that particular IP address of MetaSploi machine, and the purpose is to show you that that particular machine we can use inside our Kali Linux machine. Okay, so this is the place where we are going to enter the IP address, which is 10.2.5, and hit enter. So as you can see that our machine is now active, and these are the things that we are going to use later on this course. Okay, so we can use these attacks and these approaches against any computer that we can ping. Server-side attacks work against a normal computer, website, web server, people, as long as we can ping them. So just to convey the idea, we will be see the MetaSploi machine, and it is just a normal virtual machine that we can use right here to do anything we want. Using the ls command, we can list it, and we can even install a graphical user interface. then we will be able to use it in a way we use in Kali Linux. But it has a web server, and if we try to navigate to the server, we will see that it has website that we can actually read and browse, as you can see here. Okay, so we are going to have a look on these websites and see how we can pen test them in the later chapters or later sections. Okay, so everything is a computer, and if we can ping the IP, we can use server-side attack. So these attacks mostly works against servers because servers always has real IP. So if the person is in the server or is in the same network as we are, then we can ping them to do all these attacks as well. So this is the brief introduction about the server-side attack. How to attack server side. Now, to do this, first we are going to use information gathering, which is used to show us the installed program, operating system on the target system, and running services on the target and port associated with these services. From these installed services, we can try and get into the system. We can do this by trying the default passwords also. So there is a lot of people that install services and misconfigure them. So we will have another example of this as well. So the first problem with these services is that sometimes a lot of services are designed to give someone remote access to that computer, but they obviously need to have some security implementations. People often misconfigure these services, so we can take advantage of these misconfigurations and gain access to these computers. Another problem with these services is that some of them might even have backdoors. A lot of them will have vulnerability like remote buffer overflow, code execution vulnerability, and this will allow us to gain full access to the computer system. So the simplest way of doing this is something that we have already seen, which is ZenMap. So we use ZenMap with the IP of the website. Using ZenMap, we will get a list of all the services and then Google each one of them to see if they contain any vulnerabilities. We have seen before that the MetaSploi device is actually a website. If we want to get the IP of the website, we have to do ping. For example, if you want to get the IP of Facebook, so we have to ping facebook.com and we will get their IP. Now, we will be able to run ZenMap against Facebook IP and get a list of all the running services on Facebook. But in this section, we are going to run ZenMap against MetaSploi device, which basically a computer device. Okay, so we are going to run ZenMap in the same way as we did before. To open ZenMap, we will open the terminal and let's zoom it first and type here ZenMap, okay, and hit enter. So now we will bring up the application. Okay, so we can put any IP which we want to test, but in this video we are going to enter the IP of our target of the MetaSploi device, which is 10.0.2.5. okay, so we are going to scan and then this will give us a list of all the installed applications. Okay, so we are going to do intense scan and hit on scan. It will take some time, not more than 2 to 3 minutes, but it will take some time. So you have to wait till the completion of all these things. Okay, you have to wait because it's going to scan our MetaSploi device, so, or we can say virtual machine, so it will take some time. So please make sure that your Kali Linux and MetaSploi device should be in the same network, which is NAT. Okay, so it will be very easy for us to understand how all these attacks were and how to perform all these attacks. Okay, so as you can see that the scan is running and we are having here nmap output, so where we can see the output, and there we have ports, host, topologies, host details, and scans. Okay, so we are here inside the nmap output. So whatever it will scan, it will come inside this particular tab, which is nmap output. So this is for operating system, this is for host, services, host. Okay, so you have to wait till the completion of all this process because it is scanning something and it will take some time. So let's see here, let's ping. Okay, I need to open it again. Zenmap, hit enter. Okay, so now again type 10.2.5 and hit enter. So it will start scanning. So this is nmap. So this is the code, or this is what we can say the syntax of doing intense scan when you're using nmap. Okay, so this is what we get from the scan machine. Okay, so this is what you can see here. So the process is going on, so you have to wait till the finishing of this because we need some very important and juicy data from this particular scan. So we have to wait till the completion of all this process. So we are having a port or topology, so we are not having anything inside all of these tabs. Okay, so this is the way to scan with the nmap. So just click on nmap output. Let's see, is it completed or not? Okay, okay, so the information that we want is now completed. Okay, so once the scan is finished, we will have open ports and lot of services. Now we will go through nmap output and let's check port by port and read what the service is and Google the name of the services. For example, as what we can do here is we can see we have port 21, which is FTP port. FTP is a type of service that is installed to allow people to upload and download files from a remote server. FTP service, which is also called as file transfer protocol, usually uses username and a password. But we can see that this service has been misconfigured and it allows an anonymous FTP login. So in this, we will be able to log in without a password. Okay, so all we have to do is we should download FTP clients such as FileZilla. Now we will be able to connect using IP address on port 21. We can also Google an FTP server, which is in our case is VSFTPD 2.3.4, and see whether it has any issue or if it has any misconfiguration or if it has any known code execution exploit or anything else. So once we Google this, we can see that VSFTPD has backdoor installed with it. It literally came with a backdoor. When it has released, we need to Google the service one by one and check whether they have any misconfiguration or any exploit installed. Okay, so now look at the port number 512, which is I think here. Okay, so this is the 512. Okay, so this is a port number 512. So now let's assume we went on them one by one and we could not find anything and we reached the port number 512 TCP port. Okay, so now we are going to Google the service that is running on 512 port because we don't know what it is. After Googling, we know that Netcat RSH is a remote execution program. If we manage to log in with this, we will be able to execute command on the target computer. So this program uses RSH login, which is a program that ships with Linux, similar to SSH. It allows us to execute remote commands or control on the computer system or the target computer. So now let's go back and see how we can connect to the RSH login service. Let's look at that, how to install or how to get Netcat package, and we can see that the MetaSploi Table device is Ubuntu. So the target computer is running on Ubuntu, and we can see that in here it uses the RSH client service to connect. So we need to install a RSH client package to connect to that service, and it is a client program for remote cell connection. Now what we're going to do here is we are going to simply open the terminal window here. Let's make it zoom. Okay, let's minimize all the windows. Okay, so what we are going to do here is we are going to type apt-get install RSH client. So this is the command. apt-get is going to install it and configure it for us. Okay, now hit enter. So once it installed, we are going to use our login to login, because the first page told us that it uses our login program to facilitate the login process. We are going to do our login again, and we don't know how to use this app, so we can use help like our login, hit enter. So this is the way how we can use this. So the next thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to simply type our login. Okay, -l. So what is -l? -l is nothing but this is the important thing are the username and host, which is the target IP. Okay, so this and root 10.0.2 I think. Okay, 5. Now hit enter. So now as you can see that we are having information related to target here. Okay, as you can see that we are having the information about the target. Okay, so this is the information that we want to get from the target side. Okay, so our login lroot 10.0.2.5. so everything is correct. So this is the information that we want to get from the target side. So this is the basic manual way of gaining access to the target computer by exploiting the misconfiguration of an install service. So the R login service are not configured properly. All we had to do just Google what came with that port, and we managed to log in and gain access to the target computer. We are going to look at very simple exploit, which is backdoor. We are going to choosing this exploit because we are going to look at framework called MetaSploi. MetaSploi is an exploit development and execution tool. So first, look at how we can find the exploit again. Using the same method that we have already been. We have nmap scan. As we know, we are going to go on each port and Google them. So looking for exploit, we will go to Google and search here VSPDFT and okay PD. This was not the exploit, I think. VSF and TPT 2.3.4. so this is the exploit that we want, and as you can see that the result came from the website Rapid7. Okay, Rapid7 is a company that makes the MetaSploi framework, so that's why we are choosing this particular exploit. Now using MetaSploi, we are going to exploit this service. Rapid7 will tell us that 2.3.4 version of FTP has a backdoor command execution. So we can basically execute command on the target computer, and if it has this program installed and using the nmap, we can see that this program is installed. So which means that we can execute command on the target machine. So MetaSploi is made by Rapid7. It's a huge framework that contains a large number of exploits. It allows us to exploit vulnerabilities or create our own exploits. The command on MetaSploi are very simple. So now let's close it first and open the terminal window. Let's make it zoom. So the command that I'm going to tell you is, first, for opening, we are going to use msf console. Okay, so what it will do, it will just simply, it is used to run the MetaSploi program. And then we are having help. So what is help? Help is nothing but using this command we can get information about the command and description of how we can use them. Okay, so next we have so this command shows the available exploits. We can show the available auxiliary and the available payloads. So the next one we have is use. So this command is used to use something that we have shown. For example, we show the exploit and we pick up a certain exploit that we want to use. So then we use this particular command and we type the exploit name to run it. Okay, so then we have set. So this command is used to set a specific option for exploit. For example, if we want to set the port of target and we set the port and then we enter the value of the port that we want to set it to. Okay, now we are having exploit. So at the end, once we finish configuration, we can type the exploit to execute that particular exploit. Okay, so now let's erase it. Okay, so we went on simply and map, and when we googled the name of service, which is VSFTPD 2.3.4 exploit, we can see that this service has a backdoor command execution because this is on Rapid7. So the vulnerability is exploitable using MetaSploi, and the module name that we are going to be using is like exploit.unix, like okay, exploit.unix, and FTP we are using for FTP. Okay, and VSFTPD dot, no, in this case we are going not to use dot. Okay, so this is 2.3. okay, now this is backdoor. So this is the exploit that we are going to use. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to copy it, copy selection, and just erase it. Okay, so this is the exploit that we are going to use. So now we will go to our console and we are going to run msf console and hit enter. So it will take some time. It's a huge framework, so it's going to take some time. And what we are going to do here is we are going to simply copy and paste that particular exploit here. Okay, so you have to wait till the completion of all this process, and after some time you will be able to use this MetaSploi frameworks, which is the, I think 90% or 95% hackers use MetaSploi because this is a very huge framework and very important, and it has lots of payload exploits inside it. Okay, so as you can see, that is starting the MetaSploi framework console. Okay, so you have to wait. Using it is very simple. So as you can see that we are inside it, and now what we am going to do is I'm going to simply type use because I want to use this particular exploit. So I'm going to paste it. So this is the exploit or backdoor that we want to execute. Okay, now the next thing that, as you can see, this is showing fail. Okay, so something is wrong here, so we have to recheck exploit. Okay, use exploit spelling is correct. Okay, so what we did here is we don't need to add this, we need to add this. Now hit enter. Okay, so as you can see that we are inside this particular exploit. So then we are going to use show command to show options that we need to set. So as we know that show is generic command that we can use in a number of cases. So in this case we will use show option to see all the options that we can change from this particular exploit. So we are going to type show here, show options, and hit enter. So after hitting enter, we can see that the second option, which is here, okay, so we can see the second option is port that service is running on, and it's already been set on 21. Okay, so now if we go back to nmap, and we will see that our target FTP server or client is running on port 21. Now we only need to change the R host, which you can see here. This is the R host. Okay, so you can only change this R host, and that is the IP address of our target MetaSploi machine. So we will use set, and then we will put the option name. Okay, so how we can do this? We can just simply type set R host. Everything should be in capital. So this is the IP address. Okay, so now press enter. So after pressing enter, you can see that just simply type show options, hit enter. As you can see that we have successfully set our host to this particular IP address. Okay, so this is how you can set it. So everything is ready. Okay, everything is ready. Okay, let me see it again. Yes, everything is ready. So now we are going to execute the exploit command. Okay, so exploit, hit enter. Okay, so we can see that exploit was running successfully, and how we can access to the target computer, we will simply type ID here. Okay, ID. So as you can see that we are getting its ID. Now I want to know the username. So what I'm going to type, uname -a and hit enter. So as you can see that this is a username. Now I just want to ls and see all the files and everything. Now after hitting ls, as you can see that we are having these many files inside it, and now I want to see in which directory currently I am on. So I'm going to type pwd and hit enter. So we are inside root. So this is as you can see that this was a very simple use of MetaSploi. So in the future we will use it for more advanced options. So this is how you can get inside using the exploit to exploit the FTP. Hello guys, now we are going to have more advanced look at MetaSploi, and we are going to see how to use it to exploit a vulnerability that exists in a certain service. It is a code execution vulnerability that will give us full access to the computer target. Now coming back to our result in Nmap, we are going to do the same thing that we did before. We copy the service name and see whether it has any vulnerability or not. Okay, so now we will look at the port number 139, which has a Samba server version 3.x. Just like the previous video or section, we are going to go to Google and search for, okay, first of all let me open browser, and here it will take some time. Actually I'm opening it first time. Okay, so now we are having here this particular browser. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to type google.com and hit enter. So after hitting enter, you will see this Google search engine. So now here I'm going to search Samba 3.x exploit and hit enter. So what happened here is we will see that there are a number of results, but we are interested in Rapid7. Okay, Rapid7. Okay, so Rapid7 is a company that makes the MetaSploi framework. So that's why we choose this particular exploit. Okay, that's why we are choosing this particular exploit. Okay, oh, this one, Rapid7 Samba. Okay, so that's why we have chosen this particular website. Okay, so this is the exploit that we have here. Okay, so the next thing that I want to do here is I'm going to simply open our terminal window. So first, what the next thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to simply, okay, it is not working properly actually, so it is creating some problem. Okay, so next to what I'm going to just quit this. Okay, so opening this terminal window, and let's what I'm going to do here is I'm going to zoom it, and after zooming it I'm going to type msf console and hitting enter. So what it will do, it will simply open the msf MetaSploi framework for us. With the help of that we can perform this particular attack. So it will take some time because it is a huge framework, as I have told you earlier that it is a huge framework. So the command that we are going to use, simply we are going to type use exploit multi-samba user map script. So this is the name of this particular exploit, so that we are going to use. Okay, so as you can see that is starting the MetaSploi framework console. It will take some time. You have to wait till the completion of this. And as you can see that we are successfully completed this particular process. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use exploit multi samba user map script. Okay, is this correct? Okay, now hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see that we are inside it. Okay, so we are currently no payload configured default cmd. Okay, so currently expect some. Okay, we are inside this. So next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to just show options and hit enter. So as you can see that this is showing us the option. Okay, so what we are going to do here is we are going to simply set something. Okay, so we are going to set something that is, as you can see, this is the L host. Okay, where is our host is empty. So I'm going to set our host, which is the IP address of target. So for target IP address, I need to see what is the IP address of target. So this is the target machine that we are having here. So IP address is 10.2. Okay, 10.0.2.5. So this is IP address. Now again, so options, hit enter. As you can see that the R host is being set. Now it's time, as you can see, port is correct. Now L host, this is the IP address. Okay, so L host is the IP address of our machine. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to see some payloads also. So why we need payload here? So in the preceding video, we need a backdoor that was already installed on the target computer. So all we had to do was connect to the backdoor, and then we could run any Linux command on that particular operating system or on that particular system. But in this video, the target computer does not have a backdoor. So it has a normal program that has a command execution vulnerability and buffer overflow. So the program does not have any code that allows us to run Linux command. So it has a certain flaw that will let us run a small piece of code, and this small piece of code is called as payload. Okay, so what we need to do is to create a payload and then run it on target computer using the vulnerability that we found, and the piece of code will allow us to do it's a different thing. Okay, so there are various types of payload, so we will look at in the future, and that payload might let us to do Linux command, and we can run the so payload also here. So before running it, I need to figure out each and everything is correct or not. Okay, L host is now okay. Our host port number L port is correct, and the port. Okay, I think everything is working fine. So I'm going to just type so payload, hit enter. So after hitting enter, you can find that we are having these many payloads. Okay, when you scroll it up, you will see these many payloads that we have here. Okay, so now the payloads are the small piece of code that will be executed on a target computer. Once the vulnerability has been exploited, when we exploit the vulnerability, the code that we are going to pick will be executed. Now, depending on the type of payload we choose, the payload will do something that is useful to us. So we can see that all the payloads are command line. So they let us run a command on the target computer. So there are two main types of payload, which first one is bind payload and the second one is reverse payload. So if we talk about bind payload, so they open the port on the target computer and then we connect to that particular port. But let's talk about reverse payload. Reverse payload is opposite to the bind payload. They open the port in our machine and then they connect from the target computer to our machine. So this payload is useful because this allows us to bypass firewalls. Firewalls filter any connection going to the target machine. But if the target machine connect to us and we don't have a firewall, then we will be able to bypass the firewall. Okay, is this correct? Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set the payload. So for setting the payload, I'm going to use set payload. Is this correct? Now command that I'm going to do is, or the payload that I'm going to use is cmd unix reverse netcat. Okay, this is the payload. Now hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see that we have successfully selected the payload. Okay, so the next thing that I'm going to do is so options. So after hitting enter, now let's see what we are having here is, okay, let me scroll it up. multi-samba, yes, module option, or is this correct? Yes, correct. This port number, and this is the L host of mine, and this is L port. Okay, I think everything is looking very fine. So the next thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to simply use set. First of all, I need to set the L port, which is 5555. Okay, now hit enter. Now again, so options, hit enter. So as you can see that we have successfully set our host, our port, L host, L port. Okay, now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to simply going to exploit this payload. Hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see that the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to show the current working directory. Now we are currently inside the root. Now ID, it will tell us the ID. So this is the ID, and I want to know the uname. So this is a second way to exploit any vulnerability. Now hit enter. So this is the username, and now I want to see how many files inside this current working directory. So these are the files that we have inside it. So this is how you can find vulnerability using ZenMap. So the basic process here is you open ZenMap, enter the target IP address, and after entering IP address, you will find there are some open ports. Okay, so after seeing some open ports, you just Google them and learn about them and see how many what kind of exploits and what kind of payloads available there. And after taking all this information, you can exploit that particular vulnerability, or what kind of vulnerability it contains inside it. I am talking about ports. Okay, so this is how you can exploit all of the kinds of vulnerability. The term system can be anything, either a desktop, laptop, or a tablet. When the term system hacking comes into play, it usually means the art of hacking a computer using some tools and techniques. So the question arises that how to hack a system or computer is probably one of the most frequently asked questions by most internet users and hacking enthusiasts. So now let's see what is system hacking. System hacking is itself a vast subject which consists of hacking the different software-based technologies systems such as laptop, desktop, etc. System hacking is defined as a compromise of computer system and software to gain access to the targeted computer, and steal or misuse their sensitive information. Here the malicious hacker exploit the weakness in a computer system or network to gain unauthorized access to its data or take illegal advantage of it. Now let's see that how hackers perform system hacking. A hacker can hack the computer system because the hacker knows the actual work of computer system and software which is inside the system. For this, a hacker has information about the systems, networking, and knowledge of other areas related to computer science. Anyone which is using a computer and is connected to the internet is susceptible to the threat of malicious hackers. These online villains generally uses viruses, malwares, trojan, worms, phishing techniques, email spamming, social engineering, exploit operating system vulnerabilities or port vulnerabilities to get access to any victim system. So now the question arises that what can these hackers do using after compromising the system? When your PC gets connected to the internet, the hacker can execute the malware on your PC and quietly transmits the personal, financial and essential information without your knowing consent. These hackers can blackmail the victim for the money by stealing their sensitive information from the computer, which you don't want to reveal. After compromising the victim system, the hacker can do these many things like ruin the victim's data by deleting the file, steal files and folders, hijack victim's username and password, steal money and credit card details while the victim is doing e-marketing or online transactions, sell victims' information to third parties who may use the information for illegal purposes, create traffic to shut down your website, to access to the server and manipulating the file program, etc. So these many things hackers can do after compromising your system. So this is all about what is system hacking. In the upcoming videos, we are going to see how to perform system hacking in your own virtual environment. going to learn about what is Wheel Evasion tool. So this tool will be very helpful in creating the payloads. So Wheel Evasion is a tool used to generate payloads that bypass traditional antivirus products during offensive security engagements, stimulating a genius attack. If a malicious attacker manages to compromise the Wheel Evasion instances, they could potentially gain access to client networks being accessed and tested by the offensive security professional with a disastrous result. So now let's understand what is Wheel Evasion and how does it work. So Wheel Evasion is a tool designed for penetration testers and red teams or to the hackers to stimulate bypasses of common antivirus products. Tools like these are of very high value of offensive security professionals, as they can be used to emulate a more persistent attacker who will try to bypass an AV system through trial and error. Without a tool such as Wheel Evasion, offensive security engagements would take longer and cost a good deal more. Wheel Evasion can work on existing executables or simply create a wide range of payloads with shellcode added to them. The majority of cases use a shellcode based method, as the resulting payload has a better chance of evading antivirus systems. Considering that a tool like this is used by professionals organizations to stimulate an attack by adversaries, it would make sense to allow a user to automate the generation of a payload from a central location. This allows it to be integrated into attack workflows, which lets offensive security professionals work more efficiently. One feature made available by Wheel Evasion is a remote procedure call, which is also called as RPC, for automating the generation of payload. Those creating the malware using this RPC, though it is not accessed during the actual use of the malware, and the malware itself does not contact with RPC. So this is the brief introduction about the Wheel Evasion tool. We are going to see how to install Wheel Evasion tool into our Kali Linux operating system. So for that, you need to open your favorite web browser and enter here Wheel Evasion and press enter. So after entering, as you can see here, the first link github.com, you just need to click on this particular link and it will open the page of Wheel Evasion tool. As you can see here, this is all about Wheel Evasion tool. If you want to read it, you can read it also. But in this lecture, I am going to show you how to install this particular tool into your Kali Linux operating system. So for that, you need to tap on this particular button and you need to just copy this and get back to your terminal window. So here you need to just see in which particular directory you are working on. So I am currently on root directory, so I am going to change this to optional directory, so that I am going to install this particular tool here. So let's see what is inside it. Nothing is inside this particular directory, so I have copied this particular link and now I am going to git clone into my system. For that, I need to give command git clone and paste the link here. And one more thing that I'm going to do, and before doing that, just hit enter. So after enter, you can see here it is started cloning this particular file into your computer system. It will take some time. It depends upon your internet speed, how much time it's gonna take. So my internet speed is like this, so it will not take more time. So as you can see here, this tool, everything about this tool, about installation, its description, in which particular operating system it works, each and everything is given here. If you want to learn, if you want to read, you can read from here and then you can install it also from here. But now let's see, it is completed with 21%. So let's pause the video till the completion of this. So as the process has been completed, so now let's install this Whale Evasion tool into our Kali Linux machine. So for that we need to get into our option directory and just ls it, and as you can see here the download of Whale Evasion tool has been successfully completed. So now we are going to get inside this Whale Evasion tool. So now let's do ls. So as you can see, these many files are inside this particular tool. So we are going to get into the setup file because we need to install it. For that, setup presenter. So as you can see here, we are inside the setup file. So for just installing it, we need to type setup.sh and -c and presenter. So it will automatically start installing it into your particular operating system. So you can wait till the completion of this. It will take some time. Now we have successfully installed Whale Evasion tool into our Kali Linux machine. So now it's time to see how it looks like. So first of all, you need to open your terminal window, and in terminal window you need to type whale for opening this particular framework, and after clicking enter you can see here this kind of interface in just front of you. So as you can see here from the starting that it is the 3.1.14, it is the version number of the Whale Evasion tool, and it is a framework actually. It contains two tools inside it, and the name of them is Evasion and Ordnance. So in the down you can see that these are the available command that we can use using this particular framework, inside this particular framework. So now exit means completely exit whale, and info means information on a specific tool, and list means list available tools, and option means show whale configuration. Update means update whale. It is very important tool, so with the time you should update it. And use command will be helpful in using the particular tool. Just like suppose I'm going to first of all I'm going to list the list so that I can see the number of tools that are inside this particular framework. So we have two tools. First one is Evasion and the second one is Ordnance. So what these each tool means. So Evasion is just a tool which will create backdoors for us, and Ordnance is a tool which will create a shell code so that we can quickly interact with our payload and exploit. And with the help of this particular shell code we can exploit the vulnerability. So this is how it looks like, and the most in this course we are going to use this Evasion tool. So now let's see what Evasion tool contain inside it. So use one and press enter. As you can see, we are inside the Whale Evasion menu. It contains 41 payloads inside it, and these many commands we can use inside this particular tool. So we have back, check wait, and clean, exit, info, list, use. So now it's time to see how many payloads it contains. It is containing 41 payloads. So now it's time to see how they looks like. So first of all we are going to just list the payloads, and after pressing enter, as you can see, these many payloads it contains inside it. And in this course we are going to use this particular payload. So as you can see that it contains 3 sections separately. So what each section means. So first of all you can see that Go is nothing but a programming language in which this particular payload is coded on. And MetaSploi is just a module that is inside the MetaSploi Table framework, which is used for interacting with the payload and our backdoor. Now what is reverse https.python? It is nothing but, as you can see that, as you all are well aware that if you want to connect with any particular system, if there is a firewall at that end, so if you are doing some malicious activity, so firewall can block you. So reverse https.py will do that whenever you will deliver your payload to that target machine. When target machine owner will double click on that particular payload, or it will download that particular payload. So after downloading it, it will automatically start connecting with us. So the connection will be from their end, not from our end. So the connection will be from their end, so there will be no problem of caching. And HTTP is just nothing but it is a port number which is for 443, and it is written on Python. So this is all it looks like. So in the next video we are going to see how we can create a undetectable backdoor. So it will be very easy for us to just get inside any particular machine, window, anything. So now let's understand that how we can create the payload for the backdoor or a payload for the target machine. So for that you need to open your Web tool by just pressing here and hit enter. So after entering, we need to see the list of the tools we have inside this framework. So we have two tools. So now I'm going to type use one and hit enter. Use one and hit enter. So now as you can see that we have these many payloads with us. So as we have seen that we have to use that number of particular payload in the 15 number. So now we are going to type here use 15 and hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see here, these many things needed to be completed. Okay, so here are some things that is very important to complete, which one of them is lhost, lport, sleep, and one more thing is processors. So now let's set the lhost. So what is lhost? Lhost is nothing but it is the, what we can say, it is the IP address of your machine. So why do we need to use lhost? So for understanding the use of lhost, let's suppose that if it is the target machine and this is the attacker machine, when you send your payload into this particular machine, then if someone just clicked on this particular payload, so it will start connecting with your device, and for connecting with your device it needs something to connect with your device, so it needs IP address. Okay, so that's why we need to set here lhost, which is an IP address. Okay, so now we understand that how it works, why we need to set lhost. So for seeing the IP address, what we need to do is we need to simply open new terminal and type here ifconfig, so that we can see the IP address of our device. So I am having IP address 10.0.2.6. So now I'm gonna copy it and let's get back to our main terminal. So I'm going to paste it here. So this is my IP address that I'm going to, I think it is not working. Okay, so now I'm going to press enter. So my lhost has been set. So now it's time to set our lport. So lport I'm going to use 8080. Now I will tell you later why I'm using 8080 lports. Okay, so now I'm going to use 8080. So now I'm going to press enter. So now as you can see here, we need to also set processors and sleeps. So these are not very important terms, so I'm not going to explain you very deeply what is processors and what is sleep. Processor simply means minimum number of processors you want to give to this particular payload, and sleep simply means how much time you want it to just active. And for processor, I'm going to type processors and I'm going to give it 1, and for the sleep I'm going to give it suppose 6 and hit enter. So now I think it is completed. So now I want to see that is it completed or not. I did something, I did one mistake here. So now let's find out what is the mistake. Now press enter. As you can see that it is not completed because it is showing that you need to use set command for setting anything. So for that I need to add set before any particular thing. Okay, lhost 10.0.2.06 and now set lport, which is 8080, and now set processors, okay, processors 1, and set sleep to 6 and hit enter. Now let's see it is updated or not. So as you can see here, we have successfully updated our needed things. So my L host is this, L port is this, and the processor that I'm going to give it 1 and the sleep is 1. So now I'm in confusion that let's check my IP address again, so that 10.026 10, yes, it is correct. So now as you can see here, we have completely done our this work. So now I'm going to type generate and hit enter. So what it will do, it will just asking to me that please enter the base name for the output file. So I'm going to give it reverse https 8080 and hit enter. So now let's see how much time it will take. So it is starting building our backdoor. It will take some time. It depends upon your system configuration. And as you can see here, our hit enter to continue. So as you can see here, this is our file. Our payload has been completed. So now let's get the wider view. So this is our path where our payload is being saved. So now let's copy it so that we can use it for the upcoming works. So this is how we can create payload. We are going to see how to create a platform where we can listen to the incoming connection from the backdoor. I have created an undetectable backdoor using the value vision. So now see how to listen to the incoming connection from the backdoor. So first of all, we need to understand how our backdoor gonna work. So whenever you send, suppose this is the attacker machine and this is the target machine. Okay, so now we send a backdoor to it, and whenever backdoor is delivered to this particular target machine, the user that is in the user end will double click on this, so automatically it will start connecting with us. It will automatically start sending incoming connection to us. So it is very important for us to create a platform where we can listen what the incoming connection coming from this particular end. So in this video, we are going to set the platform for our backdoor so that we can easily communicate with our backdoor without having any trouble. So let's start with it. So we are going to use MSF console. It is a very huge framework that is made for the penetration testers. So for opening this particular framework, you just need to type MSF console. It is pre-installed in Kali Linux so that you can easily get into it and hitting enter. So after hitting enter, it will take some time because it is a huge framework. It will take some time, and we are going to use multi-handler so that we can easily communicate with our backdoor. So it will take some time. As you can see here, is starting the MetaSploi framework console. Multi-handler is a module that is inside the MSF console. So now here we can use some commands so that we will get inside the multi-handler. So for opening multi-handler, you need to type here. As before using multi-handler, as you can see here, it contains inside it 2449 exploits. These are the auxiliaries and these are the ports. So as you can see here, this is, now I did something wrong here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start from here. So okay, for using multi, you can type here use and exploit. This is the path of multi-handler and handler and hit enter. So as you can see that it is showing me using configured payload TCP. Okay, So as you can see here, we are inside the multi-handler payload inside the module. Okay, so now for using multi-handler, you need to type here so option and hit enter. Okay, so options and hit enter. As we can see here, we have module options, we have L port, L host, each and everything here. So as you have remembered that the name of our exploit was different from this, so firstly we need to change the name of our exploit. So for that we need to do same as value evasion. So now type set and select payload. Now I'm going to name our payload Windows Meterpreter reverse HTTPS. There is nothing new about this because this was the name of our payload. So as you can see that it is using TCP, but our payload was using port number 443, which was HTTPS. So this is all done. Now it's time to hit enter. As you can see here, our payload has changed. So now let's see it has changed or not. So now our payload name is here. Okay, so now it's time to set the L host and L ports. So L host is nothing but our IP address. So for seeing the IP address, we need to get into another cell, and here we need to type if config and hit enter. As you can see, this is my IP address. You can see in your system by using this particular command. So 10.0.206, this is my IP address. So I am going to set my IP address L host. My IP address is 10.0.206 and hit enter. Now it's time to set L port. So as you have remembered that the port that we have used is 8080. So now set L port 8080 and hit enter. Now let's see our options. So as you can see that this is the name of our payload, this is our IP address which is L host, and this is our L port. So now all the basic necessary things we did. So now it's time to type here exploit so that we can exploit our payload. So as you can see here that it will take some time and it will start listening to our payload. So as you can see that it started HTTPS reverse handler on HTTPS, this particular IP address. So let's suppose whenever our payload get into the target machine, when double click on this, it will ultimately send the incoming connection to us, and after double clicking, this particular connection will be listened by this particular multi-handler. So this is how it works. So now we are listening to the incoming connection from the backdoor side, but it is needed to send backdoor into the target machine. So what we will be going to do is, suppose this is the target machine, this is our Kali Linux machine, and this is our payload. So what we will be doing is, Kali Linux comes with a server which is Apache. So what we will do, we will upload this particular backdoor in our Apache server and send the link or the IP address to the target machine, so that whenever target machine will reach to this particular IP address, it will download it. Then after downloading it, it will inside the target machine, and whenever user will double click it or open it, it will start connecting with us. So this is how we are going to do is, so we are going to upload this particular file in our Kali Linux server, and we will be sending, actually in this video I am going to do each and everything with my own, because this is the basic way with the help of that we can send a file or backdoor to the target machine. So this is for the tutorial reasons. So now what we will do is, it is listening to our backdoor. So get inside what we will do is, we will upload that particular backdoor into our Apache server. Okay, so for that you need to get inside the file system, open the var directory, www, html. Here you can see 2 files in your case and in my case also. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get into the path of my backdoor. So I'm inside the var directory. Now I will navigate to library, whale, output, compile, and this is my payload. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a folder named as danger and hit enter. So this is my folder. I'm going to save this particular payload inside my danger folder so that I can navigate to it very easily. So now my payload is inside the danger. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start my Apache server. So for that I need to open a new window. Here I'm going to type service Apache to start. So after hitting enter, as you can see that it is not showing any kind of error. That means it is successfully loaded. Now we are inside our Windows 10 machine. So these two machines are connected with the NAT network. So I'm going to enter my IP address here and let's see it is working or not. So 10.0.2026 and 0.6 and / and hit enter. So now it will start loading this particular IP address. So this is the IP address of our website. So as we can see this, it is perfectly working. So what we will do is we will get into the path of our payload. So we have installed our payload in the file name danger. Now hit enter. As you can see that we are inside our danger folder and we have this backdoor. So I'm going to click on this enter and I'm going to save it. Now let's see. Now let's click on run. So now after clicking on that particular file, as we are getting back to our Kalin's machine, so let's see it is working or not. So we are inside of a Kalin's machine. As you can see that it is started listening to our payload. Now let's see is it working or not. So I'm going to give a very simple command that is sysinfo and hit enter. So as you can see that it is working very perfectly. So the computer name is this, operating system that I'm using is Windows 10, architecture is 64, this is the language, this is the domain, 2 users are logged in. So this is how you can get inside this particular this is how you can just listen to your backdoor.